We invite you to join us at Emergence 2024, where technology and innovation are coming together to create the era of abundance in the heart of Sydney. This is a network of forward thinkers, investors, leaders and innovators coming together in one destination. Dive into curated panel sessions on venture capital, digital assets, family offices, property, funds and more. Emergence 2024 is your gateway to the latest investment trends. You will gain investment insights from some of Australia's leading investors direct. Access curated private market opportunities, fund managers and innovative small cap listed companies set to shape the future. Connect with the CEOs directly. The companies featured will be from a range of sectors including life science, climate tech, fintech, agri-tech, digital assets, deep tech, advanced manufacturing and much more. With high-valued networking opportunities, each interaction at Emergence 2024 could be the start of something significant. Engage, connect, and grow your network in an environment designed for business and investment success. Whether you're a seasoned investor or new to angel and venture investing, Emergence 2024 is your platform for insights, opportunities, and networks. Join an ecosystem that's shaping the future of the investment landscape. Be a part of Emergence 2024. Experience the synergy of innovation, ideas, and investment in Australia's deal-making capital.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Steve Torso. I know most of you, a good portion of you were here yesterday. It's amazing how much more sluggish it is to start on the second day. It's like people go out drinking last night or something. But anyway, so obviously I mentioned yesterday that this is the 7th edition of our Emergence conference and our Emergence series. And really, the way we've designed this year's event is around two key areas. One is growth, right? Obviously, the growth investment opportunities related to all the different fun stuff, such as crypto, venture, etc. And then the other part to it, and I think this is where today is really interesting, and even yesterday some of the companies which were featured, but the keynotes today is around high yield and also growth as well from the fund, property, and also credit side. These are some of the dominant opportunities we're now seeing coming forward to us, and that, as I mentioned yesterday, the rise in non-bank lending, etc., has been a key part of that. So today, we're going to be covering a lot of different areas, and I'll go through the different topics we'll be covering, and we've got a range of different keynotes who I'm super pumped to actually have here. And I suppose the panel sessions, what I want you to walk away with is your own insights about how you achieve those two aspects of build a high growth portfolio as well as at the same time being able to generate yield. I know that the innovation aspect often represents only 10% of your portfolio. For some, it may be more as it grows. And by the way, if who enjoyed the crypto sessions yesterday out of curiosity? If anyone went on yesterday, you would have had a fun night last night, waking up to a 7% increase, which is always good to know. But so today I'm going to be talking about the start, and I said I'd have a bit of a different topic to talk about. So firstly, I'm going to give a big kudos to the sponsors of the event. Oh, hang on. So obviously, very proud. You guys would have heard Pacific Channel yesterday. I watched their presentation last night and said it's been incredible what these guys have actually achieved. Said they've been in this space since 2004. Brent's been incredible. I've watched him go from being an advisor to actually doing investment banking and then building his own funds. Said they bring some incredible companies out from New Zealand to Australia, and you saw the amount of exits they had, which is, I think their exit rate is higher than some of the more than a lot of the VCs that I've seen sort of in Australia, which is really impressive. Obviously, the BetterX guys are outside helping sort of people in the wealth and sort of funds management space, get their clients involved in crypto assets, and just be, for any of those that do wealth management, be aware that you are going to get this from a lot of your clients sort of going forward. They will want to know how to get exposure. We've got Sam Riley from Ansarada today coming to present. I've never really said this too much publicly. I've said it on videos, but Sam's actually been a mentor to me. And when I first built Crisp, which is now going to be rebranded Capital HQ, people didn't realize he's been mentoring me that whole time. They thought he had team members asking, are we competitors to him and stuff like that. And he obviously knew our intentions were not to go down that path. But, he's been a big mentor to me for a long time, and he's obviously speaking today, fresh off the announcement of their sale for $263 million, which, as I said, is an Australian tech success story itself. So InvestHK, really pleased to have the Hong Kong government on board. So they've been very proactive in their promotions and attracting sort of investment and talent sort of back to, investment to Hong Kong, but also been very proactive in helping Australian companies that want to test their potential in Hong Kong as well. There's still a lot of capital that sits in Hong Kong that's looking for deployment, and they've been facilitating that. And the last one, if you haven't met Giles and Cameron from Rocking Horse, two of the cruisiest guys you'll ever meet, but super sharp, and also have done a lot to help the innovation space with their R&D finance product. So big thank you to our sponsors. So my topic I'm going to talk about, to really kick off today, is the exponential growth of AI in 2024. Now, basically what I do is every year I sort of sit down and ask myself, what is my thesis sort of for the year ahead? How do I expect things to unfold? And this was sort of the dominant way that I couldn't stop thinking about. Now, obviously in 2023, we saw the content explosion. All those people on LinkedIn that you hadn't heard from before, for a while, all of a sudden started communicating, right? It's now going across video. You would have seen, even this was after I created this content, the video from OpenAI with Sora, where they literally type in a prompt and it creates a 1-minute video. That is insane, and something that wasn't even on the radar 2 years ago, let alone 1 year ago. The next one is AI bots. You'll find, I can't remember which company it was, but it was one of the banks said that they've been using AI bots inside their company, and the efficiency is, significantly improved for them across certain areas. There was another company that actually highlighted they've been able to use AI bots, across their actual business, whether it be sales, customer service, etc., and they let go of 700 staff, right, just by using bots, as a starting point. So to me, there'll be an explosion also of personal AI, because ultimately we are individuals and there's big investment already going into this area. So whether you're an investor, whether you're a CEO, whether you want your personal AI to be looking at what you're doing from an investment perspective, from a health perspective, from a diet perspective, or from a relationship perspective, whatever it is, you can imagine a period where we're having conversations with our own sort of personal AI. And obviously, I won't go into the security and the data aspect, of that, but you are absolutely going to see this, take place. And some of you may be using things like ChatGPT and so forth as this, but you'll see, if you think about how much we use our phones, it will have more information, and how much we use our computers, it will have more information on us than what we ever know. But integrated into a personalized solution, it becomes really interesting, and if it's tied to other areas of our life, it said it will start to know more about us than what we actually know. The next one is enterprise AI, and there was a presentation yesterday from Tim Hannon from Continuum on this, and me and him have had long philosophical discussions about it. I absolutely love the concept of enterprise AI, because when I've seen what ChatGPT has done to be able to help me, my business, our clients, etc., in so many different ways, you imagine what this looks like if a company has got enterprise AI established across it, it's got all their data in different vectors, whether it be your finance team, whether it be your sales team, whether it be your marketing team. You've got to think, all these companies, all these tech companies, all these big corporates, they have to build so much redundancy into their business, therefore effectively, when you think about it, really overstaffing it. And there is really no need for that now. Because effectively with an enterprise, it can have, can you imagine someone doing their quarterly reports and they literally just have to put a prompt in there saying, create my analysis of my last quarter, right? And do a quarterly report for my shareholders, and it can literally be a prompt that goes through an enterprise AI. You see what Microsoft is doing with Copilot. Now they're working on Coworker, where it can actually observe what someone's doing sitting by its side. Or for example, in this case, the coders, right? They're actually watching what coders are doing, and then it goes about starting to replicate their actual style. So it goes beyond Copilot to almost the Coworker. So the enterprise AI part is super interesting to me. And then the next one is the AI agents. So an agent is effectively, these two aspects between the enterprise AI and the AI agents, it's covering two areas. One is memory. The second part is action. So the use case that they've been talking about so far for the AI agents has been, things like travel. If you want to book a detailed trip to Japan, for example, it can actually create an itinerary for you and then go and book, whether it be the flights, the accommodation, and so forth for you. Imagine what that looks like across a marketing function. For example, imagine me being able to provide all the marketing material from this Emergence event and being asked to create a marketing campaign for next year's, the timing of the emails that go out, the timing of all the different schedules and so forth. You imagine what that looks like. For our own example, when we first started using ChatGPT, what 5 people previously did was done in an hour to 2 hours in the morning by one person, right? That is how game-changing this sort of stuff is. And when you can have not only memory, but also integration with action, then all of a sudden it's taking what is possible to a whole nother level. So this is what I see sort of coming down, and this is already happening. Like if you spend enough time going down wormholes on sort of either X or on YouTube, you'll see that they're already building this and there's early iterations of it. Like don't be surprised if we're coming back in 12 months' time and I'm talking about the impact that it's already had. But then this comment by Peter Diamandis, who does a lot of work on talking about the exponential organization, this is what's super exciting for all of us that love innovation, right? Future unicorns will be created with less than 10 staff. I was chatting to a VC yesterday about sort of B2B investments, and I can just only imagine that B2B VCs should now be saying to their companies that they should be looking to go profitable much sooner than what they previously did because of these types of tools. Where they previously needed 10 engineers, they can now have 2. Where they previously needed 5 marketing people, they can now have 1, right? But the question is their team adopting and are they using it to its full potential? And so that's where I think it would be an interesting discussion. Maybe someone can ask on the VC panels, like what does that future of VC funding like if companies don't need those big funding rounds? Because effectively, whilst deep tech and still needs big funding rounds, the software companies may not need it to the same degree for those reasons I just highlighted. But it's such an interesting sort of thought discussion in what does that future unicorn look like? Sam Altman went as far as to say the future unicorn could be created by one person, right? And it's like, that's a big call. So here's some of the outcomes that I see from the AI revolution. Number 1 is an absolute explosion of new startups, right? There was some other, did I miss a slide? Okay, so I'll cover it if it's not after this one. So first one is the explosion of new startups. I think there'll be an incredible amount of new companies created over this next couple of years, right? I'll actually go before that. So the slide I had before, I was talking about what could be the potential changes that take place within the company. Well, I think one of the big ones is firstly, massive headcount reduction. Last year saw the tech space get rid of 260,000 people. Already this year, you've seen over 40 to 45,000 people on the job reduction front. Companies like Facebook, now known as Meta, basically decreased their headcount by nearly 20 to 25% and increased their profitability per employee of 300%, right? And I always say to anyone, does anyone really think that Google couldn't get rid of half of their staff and just be more productive? And you look about, so then you think about, okay, so these future organizations will go, and where they're looking to get rid of their team members is that middle layer of management, the supervisors, and you're even seeing in the announcements, they're talking about sales and the reduction in sort of sales and marketing departments as well across those different areas. So what this ultimately leads to is obviously flatter organizations that are a lot more agile. But once again, you are about to see some of the most highly profitable companies in history created with these different trends taking place. But on the other side of that, with that massive, layoffs and so forth, what happens is, the explosion of startups, because you don't need that much money anymore. You don't need as much money as what you used to actually build a startup. Like it was already getting better, but then obviously 2020 and 2021 saw the massive increase of salaries, for a lot of these different roles, right? Now it becomes very different. In fact, the NVIDIA founder, Jensen, pointed out that even teaching kids to code right now would be a waste of time, because in a few years' time, I said, it will literally be able to do it for you. Just like when they're talking about something like prompting to create code would be phenomenal. So this one for me is the reduced need for large rounds on the software side. For deep tech companies, that's still going to be created, but even that, you can see the role that this can play with AI, with life science startups, as an example, whether it be from research perspective, from a data perspective, etc. Right now they still need it because they haven't quite cracked that magic code yet, but you can imagine there's someone working on it and will look to over the next sort of 2 to 3 years, because really it's a data encoding, it's a data game for a lot of the life science companies. They have to go through their trials, their data. There's a lot of admin associated with it and a lot of people required for that process, whereas you can see how that could become a lot more efficient with purposely trained models for that. But the reduced need for large rounds, and then the last one. Okay, incredibly profitable companies. And this is why I'm so excited to actually put on Emergence this year, because I said it's been a punishing 2 years for the innovation space, but you can now see what's coming up. Like effectively, we are about to go into our golden horizon of what it looks like to be investing into this innovation and startup space. I said when companies can be super successful and very profitable with a lot less people than what they were required before, but in that is the explosion of innovation that comes along with it. Chatting with Greg beforehand, we were talking about things like Zoom. Before 2000, really, a lot of us were still doing mostly in-person meetings. Now we spend all our days on Teams, Zoom, and Google Meet. Right? It's absolutely transformed it. Likewise for me, I can't imagine my life without using ChatGPT, Claude, or all the different ones. I'm using 5 at a different time. I want someone to create one that brings them all together so I can just put in one prompt and it shows me 5 variations so I can pick which one I like the most. That's where my head's already at. You can imagine there's people a lot worse than me, right? But let alone you can see how you can create your own personalized entertainment. Google just come out with one where you can create your own personal game. Like, it is nuts how fast this is actually moving. So, next slide. Okay, so the impact, okay, it's got to change around. So I said mass redundancies will be one, middle managers, supervisors, cross-team coordinators, and so forth will actually be in the firing line. A lot more outsourcing. Has everyone noticed in some of their startup portfolio that more of the companies are actually outsourcing? Doing a lot more outsourcing. This will absolutely continue. And then the move to the flatter organisation structure. And you can see already calls for the likes. There was 2 years ago, there was calls for people to do that with Facebook. They did that. Share price went through the roof. Now they're making that same call to the companies like Google. Typically, these guys lead the trends as far as what it looks like from a business model perspective. So that will be interesting to see. So special announcements from our side. I know I mentioned this yesterday. Chris will be converting over to Capital HQ. Right, this for us is how we're setting the stage for the private market opportunities that we're going to be working with. So we want to make it as seamless as possible for us to actually work with private companies. And then the last part is that basically make sure that you take photos, tag, and so forth, and actually share it on LinkedIn, share it on Twitter throughout the day. So what I realize about this space, and by the way, a key thing I'll make a note of for today is that we've got obviously new companies that are actually being featured. So make sure you go around to every trade table and have a chat. We're going to kick off from a keynote speaking perspective. We're starting with Greg, and then we've got Greg's obviously was part of the leadership in building. Your CEO, Mirvac. CEO of Mirvac. Then he founded Folkestone. I watched Folkestone go from a 30 mil market cap to what did you ultimately sell for? It was like 260 mil or something. Yeah. And then now he set up his own family office and very focused on the property side. It's very rare. Like, I'm very proud to have Greg involved in today. Then we'll have Bing Zhang, who's very famous in Chinese business relations and sort of was working with Li Ka-shing quite closely with a lot of investment opportunities. And apparently my shareholder mentioned he was having lunch with Jack Ma last week. And then Hayden Matthews talking about the future of private banking. And then to finish off the day, we're going to have Mark talking about the role of AI in enterprise. And I think for anyone that's in businesses or for funding businesses, that is super important for you to be across, because as I said, my role is to give you a glimpse into what people are already working on and what the future looks like. And I said that's why we're providing these as keynotes. From a panel session, we've got a second session focused around venture capital and also private equity. This includes looking into not just the traditional VC, but also advanced manufacturing as well. We're going to be covering family office investment trends, how they're looking to allocate their portfolio. And then we're going to be finishing off with the high yield aspect of private credit, fund and property investment trends. So as I said, the thematic of growth and high yield is right throughout today. And then obviously all the companies that are speaking today, all I'll say is make sure you do yourself the favor and take the time to go around and chat to each company. Every single one of these guys works day and night to actually build their businesses and to grow it. This is their opportunity for you to connect directly. These are all privately they're all curated companies that have come across, being referred to us either by their own shareholders or by directors or by people in our ecosystem. As I said, every single one of them has been curated. So please make sure you go and have a chat to all the companies that are participating today. And lastly, you can see everything inside the app. We've put a whole bunch of information in there. So make sure you go into that. You would have received an email this morning, which would basically provide that information for you. And you can see all the companies that have been featured, along with the live stream, etc. And the way, I won't mention that part today, and likewise said, everything for the conference, the agenda, the times, whilst we do have it outside, if you need to have a look, it is inside the app. And my last part, my always reminder, and someone actually come in yesterday off the live stream and mentioned to me about this reminder, and he said it was very true for them at the last event that they were at, where they had one conversation that's in that process of being a significant change. One conversation can absolutely make a difference in your portfolio or in the trajectory of a business. And that's why I always encourage, whether it be for you, when you're having a chat to all the companies that are presenting today at their exhibitions, whether it be for you or whether it be for people in your networks, make sure you do that introduction. One of my favorite people, most of you know, we actually work with Arcana, which is founded by Campbell Newman. Campbell Newman came with us to Singapore, he presented his company, and then he proceeded to spend the entire time going around and meeting every company and then introducing them to his investor friends. Right? And you think about the type of person that does that, he actually just ditched talking about himself and went and then effectively helped promote the other companies to his mates because he was really amazed about the amount of innovation. Same with today. You spend enough time talking to the companies featured today, you realize the incredible people behind the companies and what they're building. So on that note, I'm going to give an introduction to our keynote speaker. As I said, Greg is probably one of the most successful people in property in the country. He's highly regarded for his insights into this space. All I've asked Greg to do today is to share exactly what he's seeing and his thoughts on where the market is going forward. I've given him full flexibility in what he can actually have a chat about. He said he's done incredible work, not just in building businesses, but also his insights into the property space and then creating growth for his investor clients, but also returns on the high yield side as well. So without further ado, please welcome Sir Greg Paramore.
Well, after that, we don't need any space. We can all get out of our offices and press a button and away we go. I came across ChatGPT April last year. I was doing a very short course over in England at a university there, and it was actually a property course, which I just thought I'd do for the hell of it. Anyway, I got with a team of people, young people. I was called the old guy, and we had to do a presentation on the creation of a fund. And while I was talking, because I've done this a few times in my life, and these young guys and girls were going, so how's this work? And I was saying, well, you work it out rather than me. But I shared with them how to put an investment memorandum together and those sorts of things. And there was a guy typing away, and then he said, so what about this? And he had the full IM in front of him. He'd just been on ChatGPT. We ended up winning. And he put this whole thing together through ChatGPT. So I'm kind of sold on that. And I think some of the other things that are very challenging for us in this revolution, instead of an evolution in our society and the tech that we're using today, is the impact that it has on property. Property is always evolving, has done since we had first built a hut and sought shelter in a cave or whatever. And really the property industry is all about shelter. We need to come together. That's why we're sitting in the hotel today. We're probably going back to an office, or we're going back to our home office, or we're going to somewhere to do some sort of commerce. It might be a factory, it might be a warehouse, it might be a shopping centre, it might be a shop, it might be a hotel because we're from interstate, all those sorts of things. So the one thing I do like about property, having been in it for over half a century, is that it's a very basic commodity. We can't get by without it. It's like food, if you like. We can't get by without shelter. So that gives me heart, because whilst it's emerging, you just got to figure out where to go and what to do. So I've been very lucky in my career to have been across literally every form of property ownership that I think I can imagine in Australia. I don't think I've missed too many things. So I'm just going to give you a 10-minute snapshot of what I see going on. It's a very short presentation. I didn't bother to put slides together, and perhaps I should have, but I can certainly get things to people if they so wish after this event. It's been a really interesting sort of 15 years. We had the GFC back in 2009. We had this amazing flood of credit available to us around the world, and that drove prices to a silly height. It also led to the GFC, and then we saw the unravelling of interest rates from 5, 6, 7, 8% down to zero. That kept on coming from 2009 onwards as the world tried to readjust and keep things afloat rather than hit a wall like a depression. I didn't think it would last as long as it did, and I think it was exacerbated by a couple of reasons. It might have been greed in Wall Street, probably a good thing, but it was also exacerbated by what happened in 2020. So if we remember back in 2019, I expected then rates to start moving up. Now, the property market is absolutely entwined with bond rates. Those two are joined at the hip. So when you're looking at what's happening in yields, you've got to go to the bond rate, both here in the US, and that will give you a guide as to what's happening in the future, and it's never let us down. But in 2009, right through 2019, we went from I'll call it rates that we're kind of seeing today down to zero, and none of us have witnessed that in our lifetime. And of course, what's happened in and because of COVID, that kept things rolling. And I respect the governments of the world, and particularly our government, by saying we've got to keep things going, just keep it going. And we did an amazing job, and the government of Australia, I think, did an amazing job through the COVID period to keep everything liquid and flowing. But that had to come to an end at some time, and that started last year, about a year and a half ago, when we started seeing rates reverse, and we've now gone from basically 0.25 to 4.35, I think, so the official rate. And we're seeing borrowing rates at the cheaper end at 6.5% or just over 6% going through to the teens, where we play within Leftfield Capital because we're a provider of debt to the construction and development industry at the small end, and we've been having quite a good time in that. The other real thematic that's come out in the last few years, as everyone adjusts to this new period, is what is on everybody's minds as to where they're investing. And globally, it's four things. It's beds, meds, eds, and sheds. They're the four things that people talk about. And at this conference I was at back in April last year, and there were people from 19 countries around the world, the US, Canada, Middle East, right through Europe, even me from Australia, and a few other countries were represented there too, including Fiji. And I think the interesting thing was that theme. If you talk to the head people at a CBRE Global, the other major analytical groups in the world, they'd written off office, and in the States that's a good reason because they're overgeared. He's checking me, Tim Hannon. I'm okay, Tim. I'm on. Thank you. I lost my train of thought there for a minute. The office markets in the US literally collapsed last year. They were over-leveraged. They had 70-80% debt. That's typical of the US. They always overdo those things. A lot of the secondary banks are still going through a massive amount of pain as that all unwinds. It takes me back to 1990 and the savings and loans crisis in the US, and the regional banks have just replaced savings and loans effectively, and they're going through the same pain. They've got to de-lever themselves. All that's got to be repaid somehow, some way. So the US is in a vastly, vastly different situation to us. We're in a vastly different situation a lot of other places in the world as well. But when you see what's happening in the US, don't just automatically think that's going to happen here, because it's not, and it hasn't. Nevertheless, we have adjusted, and cap rates have blown out by anything from 50 basis points to about nearly 200 basis points, or 2%. And that's across the board from office, retail and industrial, and every other sector that's around, with the exception probably of some of the specialised ones like childcare, which I had a business in. We had 400 childcare centres around Australia, and they've been very stable at around about a 5% cap rate because they're smaller denominations and they're keenly sought after cash flows. Just running through the list, and I'll just start with not the eds, beds, etc., but office. The office market's going through a transition. We've had COVID, we've had work from home. That is still a very confusing issue for most people. I heard just this morning, I think the tax office has said, well, everyone can work from home, and that's all their staff can work from home. I know we've just done a major leasing to the tax office through Charter Hall, which I'm on the board of, and they've actually expanded their office space requirements rather than lessened them. And I think the interesting thing is there, all the government departments, or most of the government departments, are suggesting that people can work from home. It's coming from the unions, etc. I think that's a disaster. And I'm not talking about it just because of my interests in ownership of office buildings and other types of real estate. I just think in productivity that will collapse. And hearing about AI, of course, what's going to happen, in my opinion, is they'll go home, they'll be there, and then they'll get a paycheck, their last paycheck, as they're told they've been replaced by AI. Because when they figure out they're not doing anything and they're just wasting all our time and money, we would be better off taking about 2/3 of the public sector, paying them a wage and saying, please stay home, don't use the public transport, don't use the services that we provide so you can get to the office. We would be a far more productive country. But I better be careful about that. There might be people that disagree with me. So the office market's bifurcating. We've got all major companies are expanding their footprint in office, which I find interesting. And it's also getting confusing because they're not providing enough space for 100% occupancy, even 90% occupancy. So they're now realising if they want to get people back to work, and most major corporations do want that because they're seeing productivity fall through the floor, then you can't. How do you get promoted by sitting at home behind a screen? Now I know AI is terrific, and I know Zoom is terrific, and I'm a great user of that medium to save a lot of air miles. But how do you get people to know how to interact with other people? How do you get to sell? How do you become a good lawyer if you're not at the feet of an amazing lawyer that's had 30 or 40 years experience showing you how it really works? How do you do that? And I'm very old-fashioned, obviously, but I just can't see how that can work. I think humans need interaction, and I think we'll go through this wave, and I think a lot of people will be replaced by AI for good reason, and they'll find employment elsewhere, and they'll find new challenging things to do, because we as humans are incredibly inventive. We're very, very creative. If you look at what we all do, look at what mankind's done, man and womankind, sorry, over the journey, we've replaced ourselves. We've been through agrarian, industrial, technology revolutions, evolutions, etc., and we've always gone forward. What's happening in medical tech, for instance, is just mind-boggling where we've come from in the last 20 or 30 years. Anyway, back to my theme. So office, I'm not frightened by office. I think a lot of the secondary and tertiary stock, B, C and D grade stock, will be turned over to other usage. We're talking, just ring about a fellow I know, it's just buying office buildings now and converting them to co-living space, not build to rent specifically, but co-living. It's a slight variation on rental space, somewhere between a unit and a hotel room. I think he's working on developing 3,000 apartments in that type of sector in this city and Melbourne and elsewhere. So these buildings will be replaced, they will be reused. That happened back in 1990 as well, where a lot of stock then was converted, particularly in Melbourne, to residential space. Central Equities did an enormous amount of work down there at that time and created a new opportunity. The bifurcation means premium office space will improve. Those cap rates have gone back to more stabilised rates around 5-ish%, and that's going to stay there. There's decent growth coming through with our rents, and the rents that we're doing at Charter Hall with our new building we're doing at Chifley South, which is a $650 million build. We're now 70% pre-let and we haven't started working on it yet, and that's been leased at over $2,000 a square metre. And whilst vacancy rates in office is around 15-16% across the board, you've got to be very selective about where you go and what you do. Industrial, that's had an enormous run over this last decade. There's a whole bunch of things driving that. There's the merge, if you like, of retailing and e-tailing, away from bricks and mortar into click and collect and delivery. And we're now seeing people like Amazon take enormous amounts of space where you can order online and it gets to you. And then there's last mile delivery as well, where you have smaller places around the city where those goods are sent to and then sent out from there. Interesting enough, their yields went down as low as 3.3%, which I could never get my head around. They're back at sort of 5% now. They've had the biggest blowout, and yet there's virtually no vacancy in industrial, and there's very good rent growth for the first time in my lifetime, where we've really seen very strong rent growth, and that's going to continue now for the next 2 or 3 years. People like Goodman, indeed Charter Hall, other interests dominate that market and the big shed market, but the last mile logistics and smaller parks offer very good returns as far as I'm concerned. Data centres are very interesting. That's where all the data goes, where the cloud is. And if you have a look at those things, they are amazing boxes. I've been lucky enough to go through a few of them, and the machinery in there and the technology in there is amazing. There's one just out by the airport, owned by a large US REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust, that just does data centres. It's interesting, I couldn't tell you exactly how many square metres, it probably doesn't matter because it's all the energy, but that data centre uses the same energy as 220,000 homes. And it's one data centre just out here in Mascot. Now you think about that for a minute, and you think about energy, and you think about the so-called change from to renewables, which is going on at the moment, and I am totally confused about how the hell they're going to get there with the need and the growth in energy usage, and the fact that we don't matter in terms of that globally, because energy is going through the roof, driven by technology and the need. Retail, quickly, major centres, that's discretionary and non-discretionary spends. I believe in the non-discretionary side of it rather than the discretionary side, because in the discretionary side you can simply go and look, but you don't have to buy there. You can buy online. And at the moment, because of the pressure on cost of living pressures, discretionary spend is kind of way down. The other influence will come about is the boomers as we pass through. We consume less and less. We don't need any more clothes. I can't say that to my wife, but I don't need any more clothes. Kerry's very frugal, I have to say. She's got so many wardrobes of clothes in our house to prove it. But retail, in the discretionary, non-discretionary, food-based, convenience-based stores, that's things like petrol stations, which will turn into energy stations. They are small retail centres. They're doing very well. The build-to-rent space, I'm confused about in this country. It's a very good sector in the US. It's emerging in the UK. It's always been a sector in continental Europe, which came about after World War II, and they needed to produce accommodation for workers, same in Japan. But in this country, I'm a bit sceptical about that, although other people that are smarter than me are very committed to it, and I think there is a place for it. It's just hard. I think you need the big players to do it, and they will do it well. Co-living, I mentioned, that's another subset. Life sciences, that's the meds bit of what I was talking about before. Not so prevalent here, but big in Asia and other parts of the world. We just don't, with 26, 27 million people, we don't have the depth in medical sciences and we don't have the major pharma companies actually operating here, although some are talking about it. So it's a possibility, but I don't see that as being a big part of the subset. The hotel market has rebounded terrifically well after COVID. I own a couple of hotels, and we're pretty much running at 85 to 90% occupancy and increasing room rate. It's a specialised sector, but one that I kind of like. The residential market generally has been incredibly buoyant, as we know. In this state, the biggest issue in residential is the ability to get approvals, and we were talking just earlier before this, that this state is a mess in terms of approvals. And one of my people I met here is from Queensland said he comes down to the Tweed but doesn't come any further, because you can get an approval in Queensland as an as-of-right use straight away. I've just finished one little project I had, which was a rebuild of an existing building. It took me 3 years to get a DA to replace what was already there, with the only changes being additional toilets. So worked that one out, and just to get the final approval from the council, they changed their mind 2 times, and I won't go into it, but it delayed the opening by another 3 months. I've had the same happen to me and other things where just bloody-mindedness from bureaucrats means that it just takes an inordinate amount of time, and I'm telling you that because if you've got a local member or anyone, please yell at them, because it's ridiculous. For all the nonsense that goes on, we're going to, from the federal level, going to build 1 million new homes, that over 5 years. Well, that's actually what we do build over 5 years. It's roughly, we aim to do about 200,000 units of housing per annum. We get away with doing about 150, so there's an inbuilt shortfall along the way. And this state is not assisting that, and I hope that the current Minns government can do what they're talking about and get that change, because it's a nightmare. But in other parts of Australia, it does work efficiently, just about in every other jurisdiction except for this state, and God knows why we don't do it, but we can't seem to get our head around it and do it properly. So in summary, I'm quite bullish about the opportunities both in the debt and equity space of real estate. You've got to be very mindful of supply and demand. That's the key driver to success. You've got to look at those areas that you think will potentially outperform. If you look at the residential market, for instance, you look long-term, its growth has been between 6 and 8% per annum compound, and that'll do me any day of the week in terms of long-term investment. But it's all about the obvious things of where is it, because if you're on the outer edges of the city, it'll take a lot longer for that to occur until the pressure comes up. But in the inner areas of all our major cities at the moment, we're going through a very steady improvement in demand, and with a lack of supply, that can only lead to one thing, which is higher prices. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Day 2. My name is Shella, and I will be your MC for today. To kickstart our company presentation, I'd like to invite Jeremy Biggs, CEO from Misio.
Good morning, everybody. Super excited to be here today and share a little bit about what we are doing and working on at Misio. And can I get the slides working? All right. Oh, he's got his hand up over there. It's like, hold everything. What a great event so far. Who here was here yesterday as well? Every time I come to Emergence, it just bewilders me, you know. There's a lot of familiar faces that I always see, but there's always so many new ones as well. And in particular, this event here in Sydney has just got bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And Steve's done an incredible job. The team's done an amazing job as well. There we go. We're up. Fantastic. Cool. So, hi, my name is Jeremy. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Misio. And, you know, climate change, what a load of rubbish, right? The reality is that we have a lot of work to do around the world. And if you think back 10 years ago, I certainly do, you know, when flights were $95 to get down to Melbourne, you could jump in a plane for $1,000, head over to the US, go meet some people, have a good time. You know, those times have changed. Last year, I booked a trip to go to the US, and aside from the astronomical cost, you know, thinking through about, you know, what are we doing and the choices that we make around carbon emissions and helping our world, was that trip actually necessary? And I'd rather keep the cash, if I'm being honest with you. But it really became a key consideration, so I didn't go. Zoom calls. Last month, was going to travel to New Zealand to meet with some clients and some potential partners. Again, I'd rather do Zoom calls. Next month, Singapore. And I've got to get over there, and I will get on a plane to go. And the decision was not so much the cost and the time, but knowing that it's a strategic meeting I need to go to, it's a strategic thing I've got to do, I've got to get in a plane. The decision is, which airline do I fly? And so for the first time in a long time, I started doing some analysis on this and worked out, do I go Qantas, do I go Virgin, do I go who? And what are the decisions that I need to make in order to get over there? For me, I now need to look at airlines and go, well, what is this company doing to help our world? What initiatives and investments are they making into renewable fuels or electric aviation? How they're reducing their imprint on the world. This is a key consideration, not just for me, but for a lot of people around the world. Some of the challenges are around how organizations actually communicate this, because it was really difficult to actually find out the truth about what on earth these companies are doing. And as a consequence, the decisions that I need to make in order to support them and give them my well-earned dollars. Now, 93% of companies have set this as a priority. They see the direct benefit to performance of the organization. And I'll talk about this in a bit more detail. But most of the companies have got a major issue in how they communicate this. Because right now, we have the response to climate change being regulatory compliance. And if everyone's not across this, there's global standards being set out for large listed organizations and even through the supply chain, through SME, to comply with these new regulations. The unfortunate reality is that the information that I'm looking for when I'm making that decision is completely lost in things like this. You've got like a microsite, you've got an annual report that's 55 pages long, and if you try to read it, you fall asleep halfway through. It's not where I need the information to make my decision on what airline do I support when I fly to Singapore next month. So we set out to solve this issue, and we've built a really simple and interactive solution that encapsulates the entire performance of an organization across the vision, the company, the brand, even down to product innovation level, into a simple digital product that can be embedded across multiple different areas around the organization. So if we think about where else could I put this information in a nice, simple, interactive way, we go across websites are obvious, but what about recruitment portals? What about investor deal rooms? What about embedding it within apps where I am making my decisions around what companies I support? I want to understand the progress they're making. This is a conscious decision that I'm making. And as people interact with this little digital product, we collect a lot of data. Now, data is the key because you can have a lot of eye candy out there and you can go, hey, we got a great way to simplify the communication on the performance that an organization is making, all the different cool initiatives and innovations that they're making to help people and the planet at a global level. But that's eye candy, and people want to see this, but what's the real tangible value? And there's two key things I want to talk about. The first one is, our view is, let's go talk to the global leaders. So the last year I've spent my time personally meeting with all these companies and over 150 more, learning what are the key drivers around communicating sustainability progress. And the number one, there's three that I've summarized here. Number one is, how do we acquire the right talent? A new generation coming up, values alignment, cares about people and planet. How do we communicate the initiatives that we have underway to those people? Number two, how does this impact our commercial performance? How do we objectively understand how our sustainability communications impact commercial performance? And number three, how does this impact things like net promoter scores, which ends up being one of the biggest topics across all these big organizations. It's one of the key drivers of success, is how do we improve our net promoter scores? So we're now able to do this. And then secondly, if we think about how do we validate that the information that's being provided is actually true and correct? So we've also built an AI model that looks for the evidence around the information that's being communicated, and now we're able to mitigate things like greenwashing. Now, in the UK, I met with a global bank on Tuesday night, in fact, and their problem is how do they communicate their sustainability progress performance to 122,000 employees. And in the UK, there's new legislation that says the bank has now also got to communicate the warts and all. They can't just go, hey, here are the awesome things we're doing. The new compliance says, now I also have to communicate where my investments that are still going into things like coal and gas and these other things. And most importantly, the question for the bank is, how do I communicate this internally and externally to all of our stakeholders in a manner that demonstrates that we are making progress, we're part of the solution. There's a transition plan. That's the approach, effectively. And if there are some bad things, we need to be more transparent around what that looks like. And this is where the world is going. This is being regulated right now in the UK. So our progress to date has been quite incredible and an amazing journey. There's some people in the room here that have been absolutely influential in terms of our growth and our progress, and notwithstanding Steve Torso as well. And over the last 12 months, we've brought on board about 100 SME and mid-market organizations that we've been working with and learning with. But really the core about what our business does is work with the enterprise. So very pleased to say, November last year, we signed our first enterprise account. We've got a number of other projects underway as well. And we've got a multi-million-dollar pipeline, predominantly around the 40,000 global listed companies. And the subsector there is banks, it's finance, insurance, it's telcos, and it's energy. Those are the core areas that we're focused on around helping these organizations communicate a new standard, a new way of communicating what they're doing as a validated source of truth. We've got a super simple business model that has got two things. Near term, this is all around software as a service. Plain vanilla, simple stuff, annual license fees, and there's some consulting services we provide as well to help the organizations progress. But longer term, as we get evidence and data around the work that's being done, there's also an incredible opportunity for us to monetize the data with permission from the organizations, because external stakeholders are also looking for this information, this data, and we enable that in a very simple, cost-effective way. Currently, what takes millions of dollars and massive teams around the world, we're advancing the smart technology to automate, streamline, save costs, and save time. We're currently raising some money. We're closing a $1 million convertible note at the end of March. And this is really to help us to accelerate our commercialization and set in place our international commercial strategies. I think we all have a choice about the brands and the businesses that we support. And the choices that we make today, the investments that we make today, the brands that we support and where our dollars go will have a direct impact on the future of our world and multiple generations to come. My vision is simply to help organizations enable a simple way to communicate their progress and give them the information that will help the executive teams make informed decisions about what they invest in moving forward. If you're interested in investing in this round, scan the QR code. If you're interested in staying in contact with us to understand how our journey goes and how we build the global platform, scan the QR code, give us your details, and I'd love to connect with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Up next, we have Nicholas Mumford, Managing Director from Greenhill Energy.
Thanks very much. Okay, is this working? Now? So my name's Nicholas Mumford, Managing Director and co-founder of Greenhill Energy. We're a solution-based manufacturer, and we upcycle sustainable biomass and landfill waste into high-value clean hydrogen and manufactured hydrogen products such as urea and sustainable aviation fuel. The two speakers before me were quite complimentary in the sense that that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about climate change and the risks that present to us. Can you advance the slide, please? This doesn't seem to be working. So the problem when the slide advances, we'll try again. So the problem is we have no planet B. We only have one planet. The basic fundamentals of our existence, and Greg talked about it earlier, food, shelter, and energy. Energy for warmth, energy for heat, energy for cooking. And we live in a world where all those three things are threatened, and our very existence is threatened. So really what that boils down to is that we're not looking after our planet. And I'm sure you're well equipped or well aware of the impact of climate change. A little stat for you is that the waste around the world contributes to the worst greenhouse gas emission, being methane. 20% of human-induced methane comes from waste to landfills. We live in a world of energy poverty. 1.6 billion people around the world do not have access to electricity. So we have to address these things urgently, not just climate change, but the waste that we're sending to landfill, the energy that we're providing to our communities. We have to address them urgently to really make change and look after our planet A. So the solution, waste to hydrogen. So what Greenhill is doing is we're upcycling waste into low-cost hydrogen to create clean hydrogen energy and high-value manufactured products. So by doing this, by diverting waste, we are diverting waste from landfill. That includes biomass waste and conventional household waste. We're diverting it from landfill. We're avoiding methane emissions from landfill. We're producing using existing technology that we've innovatively improved to produce low-cost clean hydrogen, which can be used as an alternative to diesel and transport fuels. It can be an alternative to gas supply. And it can be used also in clean power generation. We can also use the clean hydrogen to manufacture high-value products such as urea and sustainable aviation fuel. So we are looking at doing all these things. Just very simply, and you can come over and talk to me at our stand later, but very simply, the process that we're talking about is a 5-step process. So we take the waste and we pre-process it. That's done by others. That's delivered to our site. And then with material handling, we then put it through a conventional process called gasification, but we've innovatively improved on this process to optimize for hydrogen production. That syngas that's produced from the gasification produces a blended product, which is hydrogen and those other gases. We optimize for the hydrogen, and we can use the hydrogen and also further reduce greenhouse gas emissions by utilizing the CO2 in the manufacturing process. So we create, through that process, high value manufactured products, urea, sustainable aviation fuel and others. And we can use the pure hydrogen for transport and other supply purposes. Where are we on our journey? Look, we are a startup, but we have a clear growth strategy. We have a clear growth 3-step phase. We've already completed phase 1. That's about technology trials to progress the patent that we're looking to roll out globally. We have MOUs in place with our supply chain partners who are helping us progress through a national rollout. We have land, we have grants in place, we have government sponsorship. That has all been completed. We're into our second phase and we're not waiting around, and we're getting on with our flagship demonstration project, Riverbend Energy Hub. We're in the process of site approvals, permitting and feed for that project, and then we're looking to construct next year. This is just a little sneak peek of where the project site is, an example of what the project will look like when completed. It's located at Tailem Bend, South Australia, and it is set to redefine waste management in Australia. This is revolutionary, taking landfill waste and turning it into value products. Riverbend Energy Hub will be the blueprint for the rollout nationally, and with a patent we can look to license the process internationally. So we have a fairly aggressive growth strategy, and our revenue builds over time as we roll out the stages. Now we're targeting first revenue next year, and that is supported by an acceleration strategy which includes the government crown sponsorship, but also some innovative strategies in terms of tech acquisition. So we've already got our foot on the CCGT, which provides us our first revenue into the fungible national electricity market. And we step out the growth phase in stages thereafter. Our primary revenue is driven by on-site manufacture of high-value hydrogen products, such as urea, for which Elders is looking to take the full offtake. And then we use the hydrogen in clean power generation. We're looking at about project returns of 30%. Of course, when geared, those returns are much better for investors. We're raising just over $8 million with a pre-money of $25 million. And we're targeting FID for stage 1 in 2025, roughly this time next year. Now, we obviously have a diverse, strong board which will deliver the strategy, including myself as the MD. What's in it for investors? Riverbend Energy Hub is the first of multiple sites we're looking to roll out with our supply chain partners across Australia and licensing globally. It is the blueprint flagship for that scale up. There is a logical investor exit point in about 2026 as we move on to stage 2. And for longer term investors, you can obviously come with us on the journey for a sustainable future. I've got a summary slide here where you can take a snapshot which summarises everything on one page conveniently. And we'd really love to speak to you. We're on table 14 out in the hall. But really want to invite you to consider every time you put something in the landfill waste, where is that going? What are you doing with it? We're providing the solution to that problem. And we really would like to invite you to join us on that sustainable journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Next up, we've got Jonathan Katana, CEO and Project Manager of NDIS Homes Uplift Living.
Might be easier, just use the microphone. Thanks very much, everyone. Jonathan Katana is my name. My presentation is pretty much straightforward. It's quite good hearing Greg speak before about property and the solidness of property. But what I want to do is actually give you an introduction a bit about NDIS and the background. You would have heard probably it's really only been going for, in terms of the building side of NDIS, it's only really been going for the last 4 or so years. In 2016, we only really had sort of the bipartisan support come through. Building really didn't start to about 2019, 2020. And then we had COVID, of course, so any time we had any interstate projects, we actually had delayed quite a bit with all the COVID headwinds. But pretty much NDIS has been set up for permanent and significant disabilities. And as of the end of December 2023, we've had about 646,000 people with a permanent disability. Now, half of those are children under the ages of 18, and 67% of those children are autism. So what we're talking about housing, NDIS housing, for the space that I work in, is purely much for 4 categories of people. And this is what I've been working on a little bit lately. So Uplift Living Development, we're purely in the space of providing accommodation for disabled people. I just want to give you a bit of a background about what we are and what we're not. So on the left-hand side, the SILs are the supported independent living. So they're the carers of the handicapped and disadvantaged people. That's what we're not in. So on the SDA side, on the right-hand side, is the specialist disability accommodation provider. Now, that's all we deal with when we talk about our development side of things. So we're purely working with the SDA. They're pretty much like a real estate agent, if you like. So they talk to the SILs on the left-hand side and do all the recruiting for us. So again, I'd like to harp back, coming back to the fact we're just landlords in what we do. And it's a specialised asset, and there's a tremendous amount of growth, and I'll talk about a few numbers in a minute, but that was supplied by M3 valuers. That's a bit of me. I can't believe how grey I'm getting so quickly. That's a fact of life. That's just me. So far I've done 2 6x2 bedroom units up in Queensland, far north Queensland, and also southeast Queensland. I'm currently working on another 3 projects. These are already in place, already funded, with our investors, our own money, so we're currently doing those at the moment. And we're about to work on 2 houses in Geelong. So it's very important that there's, as you can imagine, the developers went berserk when all this came out, because being a specialised asset and being the increased rents, we saw this massive aggressive flow, especially in Queensland, where there's no real development applications required. So it went quite mad. So, and the bottom photos down below is just what we do in southeast Queensland. Thanks to the weather there in January, it was a bit of a nightmare. But you can see there's a lot of changes coming through in the marketplace. This next slide pretty much highlights where we pretty much stand. And this is about a year and a half old, this slide. So in terms of where the market is as a whole, we're pretty much still in the same spot. And the reason for that is there's been a few changes in the NDIS space where there's been an increase in rents. So all the negative news you may have heard over the last couple of years, it's quite easy to Google in terms of skyrocketing prices. It's the 3rd most expensive part on our budget. It's not going away, but they're trying to control this runaway train. That's more on the carers side and sort of the blowout in the young children's side of things. So in terms of the development side, we're pretty much still in the early majority of places. So as an example, I'm not doing anything in Sydney at the moment for reasons Greg just explained before in terms of the nightmare CDC laws and all those things that go on. There's 3,000 people just in Sydney alone have got to be moved out of legacy places. That means they're not fit for purpose, they've got to rebuild, and there's huge demand just in Sydney. But of course, we've got this, complying development side of things, which takes forever to get done. So that's why people tend to go everywhere else but Sydney at the moment. So hopefully that changes over a period of time. But the demand is tremendous. Yesterday, if anyone was here, they would have heard Arthur speak. He's my competition, if you like. Arthur speak about his side of things in terms of NDIS. And it was good to hear him talk, because I was holding my breath, because there's a lot of property spruikers going crazy out there that anyone tends to do in these new early industries. Anyway, that's just a bit more of me here talking there. Now, this is what I'm referring to. So if you hop onto Instagram and the algorithm picks you up very quickly, you'll see there's all these skyrocketing prices, like seriously 25%, 18%. We sit somewhere between 10 to 13% net return. These things are unsustainable in those sort of levels. Look, sure, if you at a Broken Hill with a population of 20,000 people and you might be able to do a development out there, but then you've got the issue of the carer not being over at Broken Hill. So you've got to be really careful about, it's not just building these places, anyone can do these things, but you've got to make sure that you can actually keep the carers there as well. I better move that slide on in case someone goes me. I'm seeking $1.25 million today. We're looking for debt on just under 50% on the back of that, so I'll be the guarantor of the loan. The range price of the land is circa $700,000. The bills are roughly $3,000 per square metre. So we're sort of looking to keep this, way under $2 million for the first piece. What do the numbers look like, just roughly? They range between 10 and 13%. So I just gave an example about the number. The one we're doing in Geelong, for example, looks very similar to that. It's about 11.75% net. It goes up every year with rental CPI, so it's pretty exciting about how that goes. 2 more slides to go. I thought it'd be way over 8 minutes. I'm probably the first one under 8 minutes. So our competitive advantage is making sure the SDA is the most important thing. For success with NDIS developments, you must have 2 major things. It's the design and the SDA. If you get one of those wrong, you've got a bit of a nightmare situation. I mean, luckily this is a wholesale investment gathering. And I've got to say, sadly, for a lot of mums and dads and self-managed super funds out there, they've gone too hard. There'll be a lot of sad faces in a couple of years, because a lot of these property people have actually said, well, here's 20%. They all keep going down there looking for the 20%, and they're lie vacant. So, there's a few issues coming down the path. Down the left-hand corner, NDIS domain, I'm actually, in 3 weeks' time, I'm launching more of an educational portal for NDIS to really create a lot of transparency, the NDIS development side of things. So I think it's very important. There'll be a lot of great podcast information, and I think it's important for the market as a general to stay ahead of what goes on. No, I'm no guru, but I can see around corners. How I see around corners is just market intelligence. Like, I'm always at presentations with carers, always at presentations with builders, developers. There's a lot of good knowledge sharing in space. Like even Arthur was talking yesterday, even though this is my competition, I actually look forward to sort of sharing information between us, and you get a good idea what goes on. So we sort of know what's coming around the corner. I've got 36 seconds left to go. So the exit strategy with this place, I'll probably be doing about 100 of these homes over the next 5 years. But they can easily be sold. We've got people who want to buy these into portfolios when they're completed, or we can retain or be bought out. So I've got a little poster over in the corner there, table 27. And thanks for listening to me. And just be mindful about where you go with NDIS if you dive into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Up next, we have Glenn Starr, founder of Ventus Energy.
Hello, my name's Glenn Starr, the founder of Ventus Energy. Our business model is to develop, construct and operate independent wind farms in the Upper North Island of New Zealand. And on the screen there is a photograph of a wind farm project that was developed by Ventus Energy Ireland. It's a company I developed, I founded also. That project there was sold on to Brookfield Renewables, who went on to build that project. The business model for New Zealand is to go beyond selling the development rights and moving into the arranging for the financing and the construction and operation of projects. Some key numbers there for the portfolio of four projects that we have under development. The total capacity is around 500 megawatts, which is enough for around 200,000 New Zealand houses. And the projected revenue, once the 4 projects are constructed, is around $170 million per year. The potential value there is actually the NPV value after 6 years, based on a 12% discount rate. And it's a sort of value we've seen with other independent wind farm developers once they build and sell out of their portfolio. We're raising $4 million for 20% of the company, and that is to enable us to get to financial close on our first project by the end of this year. I'll talk about the projects a little bit later. Oh, there's quite a lot of text on there. The main thing I want to talk about on this slide is the need for renewable energy in New Zealand. There's quite a boom going on in New Zealand, as you've seen in Australia. We're just starting to getting revved up now, like you particularly see in Victoria and New South Wales. We have a very high percentage of our primary energy comes from fossil fuels. A lot of that is in industrial heat and transport. One of the previous, the keynote speaker, Greg, he talked about a large data centre being proposed over here in New South Wales. We're seeing a lot of data centres being proposed and built in New Zealand. It's been seen as a safe haven. So we're seeing a really large increase in demand for data centres, a lot of electric vehicles coming in, and also we have this decarbonising push from the government. a little bit about statutory risk. That kind of leads into that perspective. We just had a change of government, and the new government is very right-leaning. A previous government was very left-leaning. But surprisingly, they're holding very strong to the decarbonising perspective. So that gives us some confidence that there is a low statutory risk of a political U-turn. New Zealand, just in terms of the scale of the market, obviously it's a smaller country. We need about 1,100 gigawatt hours per year of new build, it's estimated, to meet the decarbonising requirements. And that's about, so our portfolio is about 1.5 terawatts or 1,500 gigawatts. So our portfolio is about 1.5 years of build for New Zealand. We're the only independent developer with a well-advanced wind pipeline. One of our projects is at the ready-to-build stage. Quick comparison about New Zealand and Australia. We're seeing very high pricing in New Zealand. This is the futures price, wholesale futures price as traded on the ASX. If you want to go on there, you'll see the New Zealand board next to the Australian board. You just need to click between the two. So there's a price comparison for 2024. So that's driving really high returns in wind farm projects and solar projects as well. But the problem with solar, one of the problems with solar in New Zealand is not very well matched to our demand. We have a winter peak demand problem. And also we don't have that much sun, so the capacity factors on solar are not that good compared to Australia. So there are many reasons why wind farm projects should be being built in New Zealand. Those are that's the main point there, I think. It's a very windy country. We also, it's an island or a series of islands, so we get diverse winds. It can be blowing from the west, the east, the south, all at the same time around the country. So it's a really good country for developing wind farms, all geographically dispersed, because that can balance out the amount of generation that's coming onto the network. And also it's the lowest cost option for New Zealand, plus being the highest value. These are the 4 projects in development. The one on the left is largely complete. We have all the development rights in hand. That's development approval, land rights, grid connection, wind data, turbine offer, and we're taking that project through to financial close this year, and we'll go into construction early next year and have that project operating by the end of 2025. So there's a lot of certainty in that project. We have another project in the development approval process and the grid connection process. So that's a Kaimai project. It's a larger project at 157 megawatts, and 2 earlier stage projects. Notably as well, we have very keen offtake interest in the output for the T4 project. We're currently in negotiations for 175% of the output, so it's oversubscribed, which is something that the solar developers just can't get. There's recognition that the profile of wind is really useful for demand customers, and those off-takers are large manufacturing facilities. This is our team. I better hurry along here. This is our team. We have a very experienced team through the whole range of skills required to develop, finance, and build and operate projects. Quick summary of the cumulative value to Ventus. So our model is to take the projects to financial close and then to retain a carry in the operating project. So Ventus will, over 6 years, retain a minority shareholding in the 4 wind farm projects and operate the portfolio. And then we'll propose to exit through a sale or an IPO. As a quick summary of the process for realising value, and these are our 2 most advanced projects. I see I'm out of time now, so but yeah, please come and chat to me at booth number 17, and we can go into all of the details of the capital raise. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Glenn. Up next, we have Troy Douglas, co-founder and joint CEO from Goodness Group Global.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to actually lay out our brands on the chairs, so I've got a bit of a goodie bag. So I'll be talking about pace in a sec. We're remixed, which is our first step into alcohol. Good brekkie, which is, if you're familiar with Up and Go, it's like a 400 million RSV category. So we're national in Coles and food back with that. And then Nextbar. Is anybody familiar with Nextbar at all? Is anybody familiar with Nextbar? Nice, some people have consumed. Awesome, that's good to hear. So my name's Troy Douglas. I'm one of the founders. We've been going for 13, going on 14 years. It's been a very big journey. What led us here in the beginning was an absolute need. If you think of food and beverage products globally, there is a need to remove sugar and replace that with natural alternatives that taste good and do good. So the very heart for us was we began with our first brand. My background was law and communications, and we began with Nextbar, which was to try to tackle the soft drink category, a giant category. I think at 20 years old, turning 21, there's probably easy industries I could have picked with higher margins and different channels, but I think what is fair to say is to take on this category and to make an impact, we had to do things very differently, and we needed to make sure that we offered significant value to the market. So today I'm talking about an opportunity as investors to join our journey and participate in a bridge convertible note. What is for us and what we believe in is this future being good sweet. So what we did do is spend nearly 6 years to crack our IP. So we patented a blend of natural ingredients that replicates the taste of sugar. And that is what we've branded and actually termed our Good Sweet. So this is something that you can add into your coffee. You can do as a replacement. We've actually piloted with the Cheesecake Shop, where they removed over 600 grams in one of their Black Forest cheesecakes, if you're familiar with that product, simply by using our Good Sweet. So the numbers and the projections that I'll share are very much the basis of our core brands and products that are already in market. But Good Sweet itself is obviously a B2B opportunity as we think about scaling in the next phase for our business. So this is the next 3 to 5 year journey. So my background, having my business partner, his background is engineering, and having began our journey with creating Nextbar, which is that naturally sugar-free brand, was how do we take on an industry of giants and how do we prove that an Australian business can scale internationally. So after nearly 10 years in market, we decided to pick the UK and Europe as our first test point for taking Nextbar internationally. We did a Series A where we raised 6 million at a pre-money valuation of 20 million. And the 2 proof points that we wanted to do after that was internationalisation of our IP and our hero brand Nextbar. So one of the most nerve-wracking things for us as a founder was to ship product overseas in a time when kind of COVID and everything hit, knowing that we would lose, it would be negative GP to kick off, but could we prove that our brand sitting in the major retails like Coles and Woolworths could have the same impact and sale rates that we achieve here? And thankfully, we obviously did achieve that. So what I'll share is where we're heading as a group. The other thing that we learnt in this industry is how do we create values for everybody that backs us as investors in this journey. And for us, We've spoken to many big kind of private equity. We had big investment banks support us pre-COVID, so we were planning to a 30 million primary capital raise back in, I think it was 2020. We had Hula and Loki, Molus working with us, and then kind of COVID hit. So at that time it was, let's reframe, let's focus on execution. And what you'll see is we've created Goodness Group Global through all the learnings that we've met with speaking to the multinationals, speaking to private equity. And as founders, I think we're best placed to aggregate great brands and to build the best business in this industry. So in food and beverage, what is the best business in this industry? We see there's really three pillars. You need brands, which is volume. You need distribution, which is giving you reach. And that third element is really manufacturing. So I can share what we've already put in place, which is leading to greater gross margins for our business moving forward. But what I'm incredibly, and why I decided to put each brand on a chair is because they deserve a chair, because it's been a lot of work by the team. But we've expanded from being one brand to now got the Good Brekkie, which is in market with Coles and Food Bank. Remix is our first alcoholic step. With all these products, by the way, leverage Good Sweet inside, but Remixed is very much a better alternative alcoholic wine base, so it's a fruit punch. What we designed there is to sit under, so you learn a lot over 13 years, we've got an incredible team, is if we don't own our manufacturing in Australia, how do we enhance the margins of the group long term? Remixed is an example where we designed it to sit under the wet tax, so it's wine-based. It allows us to have incredible margins, so it's sitting at 55% margins, and that's the best way to kind of scale and then invest in the brand without owning the manufacturing locally. And then I'll get to a second in terms of Pace, which is the sports hydration brand. But what we wanted to share here is, having just been Nextbar, the Australian market is quite small from a size of price perspective, and what you need to do to make the biggest impact is build that volume with the same operational infrastructure. So that's where we restructured ourselves last year. We went from Nextbar to Goodness Group Global. So all shareholders sit on the top with Goodness Group Global, and these are all the brands that we own as we think about where we're heading. Oh, goodness, I'm talking way too long. We have big proof points, international expansion here. These are all actual logos of retailers that our hero brand Nextbar is in. So one of the biggest things was that investment to build our European market, prove ourselves in the UK first, to then scale out internationally through drink specialists. So all these distributors are the equivalent of a big distributor in Australia like Asahi. They represent some of the biggest global brands. And what's exciting for us is because of our proof point with Nextbar as a leading kombucha and healthy functional soft drink brand in Australia, it's allowed us to achieve some really incredible partners and go on shelf in these retailers and have an impact. This guy, you might be familiar with this face. He has joined our journey at Goodness Group Global level as an investor and an ambassador of the total business. What is exciting about this is we have largely, with the support of our investors, not had big investment in this industry, but somebody like this can help build that scale and momentum and drive revenue, plus a new brand. So this is literally, I don't know if I was allowed to bring it, but I took it off our designer's desk. This is Pace, which is our first sports hydration brand, and we've developed that in collaboration with Pat, and that'll be hitting the market in May. It's a bit of a sneak peek about it. So I'll wrap this up as quick as I can, but what you can see here is it's fair to say it's been a challenging environment, but as founders, what we needed, and management, is we needed to take critical decisions to move us to where we are now. So we've really had an operational reset between FY23 and 24, whereas how do we take control to move the total group into profitability? So when you see kind of the revenue dip, those deliberate choices of we need to play in categories if we're not going to have the manufacturing today that we know that we can win long-term and sustainably grow with good margin. So the Good Brekkie is an example of that. What was happening with Nextbar is we were stretching one brand across multiple categories because the retailers like Coles and Woolworths were wanting us to. But clearly the benefit for us moving forward was let's establish more brands and tackle those categories in very deliberate ways to build more value long term for everybody that backs the group. So these are the big kind of bets when you can see about this kind of growth in the next few years, both in APAC and EMEA. The large turnaround in terms of the investment in EMEA is we're now manufacturing locally in the UK and Poland, which is transforming that. The opportunity today, I think, from an investment perspective, is the most simple. It's coming on. People have been on our journey since 2017. A lot of those parties have already jumped in again with this bridge convertible note. So we've raised over the last 4 weeks 815K. We're seeking to raise 5 million. So effectively, this is for us to shore up our current position to allow us the best chance where we've appointed Leander Capital Partners, which is a UK boutique advisory, specifically to get some strategic institutional partners into the business that can offer value for how we scale in that European market and internationally as well. So it's very simple, 12% per annum, paid monthly, trying to make it as attractive as possible, and then a 20% discount to what we're as a management excited about, which is getting that larger equity in and clean up our balance sheet as we move into a very healthy, profitable and scalable platform. So thank you. That's Goodness Group. Welcome to me.
How good is it to come across companies like Nextbar where they actually have already built global distribution? You can see they're doing over 20 million of revenue and still growing, which is so good to see, and also doing it where healthy from a consumer perspective and looking for more ways to come out. So congrats to you, Troy. So my next one is a very special. I got a special call from one of my shareholders, Eric Gao, and he started telling me about Professor. And effectively, Professor Zhang has now been working with sort of startups for the last sort of 20 years and has had some incredible results with some of the companies that he's worked with. He was just showing me some of the groups that he works with. I'm going to do my best to go through all of them because names like Stanford from an alumni perspective. But this will be the longest introduction I give, and it really goes to speak to your background. So he's a founding dean of the Chong Kong Graduate School of Business, the very first private business school in China, established in 2002. CKGSB was founded by Li Kai-shing, who is obviously a lot of Australians know as a very wealthy sort of Hong Kong billionaire. And is one of the most prominent businessmen in Asia and the world with a vision to cultivate world business class leaders. They've had over 20,000 alumni, mainly CEOs, executives of Asia and business schools globally, including Alibaba, JD, ByteDance, and PDD, which are, I doubt, very few investors or executives or leaders can say they've got that in their portfolio. Beyond his academic accolades, Professor Zhang is a globally respected thought leader, renowned for his deep insights into the global economic trends, challenges, and opportunities in Asia, especially in the tech and sustainability sectors. His expertise has made him a sought-after keynote speaker. We only got him because he just happened to be in Sydney at the time. You know, I think you were playing golf, from what I understand, a couple of days ago. So it's just lucky he happened to be here at the moment. So with great pleasure, we welcome him to the Emergence event. I look forward to hearing his insights. Please welcome Professor Zhang.
Oh, thank you so much for your kind introduction. And let me say a few words about school. Our school probably has the largest EMBA program on earth. Last year, 700. This year, 820. About 80% of them chairman CEO. This is what I call the top of the pyramid, because no school serving the chairman CEO, the most respected companies, the iconic entrepreneurs like Jack Ma, you know, all type of. But today, I would like to thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share with you my ideas, remarks on economic disruption and the next generation unicorns. Where the ideas coming from? Well, firstly, let me start with neoliberalism by then the Prime Minister of UK in 1979, Ms. Thatcher. She started neoliberalism, you know, privatization, reduced the taxes, deregulation, promoting global investment. And her policy was followed by President Reagan, 1981. And neoliberalism also shaped China's reform and opening up the fundamental way. You know. Arguably, China and the United States have benefited from neoliberalism better than any other country on earth. Just look at the data. If you go by the data by World Bank, and China and United States contribute about 45% of global economic growth. And then this is from 79 to 2022. US 25.2, China 19.7. If you look at the data from 2013 to 2021, China contributed 38.6%, US 18.6%, G7 country altogether 27.7%. So in terms of GDP growth, wealth growth for China, poverty elevation, I think those two countries have been the fundamental role in this unprecedented economic growth. And why? There are many reasons for that, and there are many studies on this issue. And then I have come up with two stories. One's what I call a Confucian economic sphere, which I have no time to share today. I look at the societies fundamentally shaped by Confucianism. Greater China, Korea, Japan, Singapore, Vietnam, 8 economies. Only 2 yet to overcome the mid-income trap is mainland China and Vietnam. That's an amazing percentage of success compared with the global average of less than 13%. One reason, not only reason. The second one is the economic disruption I will talk about today. You look at, for the past 20 years, I use 3 data sets to reflect economic disruption. First one is the Fortune global companies. China had 11 companies. Now China has 129. Number reduced a little bit for the past 2 or 3 years. China was number 1, overtaking US. And compared with India, India had 1 to begin with. Now India has 8. You look at the number of billionaires on the list of Forbes Global. Again, China has generated more Fortune global companies, new ones, and more billionaires than any other economy on earth. And that's the reason why, one reason why China's economy has been successful. Look at the third data set, the unicorns. US has been dominating. China is number 2. So this is one of the reasons China did awfully well, Economic disruption, And if you look at Forbes ranking the richest people in mainland China, this is also fascinating from scholar point of view. Look at 10 richest people in mainland China in 2010. Then you look at 10 richest people today. Only 1 remained as top 10. From scholar point of view, that's very beautiful. That's mobility. I don't want to see the 10 people, the richest people in China forever. Our unicorn program has played a crucial role in generating what I call a new generation disruptors. We want to have new companies that can disrupt Alibaba, they can disrupt Tencent, they can disrupt TikTok. So that's one of the key ideas of this disruption program. Of course, US has an unmatchable capability in innovations globally. And then this is reflected by Nobel Prize winners, as well as what I call groundbreaking innovations, which is really, US is unique in that regard, so many companies, making so much a contribution globally. So China is noted for generating disruptions. American predominantly driven by disruptions. Innovations. Innovation, disruption, not the same thing. You look at Europe, Japan. They're excellent in innovations. They don't do well in disruptions. Italy, number 8 economy globally, did not have a single unicorn about 6-8 months ago. So I visit Italy multiple times. I say, you guys need to work hard to generate a few of them, number 8 economy, otherwise this is embarrassing, So we need a new money, new kids on the block for social mobility, Social mobility very important, and including Singapore, the 4th, 5th generation, if children don't see a chance moving up, it could be a problem for the government, for the ruling party, So this program is hugely welcome globally. And if you compare China and India, and it's very interesting comparison, And in 1978, GDP per capita of China was lower than that of the U.S. That of India, So, but today, China's GDP is just more than 5 times bigger than that of India. One reason is the disruptions, not always Tata reliance. You know what I mean? Okay, always new kids on the block. That's something I want to see from a business school point of view. So I'm the founding dean of the business school. I served as a dean for over 21 years. So I'm an entrepreneur myself, So when I set up the business school, I want our business school to be a groundbreaking innovation in management education. So I targeted top of the pyramid. 2015, I started with new money, unicorns. Those 2 segments, not focused by any business school in a serious way. Whole new market, So look at the unicorns. Yeah. Now you know the background of unicorns. The issue, the reason I want to promote a new generation unicorn is, okay, neoliberalism has done so much contribution for wealth, for GDP, even for social advancement, for poverty elevation. But the downside of neoliberalism is income inequality. China, United States, among the worst. Arguably, economically, China, United States, the most capitalist country on earth economically. In China, we invest so little in education, healthcare. We don't compare well with Russia or Brazil, the BRICS. Okay, I have all the data to prove my point, So the Gini coefficient, among the worst globally, the ugly side of neoliberalism, So the Chinese Gini coefficient has been higher than 0.4, the alert level, for over 2 decades, among the worst. Same thing for the United States, So, on social mobility, China, U.S. don't do well. So this is the background for my new unicorn program, what I call the next generation unicorns. I would like to have 3 key elements. Every one, we emphasize social purpose. Not only you make money, you'll be a new billionaire, which is fine, should be congratulated. At the same time, you got to demonstrate elements of social purpose. And secondly, global responsibility. Many of the issues are truly global in nature. We need a next generation business truly global in responsibility in that regard. A long-term perspective. I look at the political system, economic system everywhere. They're truly myopic, whether Western democracies or authoritarian. 5 years for Korea, 4 years term for US, 2 terms maximum. Present value, discounted cash flows. In business, 10 years, we talk long-term planning. Give me a break, long-term planning, Who cares about issue of relevance 200 years later? Any prime minister, any president. Whatever he or she does, totally voluntary. No long-term incentive whatsoever, provided anywhere, any system, political, economical, east or west. Okay. So I started this in China about 2015. We work with the top companies. Our secret is only targeting founder, co-founders, a company with A-series funding. Baidu, C-series funding. And JD.com, Alibaba, TikTok, is a non-degree program. So about 3 days a module, a total of 6 modules. 1 module every quarter. We did awfully well in China. We have founder, co-founders, 151 unicorns participated in our program, including Pinduoduo. The most popular downloaded app in the United States is Temu, Pinduoduo, outperform any of the U.S. company in the U.S. market. It's coming from our unicorn program. And some more recent ones. For the past 2 or 3 years, we're expanding this program globally. So this is what we have done last year in Dubai, in Singapore, in Korea. Dubai was UAE government. In Korea was Ministry of SMEs, and then Seoul municipal government, and the top financial newspaper of Korea. And in Milan, and this is a luxury management. We Chinese always think about lower prices. In Italy or France, even in what I call non-mainstream sectors, they always think about selling the higher prices, value competition. That's what I like, And then Stanford Engineering last year, and also Berkeley Engineering, I forgot to put on there. So this year, we have, with Columbia University, this is engineering school, a whole university actually. This is a predominantly digital transformation, AI, Then in France, in Paris, with ESCP, and then the UK in healthcare, and UC San Diego in biotech. UC San Diego, one of the best in the United States in biotech, And then DC, Johns Hopkins, it's going to be October sometime. Berlin, ESMT. Then we have 2 programs with Stanford. One with Stanford Engineering is AI focused. Another one is on sustainability. So I was very interested in many company into sustainability. Duer and his friend gave $1.8 billion set up the school in Stanford. So we do 2 programs with them. One is the forum, November this year, and 2 days forum, 4 days training, 60 participants, forum 500. Next year, this year's training, we're targeting chairman, CEO, the very top company, traditional energy companies, new energy, EVs, all the stuff like that. Next year, March, our co-branded program, we're targeting unicorns in sustainability sector. So we have 2 programs with dual schools of Stanford, And the last one with UNESCO, this folks in Africa. I hope we can help to generate more unicorn companies from Africa with folks on women leadership as well, not only just the unicorns, So with our success in China, we have been expanding globally. We're doing well. So conceptually, there's a regional focus like UAE, Middle East, the GCC, Singapore, and next year Latin America. And I was talking to one of the top schools here. I hope it's a program in Sydney next year, not this year, next year as well. And the second one is luxury management. That's a Bocconi University in Italy. The next one is life science healthcare. We have program in UK, a top school in the US, biotech, healthcare. And then the last one is a tech-driven, You see Berkeley Engineering, Columbia, and Stanford Engineering. And I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you again for inviting me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ping Shang. How great was that? We will now be having our first break, and we'll reconvene at 11:20. So Steve will ring the bell 2-3 minutes before we have to come into this room. So make sure you listen to that, and please be back by 11:20. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break. To resume our presentations, I'd like to welcome Martin Stein, CFO of Altec Batteries.
Hello, everyone. So what's the future of grid storage batteries? Well, first of all, before we talk about the future of grid storage batteries, I want to discuss lithium-ion batteries and the shortcomings that we're seeing with this product. Namely, first of all, the fire and explosion proof. The fires and explosions we're seeing with the lithium-ion batteries, they have a liquid electrolyte that's causing the fires. They're also limited in their temperature range. They generally operate from 15 degrees to 35 degrees. They fall outside of that, they lose capacity. And they have limited lives of about 8 years because of the degradation of lithium. Lithium-ion batteries also rely upon a lot of raw materials. They're reliant upon the lithium supply chain. They're reliant upon the graphite supply chain. We have 90% of the world's graphite being sourced from China. China has recently said that they're looking to restrict the export sales of graphite, which is going to put pressure on lithium-ion batteries. They also use cobalt. A lot of the world's cobalt, in fact 70% of the world's cobalt, is sourced from the Democratic Republic of Congo, which we know has got ethical and supply chain risks. And they also use a lot of copper. We don't know if the world's got enough copper coming online to support the electrification. So is there a battery that is completely fire and explosion proof, that has a large operating temperature range, that can last for 15 years and importantly doesn't have any of the supply chain risks of lithium, cobalt, graphite, copper or manganese? This is Altec's product. It's called the Cerenergy battery and it's a salt battery using sodium chloride and nickel powder. The battery was developed over the last 8 years by the world-leading German research and development institute that is government-owned in Germany called Fraunhofer. They're very reputable. They have 30,000 employees. They have 76 research institutes throughout Germany, and the battery uses common table salt or sodium chloride. Now, because the Cerenergy battery doesn't have a liquid electrolyte, it uses solid-state technology. It can be used in a wide range of temperatures from -40 to +60 degrees. We can take this battery to any geographical location in the world and the temperature won't impact on the capacity of the battery. So let's talk about how this battery works. And I brought a cell with me today. That's a 250 watt cell. It's about the equivalent of a solar panel on the roof. Now how this works is it has a solid electrolyte made of ceramic inside the cell. Inside of that we stick a positive terminal which is made of nickel, and then we flood that cell with salt, sodium chloride and nickel powder. That sits inside a stainless steel canister. That's what the finished cell looks like. That's the building block to the battery. Now, the technology is really cool. We heat this battery from underneath using heating pads. That causes a chemical reaction between the sodium chloride and the nickel powder. The chloride ions will stick to the nickel powder and the sodium ions will migrate through the ceramic electrolyte and they form a self-forming anode between the stainless steel canister and the ceramic electrolyte. That's why we don't need any cobalt, copper, graphite or manganese. There's no cathode, so to speak. The anode is self-forming sodium molten, and this technology was developed by Fraunhofer, the German government research institute. And this is the problem that we're looking to solve. This is what a grid storage battery is. As the world's transitioning to electrification of its energy solutions, it's ramping up the production of solar and wind, but so much so that the grids at the moment can't support all of this renewable energy. It's being discharged to the ground. It's costing countries a lot of money. California's wasting $3 billion worth of renewable energy every year because the grids can't take it and there's nowhere to store it. The next thing will be that EVs are coming online and they're charging. Now they'll be required to charge generally from batteries, not from the grids. So the next stage in the renewable energy transition story is to have industrial grid batteries put onto the grid. They'll be able to store the surplus of renewable energy that's produced intermittently. For example, solar that's produced during the day in surplus, it'll be stored in the batteries, it'll be returned to the grids at night time when that energy isn't being produced but it's required. Exactly the same concept to a residential house that might have solar panels on the roof and wants a battery to store it. This is what's happening around the world with grids. So as I mentioned before, Altec's joint venture partner is Fraunhofer. Now Fraunhofer have spent the last 8 years developing this product. They have done all the research and development and tested the product. Now the joint venture with Altec is to scale up this product to a 120 megawatt hour plant to be built on Altec's land. We have 14 hectares in the state of Saxony in Germany. We'll be building a 120 megawatt hour plant to prove up this technology. The joint venture also allows for the worldwide rights for licensing, manufacturing and distribution. We think there's a global market for this product. Grid storage batteries are growing at 28% compound annual growth rate. But first of all, we have to get the 120 megawatt hour plant up and running, and then we can take it from there. We're speaking to the German state and government banks as well as the European investment banks in relation to grants and subsidies. So far, they've been very supportive of this product. Obviously, having the German government as our joint venture partner, we think we're in a pretty good position to get funding by way of grants and subsidies to assist in constructing this plant. We're also talking to 2 German utility providers that are making the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy about offtake. They've expressed a lot of interest in taking this product. We think 1 or 2 customers in the first instance will take the entire offtake. This is just some of Fraunhofer's facilities that they've got in Hermsdorf in Germany. Now these are 2 60 kilowatt hour battery packs. We're making prototypes of 2 of these. We'll be providing these to the potential customers for their real world testing. The final product is this C container designed 1 megawatt hour battery pack. That's a plug and play design. It can be assembled at our factory, transported to the customer's premises, dropped onto the grid. Within 5 minutes, it'll be able to provide 1 megawatt hour of battery capacity to the grid. So we've appointed all of our German suppliers that have come recommended from Fraunhofer. These are some of the world's best engineering and robotics companies. They come from a background knowledge of the robotics used for the motor vehicle industry in Germany. We've assembled a very good team, some very, very good suppliers here. This will be a state-of-the-art facility. It'll be producing the cells 1 every 45 seconds. Now, the plant is designed to have fully renewable power. It also has a recycling facility. This product is fully recyclable. The Cerenergy battery is fully recyclable. So the plant will be a cradle-to-grave design. It meets all the ESG criteria, which is very important these days. So Altec Batteries is an Australian Securities Exchange listed company. It's on the ASX with the code ATC. That's ATC. We have a market cap of $130 million. And we invite all interested parties to come along and be part of the grid storage future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Next up, we have Dr. Jamie Platt, PhD, CEO and Managing Director from Pictor.
Well, here's a sobering statistic from the World Health Organization. Less than half of the world's population has access to the health services they need. About 100 million people each year are pushed into extreme poverty due to this lack of access. And lest I leave you with the impression this is just an issue for the developing world, even in the US, with more than 70% of the diagnostics market, there are only 30% of people have access to the right testing. My name is Dr. Jamie Platt, CEO of Pictor, and we are transforming health for all with one platform. We are seeking a $13.4 million equity investment, with $9.3 of this already raised. Funds will be used to accelerate our product pipeline, reach commercial milestones, and demonstrate the value of our platform for higher valuation. Our management team is comprised of proven global life science leaders with expertise in diagnostics and other of the most relevant sectors. You can see from the backgrounds represented in the logos that we've assembled a world-class team with a mix of academic and commercial horsepower. I personally have extensive experience in genomics and early cancer diagnostics, and these are, of course, areas where solutions are based on complex and expensive technology. So currently, only accessible to a few. While I've led 2 exits in genomics for a combined $1 billion, I am especially keen to lead this transformation through Pictor's cost-effective platform, a proteomics platform which offers unrivaled accessibility through price, performance, and productivity. We have a $172 billion total market opportunity, primarily through 2 main verticals. In the animal health and human health space. We currently have 3 on-market products and a robust product pipeline. Our PicVet portfolio is comprised of livestock and companion animal segments, very large markets. Our PicHealth portfolio has huge addressable market opportunities in areas like immunology, infectious diseases, and metabolic. We also plan to add oncology to our product development pipeline later this year, another growing market segment with pent-up demand for rapid, affordable testing. So with one platform, we are addressing multiple market segments and massive market sizes. Our platform also provides us with multiple revenue streams, allowing us to de-risk the business. In addition to revenue from our diversified animal and human health products, we will have revenue from licensing, instrument sales, and services. Our services include developing custom panels, and we're currently in discussions with several labs in the US and New Zealand towards this effort. Ultimately, we have one platform with 2 massive vertical markets, multiple products, and multiple revenue streams. So one platform with multiple shots on goal. So what is our platform? Our platform, it has 4 key components: the content or protein signatures, the picked array and consumables, the picked imager reader that detects the signatures, and the pictorial software that takes the output from the picked imager reader and analyzes and reports the result. This platform is why Pictor has been recognized as a key player in the $1.2 billion ELISA market. By printing an array of proteins in the bottom of each well of a 96-well plate, our picked array provides higher diagnostic yield. However, the game changer really here lies in our ability to do this all from a simple saliva sample. This negates the need for the invasive and cumbersome process of drawing blood, stabilizing it, and then processing it in the lab even before testing can begin. Saliva is clearly a better option for patients who can avoid a needle stick, and a better option for labs who will save time and money associated with specimen processing. So the Pictor platform can truly address the sobering statistic from the World Health Organization. We will improve access to health services, ensure more people have access to the right diagnostics, and transform health for all. Our platform addresses multiple challenges across the diagnostic continuum, from the simple and low-cost traditional methods on the left to the highly complex and very expensive application of proteomics on the right. With the traditional method, one sample is applied to one well of a plate that has been coated with one protein, providing a single result. With the Pictor platform, one sample is applied to one well of our picked array, providing many results at the same cost. Finally, at the highest complexity end of the continuum, representative proteomics platforms like Olink and SomaLogic provide many results with multiplexing in the thousands, but with a very high cost per sample, hundreds of times that of the traditional method. The Pictor platform can provide proteomic results at a fraction of the cost, without the complexity of the other platforms. And I need to highlight 2 deals in 2023 along this continuum, which are Abcam, that was acquired by Danaher for $5.7 billion on the traditional side, and Olink, acquired by Thermo Fisher for $3.1 billion on the proteomics side. These deals give us confidence that we will be able to provide our shareholders with an attractive return on investment within 2 to 3 years. Our go-to-market strategy leverages this diagnostic continuum with a focus on sustaining innovation for market disruption rather than market creation. Our approach is to take existing market share in the traditional sector, which has pent-up demand for more cost-effective products. We are also taking market share in the middle of this continuum in the multiplex immunodiagnostic sector. And finally, the proteomics sector is a developing market, but increasingly gaining interest for integration into genomics for a more comprehensive multi-omics approach. In proteomics, we are letting others lead the clinical market creation. Later, we will swoop in and disrupt the market through price and productivity. All of 3 of these sectors across this diagnostic continuum have massive market sizes and significant compound annual growth projected over the next 10 years. Our go-to-market strategy leverages our platform focus for multiple growth opportunities. Our ability to deliver on our go-to-market strategy is clearly enabled by the multiplexing capabilities which drive operational scaling. By providing multiple results at a lower price, we provide value based on price, productivity, and performance. But it's not just the Pictor array which brings this advantage. Sorry, it's not quite going. There we go. Our PictImager and pictorial software are key contributors to our platform. The PictImager can read 96 samples in 30 seconds compared to other readers that take over 4 minutes. The price of our reader is also more attractive than the competition, at a few $1,000s versus $30,000. We have designed and own the IP on our PictImager, adding to the value of our integrated platform. Our proprietary pictorial software pairs seamlessly with the PictImager, providing read to results in less than 1 minute for 96 samples. There we go. As you've seen, we have some extensive IP around our platform with a mix of licenses, trade secrets, know-how, and patents. We've had 16 patents issued and 5 patent applications are in review. Our extensive IP portfolio helps secure our current and future roadmap. I'm pleased to present an equity investment opportunity, there we go, sorry, of $9.4 million with preferred shares to close out our $13.4 million round. Share price is $1 per share on a $34.6 million pre-money valuation, with 1 stapled option for every $2 invested. While we've already raised 70% of this round, we plan to use the additional capital to bridge achievement of near-term commercial milestones and accelerate our product development pipeline to demonstrate the value of the Pictor platform. We look forward to seeing you at Table 13 if you have questions or interest in investing or partnering with us on our mission to transform health for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jamie. Next, I'd like to invite John Barraclough, co-founder and executive chair from UAG Bio Nutrients.
Good morning. I'm John Barraclough. I'm here with my co-founder Peter Fusarelli, and our company is Unsurpassed Australian Grown Bionutrients, Unsurpassed Australian Grown Bionutrients, or UAG Bio Nutrients. We take any organic waste and we mine it to produce clean energy and biological fertiliser using natural processes, modernised and upgraded. We've proven this process in our laboratories and test and demonstration facility up in the Northern Rivers of New South Wales, and we have a very strong team of engineers and scientists up there. We're building our first scaled facility on a beef feedlot in the western end of the Riverina, and we have also built our first manufacturing hub for our unique components. We have a strong domestic sales pipeline beyond this project, and we have global interest. So we think we're on our way to delivering our vision, which is to feed the world from waste to plate healthily, profitably and sustainably. And if we want regenerative ag to work, sustainability and profitability have to meet, because we're asking farmers to make a huge transition. In broadacre, it's a 5 to 7 year process. In intensive horticulture, you might get it done in 3. We're trying to do it on a disrupted farm at the moment ourselves. Oh, hold on, let me... the opportunity. Pete and I started this 9 years ago, and the company was formed 6 years ago. And some of you in the audience will join me in remembering this singer, but when thinking about the opportunity as we developed our technology and built our company, I've often been reminded of the lyrics of the 1970s folk singer Joni Mitchell in her hit song Big Yellow Taxi. Hey farmer, farmer, put away the DDT now. Have spots on your apples and live with the birds and the bees. Don't it always seem to go that we don't know what we've got till it's gone? And we're sitting here 50 years on with the climate going, the soil going and food security going. So we process any organic waste to transform soils back to a healthy living environment. Since World War II, we've put synthetics, chemicals in and fed the plant, not the soil. We've destroyed carbon efficiency, living organisms in soil and water efficiency. There are enormous global drivers. In 2015, the UN declared it the Year of the Soil, predicting that if we didn't change farming practice and soil health, we wouldn't feed ourselves in 2060 as a global issue. And then there's a few climate goals coming to play, as everyone's been talking about this morning. We're protecting our technology in 3 ways. We've just passed international examination last year and we're rolling out the first patent globally. We have trade secrets on what we do, and we, as I mentioned, do proprietary manufacturing of our own key components. So what do? We take any organic waste, put it through our staged, modular, scalable process and produce multiple sources of income. In engaging with our beloved politicians to get planning rules out of the way so we can accelerate, I talk about it as very large Lego blocks in 4 stages. They're steel cells, 36 by 6 by 6. Oops, I'll come to what we do. And it's an interesting process because we have multiple sources of income. In councils and for sewerage, which is our holy grail because it's the world's most consistent supply of organic waste, we're paid to take the waste. We earn from the clean energy, we earn from the fertilisers, and a byproduct is food-grade CO2, as it was for one of the earlier presentations. And our first carbon credits are registered with the Clean Energy Regulator, and we've got more to come. We target co-location with large-scale waste producers. When you've got 30,000 head of cattle in a beef feedlot and we build alongside, there's no issue with waste. We're only building a small project, 2,000 square metres, 1 storey high, to prove all the modules at scale. So the more waste, the more modules, and we have inbuilt redundancy at every stage in what we do. So what we've done is integrate and modernise old technology. Our protected process, as I mentioned before, we take waste in and we prepare it quite differently. We then go into a 3-stage horizontal anaerobic digestion process, and then we use the digestate out of that to feed industrial scale worm farms. They're in 2 by 2 metal modules sitting in the steel cells with 112 of them with automatic remote control on every module. One of my favourite academic papers from 2008 says you cannot integrate anaerobic digestion and vermiculture because you kill the worms. We've proven that you can, and it's now patented. And as I said, we just want consistent supply of organic waste. We've spent about $20 million to get to this point. We are going to spend another 10, which we're raising now to finish the project down at Hay. This is a snapshot of that project. All the parts are on site, and it's now build, commission, and operate. This is a snapshot, and I've got to be really careful here if we treat it as a standalone special purpose company and we don't pay the overheads in the group and all that stuff. In other words, if we were to sell it. We're using 3,400 tonne of wet input. The next stage, and that replaces 300,000 litres of diesel in the milling system on the feedlot. Our next stage is to use the waste from 30,000 head. The licence is out to 60,000 head. That will replace 3 million litres of diesel on the farm. We capture just under 11,000 tonnes of carbon. Ours is a carbon negative process. There's no noise, no odour and no waste. We recycle everything. At the moment, after a year of fun and games, registering, we have our first carbon credits registered with the Clean Energy Regulator. And for anyone else who's been through that process, I sympathise, we're learning. We are now about to go into the process of registering far more carbon credits as a basis for expansion. But the key metrics are shown here, and those internal rates of return and that EBITDA is based on this project only at a 15% discount to our regional competitors in each income stream: the fertiliser, power, carbon credits and the CO2. The guy who backed us is a very innovative farmer. He's got his own box beef brand being distributed globally. Ron gets it because he's about to be hit with Scope 3 emissions for his exports. We also power our own process and then sell the rest. And the next project we're looking at, we're about to submit a feasibility proposal to one of the largest coal mines in the Hunter Valley to take the Hunter Valley's food and garden waste. This one's 2,200 square metres, 1 storey high. If we took the food and garden waste out of Newcastle and Lake Macquarie, it's 300,000 tonnes a year. People talked about the amount of it earlier. The state government in New South Wales in their plan has banned composting at council level by 2030. So the returns are great. They will drop over time when we completely disrupt the 6 million tonne Australian synthetic fertiliser market, and that's the goal. So that's where we sit right now. We're raising 10 million to finish this, then we're doing a larger raise, but we're also in the stream for a large number of government grants. So we would welcome you to come and ask any questions you have of Pete or I. Pete's the inventor and the science and engineering brain. Put your hand up, Pete. Go and quiz him. You'll get a lot of detail. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, John. Next up, we have Peter Goyen, CEO and founder from Waypoint Solutions.
Hi, everyone. My name's Peter Goyen. I'm here from Waypoint Solutions, and thank you, John. I believe that was a very nice segue into my conversation as well, so I really appreciate it. So the opportunity today to B2B agritech, manufacturing high-value products for export from seaweed. So this powder from seaweed, we manufacture it and sell it to the producers of the end products, bioplastics, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals, biofactories, energy generation. That would be a bit of an overkill for this one. This is a bit high value, but seaweed certainly fits into it. So this opportunity, we're not creating it, it already exists. There are already companies growing seaweed and there are already companies turning that seaweed into this sort of feedstock. But what we see now is the opportunity for the companies that are going to and need to, as has been talked about, use these natural product feedstocks to replace the fossil fuels that they're currently using. So it's a good story in many different conversations. I believe you can also use it in batteries, but unproven. So that's why I'm here. And next. Okay, forward, thank you. So what are the benefits of using processed seaweed? They cover environment, production, and socio-economic. So from an environmental point of view, sustainable production. From an upscaling production point of view, some advanced technology, supporting new infrastructure builds, and that becomes important when we go back and say, areas I've been to recently, Timor-Leste, they're desperate to get good export quality manufacturing going, and this brings some very nice technology, very nice infrastructure builds to that sort of a location. And from socio-economic point of view, at the top, food security. Although I talk about value-add products, these are the ones that generate revenue, $200 per kilo US, potentially, if you get the specification right. There is obviously food benefits as well, packaged food from seaweed. And again, that's an existing market, it's around. So the how. In moving around the region, Malaysia, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, I've been talking to community and government representatives. Government representatives are very enthusiastic for revenue generating, export generating opportunities. The communities see the benefits, not just employment, there is also skills, upskilling, universities are on board. So there's been a lot of groundwork to make sure that if we go into an area that there is adoption of this whole idea for the community and the local people. Engaging the suppliers, I've talked to 2 companies in Europe. An important point on this one, differentiator, this is onshore cultivation of seaweed. So there are other conversations going on about growing large hectares of seaweed. That's a story, it's to be told, and it will happen. But this particular one to start with is about onshore cultivation and processing. Nice, neat, quality controlled, because we need the quality to sell to the manufacturers. And briefing potential investors. Here we are. It is an early stage, by the way. The team, people that I've been talking to and bringing into this picture include people with experience already running projects and delivering into communities and the challenges that brings. University in Malaysia. Dr. Adibi is one of the global experts in this space, and this is his. I actually stole it from him. So this is being made in his lab in Malaysia today. And the other mix is people who already know seaweed industry from a marketing, sales point of view as well. I'm a project manager. Excuse me, got to have milestones. So to set it out, I call it a pilot in going with partners that exist, already doing this in Europe. Pilot's a bit of a misnomer because it already works. So you're not doing proof of concept, it needs to be piloted in the location to make sure that it's viable, and then move on to larger scale commercialisation. The traction we have so far, it's taken me a few years, but we're getting there, is I've got example candidate sites identified, including talking to the owners of that land and the government agencies about permissions and all that sort of thing. Talking to local businesses, even accounting and consulting, contracting businesses, resources, the people needed, making sure that they're all engaged early in this process. And doing forecasts, land lease, wages, other local costs. I can't take a model from Europe and just drop it into somewhere in Timor-Leste or Malaysia or Indonesia. The costs are different, but we're working on that. And the expertise in the team includes that governance and community engagement, which is always important. Seaweed cultivation and processing. One of the people I didn't mention is a company called EvoWare in Indonesia. They are actually a potential buyer of this product. So they currently don't use this particular powder, but they certainly use seaweed, processed seaweed, to produce natural product packaging. So they're doing very simple packaging, moving towards trying to do the nirvana of wrapping as well, made out of seaweed and other natural products. The research and design, very important, coming out of University of Malaya particularly. Dr. Adibi is a leader in this area, and that's currently running right now. These are funded R&D group there. I'll show some estimates. Qualified, these come from existing companies who have this factory in place in Europe, and they actually produce, I've actually cut the numbers back because they produce more than this and their revenue is higher. Algae Plus in Europe is currently spending another 10 million euro to expand their business, double it. Again, project manager, 3 to 6 months, site validation and pilot need to be done, obviously, standard steps, then commercialise. Bottom line, the ask. Initially, around 100K is for the feasibility approvals. That's what's required now to move to the next step. This looks good. Need to actually go in and do that paperwork and be organised. After that, there are a couple of raises mentioned. But I must mention, there's no valuation on this company yet, so how this money is this amount is created, I'm open to assistance with that from investors as well, investor partners in this. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Next up, we have Tom Kaska, co-founder and CEO from Aerologix.
Hi everyone, how are you going? Hope everyone's having a good day. Oh, thanks, yeah, I might need that. I'm Tom Kaska, co-founder and CEO of Aerologix. Before we get into it, I want to explain what aerial intelligence is. So aerial intelligence is basically images captured from aircraft or satellites, or in our case, drones. So the images from these machines can be extremely useful to derive insights for the natural and built environments. So what's Aerologix? We're a platform, we're democratising the collection of aerial intelligence via an Uber-like network of drone pilots. We don't own any drones, or we don't have any overheads associated with running a drone company. We've built apps, iOS and Android, and some deep tech which integrates with the Civil Aviation Safety Authority Digital Sky Network. It's a B2B play, B2B SaaS, B2C and DaaS, which is drones as a service, and also software as a service. We've built a network of over 33,000 drone pilots over the last 3 years throughout Australia and New Zealand. Drone pilots can download our app on the App Store or Google Play and can sign up for free. So what problem are we solving? There's millions of asset owners around the world who need a solution to inspect their asset portfolio in an attempt to reach net zero by 2030 for maintenance purposes, upgrades and optimisation. Satellites can't provide the granular information they need, and they can't provide enough detail, nor can aircraft. And it's very cost prohibitive to try and set up an enormous drone operation. So think of a company like PG&E Holdings, who have millions of kilometres of transmission wires that need inspecting. How can you do this? So our solution was to set up an Uber for drone network. Like I mentioned, we've captured over 33,000 drone pilots from novice to advanced. So we cater for all sorts of different drone pilots who can sign up on our platform and become an available resource. This is how it works. You can log into the platform, order direct, or you can order on our web app. The pilots are geolocated, ideally near the assets, and then they're dispatched for the project. The data is then presented back to the customer in a purpose-built portal. We've also been building some deep tech using artificial intelligence and machine learning to fully understand what the data is. So we produce complex 3D models of mine sites, telecommunication towers, and all sorts of other assets. So you can think of it like a Google Earth on steroids. We've got some pretty good customers. Our launch customer was Nokia. They came to us with a problem statement. They had 1,000 assets. They needed to do the 5G upgrade all over Australia. We used a distribution network of drone pilots to 3D model the telecommunication towers. And we also built some other technology which interacts with the drone, which will auto-fly the drone around these assets. So the drone pilot doesn't really even have to do much. They just need to download our app. We've been working in the mining sector as well with Downer and Rio Tinto and some others. We just did a large project with Iberdrola where we scanned 25,000 hectares for the development of the Mount James wind farm. Some of our drone pilots are earning some pretty good money on our network. Our star pilot, or our maverick pilot, earned $450,000, which is pretty good for a part-time gig. So how do we make money? We take a 60% cut from the enterprise projects, so working with the Nokias, the TPGs, the Telstras, and on our platform orders, so direct peer-to-peer from customer straight to the drone pilot, where we zero touch for us, we take 30%. We recently acquired a mapping company out of South America called Mapper, and we've rebranded it to Aerologix Maps, so we can then offer that to the drone pilots as a further SaaS model. We've built Aerologix Flyer, which is another app using deep tech and AI, which can auto-fly the drone. And we've also got alternate revenue streams with partner programs, drone insurance companies, drone hardware, drone training, and we've signed a major contract with Getty Images. We also do data processing and visualization, and then on-sell that information to consumers. The revenue and forecast, we're starting to see some traction in the various revenue streams. We have 5 independent revenue streams, and what we've discovered, they all sort of work together. So the more enterprise projects we get, we're matching supply and demand across the network, and we're also seeing a rapid uptake with our new mapping product as well. We've launched that globally. So where to next for Aerologix? Well, we want to monetize the geospatial data we already have. So you can imagine with the thousands of flights that we're doing, we're capturing a lot of information. We want to use artificial intelligence, machine learning to fully understand that. We're in talks with multiple data companies to further monetize that. We're building independently our own AI, which will become another revenue stream. And of course, we want to scale globally. So we have 2 large principal investors. We've got Elliston Capital and Nightingale Partners. Collectively, between them, we've raised $7 million. And they're doing follow-on investment in this round. I'm looking to raise $4 million, which will get us to profitability for a really large Series A. There's my contact details. I'd love to see you. I'm at booth 29. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next up, we have Richard Palmer, partner from Horizontwo Capital Partners.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Palmer. I'm a partner at Horizontwo Capital Partners. A couple of my other partners, Tim and Paul, are with us today. Unfortunately, Jens and Andrew Liveris can't be with me today. Andrew, as you may know, is the current chair of the Olympic bid in Australia and also the ex-CEO and president of Dow Chemicals. We're a private equity firm that invests in complex businesses with simple profits. We're a private equity business that invests in management teams who have got a scaled and track record of building businesses outside of Australia. And today, I'd like to talk to you about this device. Imagine, what if I told you this device was the most complex device that you'd probably see today? But if I also told you that this device could capture the image and the identity of anyone in any country, anywhere around the world, in a mobile environment? What if I also told you that there were over 20,000 of these devices in play around the world at present, with customers such as the FBI, Homeland Security, humanitarian agencies, and a range of commercial partners in the Gulf states? The business I'm talking to you about today that produces the device is Grabber Technologies, and we've got the pleasure of bringing you an opportunity to invest up to $10 million for a preference round that we're doing to take the business to the next scale. Grabber Technologies is a business with a 40-year pedigree. It's a merger of Grabber, a device manufacturing business, and Crystalade, who is an electronics business, for many years was the producer of the cochlear implants for the global market. Over the last 4 years, the team has invested over $12 million in research, IP, and market development, and at the moment in this financial year is forecast to do between $16 and $18 million revenue and $4 to $4.5 million worth of profit. The opportunity that the business faces at the moment is to scale its operations and take advantage of the sales pipeline that it has, which is over $65 million at present. As of today, it's got $14.5 million worth of secured orders and invoices, and it's got customers in the UAE, it's commercial customers in the US with the Homeland Security and the FBI, and a range of other partners, global customers in Europe. In addition, its services, it's got a partnership with the Australian Defence Force here in Australia and is currently working on a range of projects with the Defence Force and the Australian government. The biggest challenge it faces at the moment is to meet the demand that the mobile biometric market is placing to it. And as a result, it's looking to develop a growth strategy to take account of that growth. 3 clear target markets. The first in the US is with the border protection agencies and state police forces. It currently has customers in the US and thousands of devices in play. The second market that is targeting is in the Gulf states. Currently, it's in the United Arab Emirates and works with some of the largest commercial players, including the 2 largest telcos in that market. And it's looking to scale into the balance of the Gulf state markets, a market which is 5 times larger than the market it's currently servicing. Lastly, the capital will be used to expand its domestic operations, and in particular to support the contracts that it's in the process of winning with the Australian Defence Force. So Horizontwo is backing the current management team to deliver on this growth strategy, and we are proud to be partnering with the management team to do that. And that's predominantly the reason that we love this opportunity. We love the industry. We think it's a growing, defensible industry. We all need to know who we're acting with when we have commercial or security-based interactions. We think the market is scaled. It's over $50 billion worldwide at the moment, and the technology has deep tech and IP within it and is leading the world in this space. It's got sticky clients that purchase significant volumes of devices at very high margin. It's very profitable when you sell one of these devices into the market. The predominant reason we're investing, however, is in the management team. So we have Ross McKinnon, the founder and the major shareholder in the room here today. Ross has a background of scaling international businesses, first with Michael Hill International, more recently with Fusionsoft, another real success story in Australian technology. He's put together a world-class team of individuals, including John Carter, the CEO, currently in the US, who have a track record of growing and scaling global companies. The goal is pretty simple. It's with the growth strategy and the capital we're about to raise to double revenue to over $35 million, double profit, and double the devices in the market in the next 3 years, and provide a platform for growth which allows this business to continue to scale and hopefully dominate this space in the years to come. As I said, this is a $10 million round for 28% of the company. $4 million has been committed to date, and I hear overnight we might have secured some more investors, which is fantastic. As a private equity firm, we pride ourselves in protecting capital. This is not a venture round. This is a private equity play into a business which is profitable and growing and needs growth capital and capability. And as a result, we've secured a range of capital protection for the deal. This is a preference round with strong investor protections. The team is here to talk to you all today about the technology, about the team, about the opportunity, and we'd love to see you at booth 23 and ask any questions and talk to you more about the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Now get excited for our first panel of the day, Ventures Capital and Private Equity Investment Trends panel, moderated by Chris Titley, director at Sub 11. Joining him are industry experts, Paul Cooper, chairman of Horizontwo Capital Partners Pty Ltd, James Johnston, investment director of NAP Venture, Jesse Wu, partner at Afterwork Venture, Glenn Butcher, CEO and Managing Director of Fund Western Australia, and Dr. Joseph D. Mokanu, Managing Partner of Verge Health Tech Fund.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone can hear me okay? Good, excellent. So we've got a panel of 5 and one with a broken ankle. So Glenn will, got to let Glenn sit here, not walk the furthest, surely, come on. Lots to unpack in half an hour. So we're going to get straight to it. You can Google these people and find out their backgrounds and their intros and LinkedIn them, connect them, and etc. We're going to go straight to Paul, because your business was up front just before pitching PE. What's happening in the PE world, Paul?
So there's a lot happening in the PE, always has been. I'll start off just quickly, talk about the differentiation, and thanks everyone for attending this event, and thanks Steve for hosting. We've got VC and PE people up here. I'm from PE side. You heard one of my partners up here talking about Grabber. VCs, early stage, smaller check size, shorter term investment. PE, larger check size, longer term, and are investing in more complex businesses. As Richard explained, we invest in companies that are already trading, already profitable, and already looking for global expansion. So that's the first stages. Rather than VC, which is around ideation through activation and implementation, our work is around commercialization, scaling, and realization. So it's the next phase down. So the other things we look at is we look at strong thematic investment styles, Chris, and making sure that we're focused in very carefully on exactly what we do and what we don't do. So we kick out a lot of investments. We've looked at around 800 already. We kick a lot out on the basis that it's outside of our investment thematic. And we are focused, as Richard said, on companies that make things, companies that are growing, and companies that are building complex products that have a really good IP moat.
And Paul, the team that you have when putting a check in to a company, what else can you offer besides money and what you call smart capital?
So what we're offering, because each of us involved in the company have commercial experience. So I've been in the US for nearly 20 years. I've been in Europe for more than 20 years. I still have companies in both those markets, profitably trading and growing. I have my electronics production facility in Sri Lanka in a factory I own over there, and I have 88 staff there at the moment and growing rapidly, and I've been in Australia for 32 years in manufacturing. Andrew Liveris, former global head of Dow Chemical, one phone call away from any serious CEO anywhere in the world, and he's proven that with some of the contacts he's already made for our Investables. So the smart capital side of it is not just around the technical side, but it's the business acumen of being able to go into a market, form a company, get it right first time rather than backtracking and restarting that process.
Jesse, we'll go to you now in regards to your area of expertise, which is sort of pre-seed, early emerging tech. Can you talk about the trends that you're seeing there, and why should a company come to you as opposed to maybe a bigger behemoth?
Yeah, for sure. So for context, Afterwork Ventures is a $20 million fund, and we make investments in pre-seed to seed stage tech companies. It is in the ideation phase or the finding MVP, developing an MVP, finding product market fit stage. And our check sizes, the average check size is $250K, scaling up for $1 million when we double down in our high conviction bets. I think when startups are thinking about which funds to choose as their investors, looking at fund size as a proxy for fund strategy may be illuminating. So it's a lot easier to turn a $20 million fund into a 4 times fund into a $100 million outcome for our investors than it is to turn a $1 billion fund into a $5 billion fund. The delta in absolute value creation that you need to drive in an Australian tech startup just can't be denied, which means that when we make investments, we don't necessarily have to target companies that are shooting for the moon and wanting to become a unicorn or a decacorn. We can have a very good outcome for our fund if that company reaches, 20 million of EV and has a range of exits, including a listing or an acquisition. So that's something that I think startups should take into account.
And Jesse, the trends over the last couple of years, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we might have been talking about cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. Now everyone's talking about AI. Can you talk about some of the trends that you're seeing of the companies that you see and potentially invest in?
Yeah, for sure. What I've been thinking about a lot is, in VC in Australia, a lot of people say B2B SaaS is the best business model in the world. There's this business model that spits off 80% gross margins, it's recurring revenue, you can expand to the same customers, and it's a money generating machine, right? And I think that when you think about the fact that Coles is being dragged over the coals, for generating a 3.3% net profit margin, I think you look at something like those SaaS margins and you realize in some ways it's quite an immature business model that only cropped up in the last 15 years or so, and that the ability to have those 80% margins perhaps speaks to a lack of competition and a scarcity or cornered resources, like the ability of engineers to create software. And I think AI is potentially disrupting that strong, that ability to protect those gross margins, because the cost of developing software, the ability of engineers to leverage AI co-pilots to create really sophisticated feature-rich products is accelerating. So I think it's a question of, will SaaS companies be able to maintain their stronghold, and might we see different form factors of successful companies? Something we've been looking into is, for example, AI agents, which instead of SaaS, which puts a workflow on like guardrails, an AI agent is able to be a lot more flexible in executing against a command, and could be the next form factor of the next set of great companies.
And James, we've gone from sort of small venture capital and what Jesse's seeing to big behemoth companies that make, I don't know what NAB's profit was, of something maybe $6 billion a year. Now the venture arm of NAB, all the big 4 banks have got venture arms. Why should someone come to you, and what trends are you seeing in CVC? Just corporate venture capital, by the way.
Sure, thanks, Chris. Look, I think it's widely known there's been a bit of a correction in the VC and startup ecosystem, and I think in that climate we see that the value proposition that a strategic corporate VC fund like us can offer is more compelling with founders when they're looking for potential investors. And that's because basically NAB Ventures invests in startups that we look to partner with NAB, where we can drive revenue directly to the customer and also enhance the tech capabilities of NAB. And usually we'll do that in one of 2 ways, either where NAB is a direct paying customer of the startup, which is usually for sort of core foundational capabilities, so things like AI or cyber, Or secondly, if it's something more closely related to like fintech or banking, where we will become a distribution partner and we will sell the startup and its products onto our existing customer base, whether that's individuals or small businesses or up to corporates. And that's often a very efficient way for a startup to reach scale and to get sort of defensible distribution channels and a path to market. And in a climate now where there's growing pressure on achieving revenues, there's compression of valuation multiples, there's a need to show a path to profitability and unit economics, it's much more attractive to find these sorts of distribution partners than to sort of launch a direct sales to motion, a direct sales function to a large realm of existing customers. So that's why I think we find that resonates more. But I think also in a downturn, it's important that you have patient capital, which we are, because we don't have to return a fund to investors. We don't have a closed funds. We don't have to exit after a certain time frame. We don't have to sort of report on metrics in order to raise our next fund. So we can have a sort of long-term focus on value creation. And also I think we can be a high conviction investor because we know that we're going to create some of the value for this startup, and we can have a high degree of confidence in the size and timing of that opportunity.
James, when it comes to the board level strategy around what particular verticals they're looking at, has that changed over the last couple of years? Obviously, fintech was pretty hot a couple of years ago. Now, with the bank, they might have deviated in and around, maybe cost of living or property, etc. Can you talk about the different verticals that you're looking at as a CVC?
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I think in financial services at large, the realm of relevant sectors has expanded. So we have a lot of investments in sort of AI and cybersecurity as well. And one sector that we're looking at a lot more now is climate tech. And I did a work trip to Europe last year, and there's lots of major global banks launching multi-$100-million funds dedicated on climate tech. And I think that's because climate change poses a significant threat and an opportunity to banks. So from a threat, the major asset class that we are exposed to is property. It secures almost all the loans of banking, and whether that's residential mortgages up to like farms and commercial property. And we need startups that can better enhance our capabilities to measure climate risk and incorporate that into credit risk. And that's whether that's the risk of natural disasters that destroy a property, or even just a farm yielding less revenue than it used to, or when you see something like a flood in Lismore that affects every small business in that town. It's just trying to understand how the interconnected effects of climate change impact risks in financial services industry at large. But I think it's also a major opportunity because it's going to cost a fortune for the world to transition to net zero. And I think there's a big opportunity, an important role for banks to help finance that transition and help assist our customers along that journey. And so whether that's from, homeowners measuring the carbon footprint of their home and being linked to a green loan to fund a solar panel for their roof, or whether that's small businesses that now have increasing regulatory reporting requirements and need a good way to calculate their carbon footprint, or even up to the big end where you see corporates that need like a way to fund liquidity and to basically participate in voluntary carbon markets to smooth out that transition. So I think it's not just NAB, it's all sorts of banks now finding ways that they can help finance and facilitate that transition.
Glenn, I'm going to skip you, not because you have a broken ankle, but we'll come back to you. We're going to go straight to Singapore. Dr. Joseph, firstly, you're the only doctor on the panel. What's the doctor? Tell us about that.
Poor health decision, permanent head damage, phony doctor. So I'm a scientist. I worked on new cancer development, new cancer drug development, nanoparticles and all that sort of stuff back in the day.
And you've come from Singapore and you're floating around. You've got the health tech fund. Can you talk about that health tech fund, what you're seeing, and whether you agree or disagree with some of the trends that you're seeing here in Australia?
Well, all right. So I think it depends. It depends on the asset class. It depends on what industry you're focusing on. It depends on the stage. It depends on all these different variables. Now, I'm a bit of an odd man out here. We invest globally. We invest at the earliest stages, so we can be the first capital. We've even spun something out. Don't recommend it. And we can go as late as Series A if it's strategic and accelerates the development of some other portfolio companies. And the reason we do this is we do want to have a great impact on health systems around the world. We want to invest in technology that can move the needle for millions of people around the world. And in order to do that and make a market level return, you have to go early. Because in our sector, the exit story hasn't been a very good one yet. Although I have staked my career on believing that we're only going to need more technology as time goes on in healthcare, as we get older and sicker, as all our nurses are getting burned out, as our doctors just don't have enough of them, as we don't have physical infrastructure in growing markets, and then in decaying markets, it's like to say, or declining markets, it's all an efficiency play. So, what are you going to do? Is there going to be less technology or is there going to be more technology? And I think clearly more technology. Although we've had a clear, spectacular failure in health tech. You see what I did there? The very punny, right? Spacs, spectacular. Anyways. So pretty much every
do a
SPAC
trivia game like Name a SPAC. I don't think I can name any of them anymore.
23andMe, Pernetics.
All right, you can. Well done.
You know, Babylon Health, Teladoc. So they've all like pretty much screwed the pooch. And I think that was a function more of the financial instrument than the actual business. You foie gras these startups with more money than they could possibly deal with, and then you tell them how to spend it, and it's like, all right, yeah, that's. And the promoter, you know, pockets a good amount. All right, good job. We've seen this before. RTOs, reverse takeovers, you know, shell companies, all that sort of stuff. So anyway, in terms of like trends, yeah, venture sucks right now. It totally sucks. Like, it's hard to raise money. Startups are dropping left center. In your space, OpenAI is killing 100 startups a week. You know, that means it's a great time to invest. There's never going to be a better time to invest than probably last year. Yeah. And it is seasonal because, you know, when, you know, they say when the U.S. sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. U.S. was deep frozen for 2022, 2023. It's starting to warm up. Europe is starting to, you know, looks like there's sign of spring coming. Asia still deep frozen. People don't seem to be starting companies anymore. But paradoxically, valuations have not fallen because losing face is worse than losing money, it seems. So again, my context and data point, I'm very narrow. I only look at healthcare technology. I only look at early stage. I only look at things that are rather esoteric. So please take that in context with my observations.
Just on that point around health tech and AI, you mentioned about OpenAI there. Like, are you scared of AI?
Short term, no. Long term, yes. Ultra long term, no. And I think it ultimately comes down to the question of, are we pets or vermin? Right?
Show of hands, you think, or not? No?
Yeah, show of hands. Pets. Are we pets to these super intelligent machines? Fuck. We're sorry. Yeah, sorry. That's really indicative of where people are feeling here. So we see AI as an existential threat here by the process of elimination, with a single person saying we'll be pets, not vermin. That's scary. But in the short term, super useful.
But the long term, you said you weren't scared.
Well, yeah, because we won't be around.
All right. Okay. There you go. Well, that sums it up. Anyway, on happier topics, we're going to go to Western Australia, Glenn, about what's happening in the West in Fund WA. What are you seeing? And also, like, the emergence of regional areas. And I'm from Brisbane, so we can sort of, you know, Western Australia, Queensland sort of regional areas. The basketed in, and sort of angel groups and the emergence of, you know, predominantly not Eastern Coast cities being a hub for money.
I want to tie two concepts together. So, hello, testing. Yeah, okay. So I want to tie two concepts together. So something that Jesse said around fund size being destiny, and that smaller funds actually have more capacity to return higher multiples for investors. And as an investor, myself, that's all I care about. I don't care how much money someone else made. I care how much money I made. So I care about the multi I made of my money. And the second concept I want to tie into it is actually that talent is evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. So combining those two, if you're a large fund, you can't be in a regional location, right? It's too small for you, right? So if you've got, you know, $500 million to deploy, you can't be in a small city, right? It's just not enough opportunity there for you to warrant your time there. But that's actually where the opportunities are getting, you know, coming out of, right? There are just as many smart people in Perth or Brisbane as there are in Sydney, proportionally to population. And those people are inventing things, they're creating startups, but they're overlooked. And so if you're a large fund, you don't care because you can't afford to look at them. But if you're a small fund, you can. And you can actually look at those companies, look at those opportunities, and you actually have kind of unconstrained deal flow because you're not fighting with 150 other funds, you know, for good deals. You actually see better deals kind of in these environments. And so from a startup founder point of view, it really sucks. Because there's, you know, only a couple of games in town, one or two perhaps, funders that you can talk to. From a funder point of view, it's fantastic. Because, you know, as one of the one or two games in town, they have to come to me. And so I see everything. And so therefore I can basically absolutely cherry pick the kind of best kind of deals. So it's interesting, there's kind of this, from a funder point of view, it's great, but from a startup point of view, it's bad. But we mostly hear the startup point of view around this, about how terrible it is in these environments. But I think basically the rise of like smaller, more focused funds in some of these more regional areas, who are professionally managed and run and are actually able to look at kind of really good returns they can get by operating in a kind of narrow niche, I think is going to change things. If you look at like perhaps Perth or WA or Queensland as kind of regional areas, on a global perspective, Australia is a regional area. Like we are distant from the main kind of capital markets in PE or VC. So the kind of stuff that we might do across Australia, we should think about replicating back down into smaller environments here in Australia as well.
Paul, I'm going to go back to you in regards to emerging technology trends, what you're looking for when you invest in PE. Obviously, you said there's some mandates around manufacturing potentially and profitability, etc. But then what's underpinning that? Is there some great tech, great people, etc.? And then from that, when you invest, what sort of time frame are you giving them to succeed?
So, yeah, so we mentioned before about what we don't do, fintech, medtech, SaaS, don't do that. But with medtech, we might do medtech. So if they make something that could hurt if it dropped on your foot, we would look at it because they're manufacturing something. Whereas fintech, medtech, fintech, SaaS, probably outside our range. But we like companies that make complex things. So in Australia, we've got 47,000 manufacturers. 90% of those employ fewer than 20 people. So that's a cottage industry. Then you've got that top 4,000. Of that 4,000, a large number of those don't need private equity money. They're the anchors of the world, Incat, those sort of Elphinstones, those types of companies that already have a global presence. Then you've got that slice in the middle that are able to sustain a growth and sustain a check size of 5 to 15 million or $20 million. Because, as I said before, you can't just throw money and say, right, go and burn that. So we look for companies that have that ability to have a product that has global reach and a global appeal, defendable, and has deep tech that is safe from cyber attack and that sort of thing. And that's where the Grabber one fits in beautifully. But we also look for companies that are willing to collaborate. You can't have 47,000 businesses in Australia, cottage industries that want to scale. You can't scale that. You actually have to get companies together. So we're looking for strategic bolt-ons and add-ons into those companies as we grow them. And we're seeing where there's some crossover technologies between drone technology, for example. Grabber does drone, does identification via drone. Those types of things, even biometric identification via drone. So that is a crossover into some of that other area that has a defence play as well. So if it's got defence in it, if it's got high value add and very high margins, that's the thing that appeals to us.
Jesse, we can't talk about investment trends without talking about valuations. About, 2 years ago, a PowerPoint idea would sort of get $10 million valuation. That's changed. What are you seeing now in 2024?
I think there's more of a focus on capital efficiency. So I think, in 2021, there were these really big seed and Series A rounds raised in Australia, $10 million seeds, $30 million Series A's. And I think, you'd think that 3 years on, that there is this cohort of early stage companies that were extremely well capitalized that are coming out of the gates absolutely roaring into a really big Series B led by a top tier US investor. And I think that the fact that you haven't necessarily seen that wash through has made a lot of VCs question whether capitalizing a seed stage startup that hasn't found product market fit yet with $10 million is doing them any good. I think someone on the panel used the term foie before, which is, stuffing money down the goose's throat until their livers are fatty with, ping pong tables and kombucha on tap. And actually,
We got lunch served soon, right?
creating a situation where companies, overhire, create all of this communications overhead in their organizations and can't pivot as quickly to get to the red hot center of where there's product market fit. So I think valuations are coming down, not necessarily because VCs see an opportunity to get incredibly pointy elbowed and shortchange founders, because valuation is always triangulating against, how much money do you actually need to raise to digest efficiently to get to the next set of funding milestones.
What about you, James? Is the bank taking a few bets on a bit blind, saying, "Oh, actually, this is something we've been looking for a long time. I know there's no revenue, but it fits into the bank mandate. Let's chuck $5 million at them."
Well, no, I mean, we invest in companies that are at a scale where they can partner. So we're a bit later stage. The worst thing you can do really is, a seed stage company try and partner with a global corporate, and you'll burn cash before you see revenue. So I think we are a bit later stage. I mean, I think what we found is that there used to be certain metrics around, say, if you were doing a Series B in the USA, you had to be at sort of 10 million revenue, and if you're doing sort of a Series A, you had to be sort of 3 million revenue. And we found that during the peak period, those revenue thresholds fell significantly, so that companies were doing large Series Bs before they'd hit the usual commercial milestones that would normally be associated with that. And now it's raising back up to where it was pre the boom. And so what that means is a lot of companies that have sort of done a Series A or something, but they haven't reached the metrics to do a big Series B round. So there's a lot of small bridge rounds. There's Series A, 2, 3, 4, pre-Series B, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of it is just because companies they haven't got into the sort of growth equity sort of mandate yet, but they're sort of still in kind of like this twilight zone. And it has a few impacts. One is that there's a lot of companies doing small raises that only buy them sort of 9-10 months runway, and so they have to raise a lot. But it also, it creates opportunities if you want to double down and you're a conviction investor that believes that you can create value for them. So I think it's just a sort of natural sort of shakeout process that we're seeing in the sort of mid to later stage of the market as they fall between the kind of two pillars, but it gradually will grow into the sort of sector that they were on the cusp of before, which is the sort of growth equity kind of sector.
Glenn, I'm interested in your views about being a domestic-focused company versus having global ambitions from day one. It's a topic people talk about a lot, and the deployment of money. Let's say, hypothetically, I give you $50 million now. Could you deploy it into opportunities that you were seeing straight away, or is it you think that it's a little bit softer from the deal flow point of view?
Interesting you mentioned about being a domestic company without kind of global ambitions. Because that's the tagline on the front page of our website. Is that we look for companies.
Look, I do my research as the MC, right? Talk to you.
Yeah, that's the companies we look for, right? They might be in a regional area, but they've got kind of global ambitions kind of from day one, and they want to be a global company from day one, and that's kind of what they're seeking to become. I actually want to riff on something that Jesse said. Actually, so someone last week described me as Warren Buffett as a value investor, which I thought was quite strange because I'm a venture capitalist. So I'm a speculative.
You're not 96, right?
I'm also not 96, right? So I'm not as rich as him either. But I'm a venture capitalist. I'm fundamentally a speculative investor. I'm investing at seed stage, potentially before the company has any revenue at all. So how can I be Warren Buffett and still be a speculative investor? And it comes down to I'm trying to invest in the companies that will be value companies later. So they're ultimately going to become a value company, and I'm trying to pick those at kind of an early stage. And I think what was happening in kind of a trend there was that they were, as you said, Jesse, faux growing these startups and stuffing them full of cash in the hope they will become a valuable company. And I think basically ignoring what a value investor would look for and how they would actually operate. So I think you can actually think kind of both speculatively and also as a value investor in kind of both ways.
And Berkshire Hathaway's never paid a dividend, by the way. So Warren Buffett's company, Berkshire Hathaway.
Mind if I riff on?
Yep, go for it. Yep.
So, yeah, I was thinking back to the way we've evolved and how we make decisions. Something that I felt us becoming more and more gun shy about because we have 10 fingers is taking risk. Like for example, business model risk, where you're not actually sure how this startup is going to make money. And I think that we'd be poorer if all VCs decided that they, really wanted to shy away from any business model risk. Because I think when you look to, great startups today like Facebook and like Twitch, they had completely different business models when they started to what they do now, but there was that kind of focus on a product insight, and then that evolved into a monetization strategy. So I think, even though I think everyone's kind of learned from this ZERP mania not to invest unless it's kind of clear how a startup makes money. I do think it's incumbent on us as venture investors kind of trying to propel innovation to still have the belief to take certain kinds of risks.
Now, Dr. Joseph, we've got 3 minutes 50 left till lunch. You've come all the way from Singapore, so I'm going to give you the last 3 minutes 50. Okay, you ready?
Oh, it's very kind of you.
Yes, so we've got question. We've got $50 million in health tech. Could you deploy it in the next 12 months?
Yeah, totally.
There's plenty.
It's very easy to deploy it. It's very difficult.
Good quality companies?
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got 190 countries to choose from. And, we see 2,000 companies a year from 45 countries. That was the last analysis point I did. There's a point to deploy it. It's just the question, would you want to deploy it in 12 months? Would you actually want to kind of ration it, get some inter-vintage variability? Would you want to, be strict to your thesis or not? I mean, there's many ways to deploy money, right? Sorry, it's a bit of a non-answer. I mean, there are great opportunities around the world, but there might be even better opportunities next year. Might be even better opportunities than that the year after. So the question is, do you stick to your guns, stick to your stage, stick to your thesis, or do you vary when you have more money than you know what to do with? And right now, yeah, I could, but I don't think I want to.
Yep. And you mentioned SPAC in terms of exits and liquidity events for investors. What are you seeing in healthcare? I mean, is the IPO market stalled, broadly speaking?
Yeah, it is and it isn't, because also the M&A market in the US is stalled because of Lena Khan, unfortunately, FTC chair. Sorry. For those who may not know. I think trade sales are still the most viable exit opportunity for health tech startups. So it behooves you to figure out who might be your future acquirer and get to know them on a first name basis, at least 5 of them before you write a check into a company in the early stage. Secondaries are also a real possibility because, there are folks that want to de-risk an investment by having someone else, hold on to it for a few years. And if a company's doing well, you'll make money on it. If the company's not doing well, you at least get to exit your position and get something back. But IPOs, unless you're a complicated business or you're trying to do something that's not strategically aligned to, an existing incumbent, then that's also a viable option. But then the question is, are you doing an IPO with a capital I or a little I? Because there's lots of markets where you can do an IPO with a little I, and those are kind of neither here nor there, because you now have the downside of being a small company with the regulatory overhead and the transparency of quarter-to-quarter reporting when you have 10 years until you're going to show something.
Are you, like in Australia, we've seen the likes of Canva held by 3 major VCs all the way up to a point of where it is now in the sort of 40 billion mark or whatever it's marked at the moment. Are you an investor that wants a moonshot like that, or are you looking for the ones that maybe like 3 to 5 times and go, actually, I can see a exit in a couple of years, and that's actually really good?
So unfortunately, the venture math is against you if you're trying to aim for a 3 to 5 in every company. We're not PE. So 3 to 5 is a reasonable outcome if you're going to try to get a 100% hit rate on that 3 to 5x. So anything we go into, there has to be a risk-adjusted 20x from here, because you're going to have a power law distribution whether you like it or not. So for me, I don't like having companies die because that problem remains unsolved. It's not because I'm accepting, it's going to be power law math. No, that founder failed. That founder dedicated 10 years of his or her life to solving this problem, and the problem has remained unsolved, and the founder's likely broken and ruined as a consequence of that. So I don't like seeing companies fail, even though that's the eventuality. But anything we go into, there's got to be a 20x from here. And, and there's also questions to be asked. And sorry, this is probably like the 4 seconds. Venture capital is an access class, not an asset class.
And on that note, we're going to have some lunch, but I'd like everyone to thank the panelists today. Thank you.
And sorry for the profanity drops. Jet lag.
Thank you, panelists. That was really great. I'm just letting you know before you go for lunch that we'll have to be back at 1:30 for a panel session. So that's 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
If I had a fund,
We invite you to join us at Emergence 2024, where technology and innovation are coming together to create the era of abundance in the heart of Sydney. This is a network of forward thinkers, investors, leaders and innovators coming together in one destination. Dive into curated panel sessions on venture capital, digital assets, family offices, property, funds and more. Emergence 2024 is your gateway to the latest investment trends. You will gain investment insights from some of Australia's leading investors direct. Access curated private market opportunities, fund managers and innovative small cap listed companies set to shape the future. Connect with the CEOs directly. The companies featured will be from a range of sectors including life science, climate tech, fintech, agri-tech, digital assets, deep tech, advanced manufacturing and much more. With high-valued networking opportunities, each interaction at Emergence 2024 could be the start of something significant. Engage, connect and grow your network in an environment designed for business and investment success. Whether you're a seasoned investor or new to angel and venture investing, Emergence 2024 is your platform for insights, opportunities and networks. Join an ecosystem that's shaping the future of the investment landscape. Be a part of Emergence 2024. Experience the synergy of innovation, ideas and investment in Australia's deal-making capital.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch. To kick things off, we've got our Family Office Trends panel moderated by Vanessa Hayes, VP Portfolio Manager and Trader Currency Management at State Street. Joining our moderator are Hayden Matthews, CEO of Volans, Liu Jury, Executive Chairman of Sprint Venture, Alex Retzlaff, Managing Partner of Unify Venture, Danielle Nielsen, General Manager Growth Capital of Marshall Investments, and Timothy K. Manson, President and CEO of Bespoke.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch today, earlier. My name is Vanessa Hayes. I am a portfolio manager and trader for the currency management business at State Street. First of all, let's have our panelists introduce themselves. Maybe start from you.
Hi, Lou Jury, Managing Partner and Executive Chairman now of Sprint Ventures. We're a VC fund based in Brisbane with 2 funds, and we'll be raising a 3rd fund this year. We have a lot of family offices investing in our business, and we have 20 portfolio companies.
Hi everyone, Daniel Nielsen from Marshall Investments. We're a Sydney-based private investment office investing across a broad range of asset classes. We also run a co-investment model for some of our private credit investment strategies.
Hayden Matthews, thanks for having us. I'm the CEO of Volans. Volans is the new challenger bank in Australia. We're a digital private bank that just looks after family offices and the wealth management community.
I'm Alex Retzlaff, Managing Partner of Unify Ventures. We are a fund of funds. Effectively, we're backing 4 other fund managers. And the genesis, though, is from a family office context. So 3 family offices that got together and want to do investments in a better way in venture capital specifically.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tim Manson. I have my own family office based out of the United States called TKM Holding Company. Worked initially for my family company for 12 years in real estate development, design and construction. And then when I moved over there 12 years ago, created my own family office. We focus on all things real estate. And Bespoke Group you'll hear about a bit later. Thank you.
Very much appreciate it. All right, let's start the panel by each of you. Can you give our audience one word that you describe the trend for this year? if you have a family office, what you would like to focus on, or if you're a VC, what you think family office should focus on. Maybe Lou, start with you again.
Start mine. Yeah, AI. I'll give some context. AI is very hot right now. Family offices, VCs, high net worths, wholesale investors, we're all in the room together. There's a lot of buzz around. There's a lot of buzz around where do I invest, how do I get into it. Every day we see the top line $200 trillion companies like NVIDIA in the public markets. They're setting the agendas down in our world of private markets, and where's the next hottest opportunity. One sort of small piece about AI is a lot of AI that we see isn't actually AI. It's algorithms that are sort of 20 years old. And it's not true AI. And so if you ever look at an AI investment, make sure you get it checked by someone that understands true machine learning, generative AI, and all the fundamentals behind it.
Credit is what I'll say. I'm a bit biased because it's obviously something, a focus area of mine within Marshall Investments. But it certainly is an asset class in vogue, and I think this year it's going to continue to be popular.
I'm going to say geopolitics. That's what I'm probably most concerned about. It controls inflation, it controls everything. We could say Trump-Biden if we're using two words, but yeah, geopolitics.
I would say liquidity, as well as backing other fund managers and all that. The other thing that we're really interested in solving is some of the what we believe to be somewhat of the Achilles heel of venture capital funds, being such a long-ended vehicles of 10 plus years at times. And so we're quite interested in the whole topic around liquidity. And of course, with the Canver secondary and likely exit and all that, we're hoping that some of that will get recycled back in and so on. So the whole subject is very interesting to us.
I'm going to say two. One is momentum, and what I mean by that is, especially after the last few years, there's a ton of negativity. So the companies that have really gained momentum through the last 6-12 months are the ones we really look at, and especially with real estate projects, they can weather the storms and pick out the momentum side. You can clearly see the winners. And the other word I'd say, and specifically real estate, is experiential. People want experiential real estate these days, not just the space.
Very much appreciated. Again, we have a pretty large panel today, so hopefully you can fit in for hours of content for the next 25 minutes. So among all the trends you guys just mentioned there, I do want to dive into 2 points. The first one is private credit. So we had a panel last year, 6 months ago. Everybody talk about real estate. You know, we're in Australia, we continue to talk about real estate, but certainly private credit has become a very attractive sector. Based on a survey end of last year of North America family offices, it's the first time the private investment exceeded the public equity. So then can you talk a little bit more on that front?
Yeah, sure. I mean, at Marshall Investments, we've been, pretty invested in this asset class over a number of years, and we like it for a number of reasons. The yield obviously can generate and get paid on the way, and plus some of that downside protection through security, and so it continues to be a popular asset class for those reasons. And in this sort of market environment, with interest rates where they are, you do have an instrument which can, increase in line with those interest rates through floating rate mechanisms or repricing, and so that's where it's quite attractive. At Marshall Investments, we actually run a couple of our own credit strategies where we're originating, executing, and then and running a co-investment model where other investors sort of come alongside our structures, and that yield element and that sort of protection is quite sort of powerful in this sort of market. And I think when you can generate sort of anywhere from high single digits up to 20%, depending where you want to play in the capital stack and your risk tolerance, there's quite attractive returns there, and I think it's going to continue to be popular into this year.
Great, and then part of the reasons why private credit have a very high return, some are real estate backed. So I have to turn to Tim. You moved to California, is it 12 years ago? You're California?
12 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of audience here have real estate investment. Obviously, you're a little bit different. I think you're investing in some casinos, at the hotel in Vegas. Can you please share a little bit more about your experience? And I think more importantly, how do we diversify into maybe different countries or different sectors?
Yeah, sure. So for 12 years leading up to that, I come through construction and development. We have a family development company here that's been building for over 60 years, based out of Cogra. And so I ran that business for 12 years. And after the GFC, things were very difficult in terms of trying to get projects backed. So we had very good design and construction division and sales and leasing, but I was actually getting bored with development because it was just too hard to get finance. So I decided to try my luck with some technology, with a technology company, a prop tech company, and ended up moving to San Francisco and focusing on that. And that was sort of the first diversification into technology. And then it evolved over those times. I sold out of that business in 2018. And then found myself 2.5 years ago, my wife and I moved to Las Vegas. She works with the Las Vegas Raiders, the football team. And so I had known a fair few people there and had invested in a project there called the Dream Hotel and Casino at the south end of the Strip. And lo and behold, a couple of years later, I've now partnered up with that same group. And we're doing several projects up and down the Strip in the casino space. But again, it's the same principles with development that apply. Our culture here in Australia is very similar to the United States. So the same things, whether it starts here or in the US, it's inevitable that things, come and go from there. So it's not, for me, it didn't feel like moving to a different country. It's just feeling like a different state.
Great, and you mentioned there's interesting space so you can store the wine under the ocean. There's a separate different investment.
Yeah, that was one that was more out of interest than anything, but we were approached 5 or 6 years ago by a company called Ocean Fathoms. They're based out of Santa Barbara in California. And I got along very well with their team. They were sort of struggling a little bit to figure out how to work this. It wasn't a new idea. It was basically what they're doing is sinking 1,000 bottles of red wine at a time 70 feet under the ocean. And there's 6 different scientific methods that speed age the wine. And it's something that's been going on in Europe for hundreds of years, but it's never been scaled. So we looked at it a different approach. They were trying to not only produce the wine, bottle it, put it down, bring it up, label it, and then compete with all the big names, which was just, to me, just completely stupid. The best way forward was I saw it as a storage business, or we saw it as a storage business. It's cellaring, so it's no different if you're storing it at a self-storage centre or in a wine cellar. It just happens to be 70 feet under the ocean. And so we took a different approach and created a spin-off of that called Tidal Cellars, which now operates out of Santa Barbara and also a place called Coos Bay out of Oregon.
So that's interesting. Hopefully we can get some of that here in Australia and have some great wine for...
I believe there's a company here that started to do it. I saw it on the news a couple of days ago, yeah.
It's great. Definitely looking forward to check it out. Let's move on to VC, right? Lou, the past 2 years has been somewhat challenging for VC, and as a family office, a lot of family offices obviously have private investment. What are some of the common mistakes you're seeing the family office making when working with VC?
I think the key thing is relationships. It's two-way relationships as an LP, a limited partner. Generally, family offices will invest in venture as a key stakeholder. Not every VC in Australia is like Blackbird, Square Peg, Airtree, and can have HCF and institutional super funds who are underwriting to the tune of $500 million, in terms of that. So a lot like us and Folklore and Rampazan and all the others basically require the contribution and relationship of a family office. And we're lucky to have a number that basically have been really good to us, and it's been about communication. It's the good old thing that works really well in Australia. How do you build a great relationship? You communicate with each other, and that goes both ways. One thing I did observe over the last few years was family offices changed tact a bit. They still, generally the good ones, diversified into portfolios that had, like us, in our first fund, 15 companies, and we've got 7 companies so far, aiming for 12 in our second growth fund. And what happened in sort of 2020, 2021, a number of family offices still supported us, but they also tried to do a market risk play and systematic risk play where they went and tried to do the deal-by-deal sort of stuff. They might have tried to employ a young person to be their VC arm, and then they sort of sent them out to go and find deals. And what we're seeing now in 2024 is maybe, a bit of that realisation is happening that there hasn't been great returns, and Generation 1 is sort of, asking the question about, how well those investments, deal by deal, were actually, from a DD point of view, due diligence point of view, carried out. And when the going gets tough, these sort of things rise. And my message there is stick with the strategy around 2 things. One is patient capital, venture in our space. We wear T-shirts, not suits. So sort of in our T-shirt wearing space, it's a 10 to 12 up to 15-year play. You've seen the Airtrees and the Square Pegs and the Blackbirds extend their funds recently over the last 6 months. That's because in cycles, we need to sometimes extend them out. It's very different to private equity where in a family office, Gen 1 or Gen 2, like the mother or father might sort of say, look, I can do a 3-year swap on this great property deal or this, this real estate deal or whatever it is, and I can get a coupon of 9% as well, and why isn't my VC investment returning after 3 years? This is a 7 to 10 year plus patient capital play. And so the second piece is about portfolio and risk and making sure that if you're a family office, 2024 and beyond, you actually invest in a portfolio, because this is high risk. This is a high risk asset class. Many fail. Even though we invest in 1 in 100 that we see, we know that a number are actually going to be sunsetted.
That's great. We say the top 3 rules of family office investment is don't lose money, don't lose money, don't lose money. That goes for everything.
So easy.
And especially for family offices, the focus on the wealth preservation, right? So it's important to look at the right investment to try to avoid the mistakes. Alex, or anything you want?
Yeah. Okay. So we began in that way, like I mentioned earlier, with 3 family offices. So for us, ensuring that we have a good framework for co-investment. So we specifically, as we drop very big checks, oftentimes the largest checks into these emerging fund managers, and so but we set up all the site letters and so on, the framework that enables them to work really hard to enable co-investments for us. And then if you're going to go down that route, then not making too small a portfolio and truly look at portfolio management if you're going to take that route. And in our case, in Unify, we specifically, the next stage for us is to set up what we call the Opportunities Fund, which is to leverage those opportunities. So we make those large investments, we got the relationships, we have the frameworks in place. And what we ask our fund managers that we backed, for example, as a framework again, is we don't want to know how your whole portfolio is going. That's your job. That's why we handed $1 to $3 million to each of those funds. But we want to know like the top 3, and we want to get to know the founder and so on. So it's a bit of that investment that we are making through the fund manager, still letting them lead the deals, still letting them be the fund manager and the custodians of all that, but effectively having that relationship. So when it comes to things like bridge rounds that don't even go to market, then those are great opportunities to co-invest into what we call the top performers. And so for us, across 4 funds, for example, it just means that we have to keep a pulse on 12 potential investments to come in the future. That's a lot more manageable than say a portfolio that we have at the moment, which is about 100 to 120 startups. Yeah, so that's a better way to play it. Long term, I completely agree. I think it's the wrong way to look at it in terms of a short term outlook. It's got to be a long term outlook only. Some of it is also, I think, for the 3 families that sort of began Unify, we believe that there was other easier ways to make money fundamentally, we didn't want that to be the criteria. It's like we believe in venture capital. It's a bit like angel investing. There's a belief and where things begin. So sure enough, we don't want to lose our capital. So I agree with, don't lose the capital, preserve capital. That's true. But so the returns have to be there. But it also begins with belief and an intent to back the things that commence sometimes entire industries. So it's yeah.
This is great. I always say investment is meant to be boring. If it sounds too good, it's probably not a good idea. Hayden, anything from you? I think you work with a lot of...
Yeah, I mean, we're probably on the other side of it. With managing family office money, we see a lot of these families owning different VCs, and it's sitting down with them and explaining to them whether it's venture capital or whether it's alternative investments, why on earth are you owning it to start with, right? And you can talk to the institutional players and they'll typically say because you're trying to reduce the volatility in your portfolio. So if you look at venture capital as an asset class, it's traditionally it's been an inflation hedge, right? So if you look at what's going on at the moment, it's a good time. So from our perspective, managing different families, I would say understand what the asset class does, where it sits in your portfolio, and ultimately what you should be trying to do without giving financial advice is get risk-adjusted returns. And what I mean by that is smooth those returns. We all love the wins, we all hate the losses, right? So it's smoothing returns and you get a balanced portfolio when you use it in the right way.
Appreciate it. Dan, any thought from you?
I agree with the sentiment up here. I think family offices are being a bit more disciplined in their approach and using the professional managers in those areas where they don't necessarily have the hands and legs to really cover it and do the sort of proper diligence. So I think there's definitely a trend to using those managers and then sort of investing on the side through that co-investment model, which works quite nicely when you want support from them for their network or their expertise in certain areas or certain sectors where that family office has made their money from.
Agree. I like the inflation talk. Hayden mentioned we want to hedge the risk, right? As a portfolio manager for currency, as the Aussie is a commodity currency that we wanted to hedge that. So we'll come back to that point. But before we go into that, I do want to, we have a lot of startups in the audience. Some try to raise money. Any advice for them? And more importantly, as a VC, as a startup, how to exit?
I can probably talk generically in my sleeve. Sitting next to me is Daniel. We know each other from the VC community or in the investment community that we hang out. There's about 120 roughly that are in our group called Innovation Bay Aurora. And Daniel and his group with Marshall are in a completely different area to us. So the first point that I'd like to make is get to know what stage and cycle you're at in terms of your startup and also what requirements you need for the capital and whether actually you need any capital at all. If you can do without capital, this is coming from a VC, don't take the capital. If you can try and bootstrap it through. We invest a bit later than everybody thinks. That's probably another thing. And then when you actually need some working capital and you need some other, a debt note or a covenant over that, Daniel and the family offices and others can come in and help out. Nick from One Ventures and the like. So basically, there's different forms of capital. That's the first point. The second thing is just a general comment about what's going on with the state of VC at the moment. There's been sort of some negativity in the mainstream press. And a couple of days ago, there was an article by Nick Bonahandy on this. And I to an extent, I agree with him. In terms of what's going on in the markets, there's a bit of sitting on the hands from the VCs. And as I said, VCs are no longer really angel investors. They're not early stage investors. That's more the high net worths, some of the family offices coming in with those smaller checks. And VC seems to have gone up the food chain in terms of their risk profile. The reason is we've also beholden to our LPs and we've got to produce a return for them. And the LPs who are on our LPAC, our advisory councils, also have rights to sort of express their opinions as well. So the message to the startups is basically if a VC says no, it's it's probably not you, it's them. That's the first thing. And the second thing is it's because there's other things above them that are going on, and also about their funds and the politics of their ICs and all that sort of stuff that are happening at the moment. But keep trying and make sure your funnel is really wide and you've talked to hundreds of potential investors, because that's the best way to get through. Any advice how to exit? Yeah, exits this year are interesting. Look, IPOs are very quiet. There's not a lot of liquidity that's going into those public markets. We're waiting for recycled capital back into the markets, and hopefully they stimulate that sort of more private equity buyout of the positions that we've taken in those early checks over the last few years. So be patient for the exits at the moment. They will come. We see it being a couple of years before there's going to be any true major exits in the Australian market. But they will come. It's all about cycles. 100% agree. Alex?
Yeah, I think what is spot on. I think so. In terms of reaching to family offices and all, is the alignment. So family offices are more flexible than VCs. VCs will have a thesis, a mandate, and so on. In general, let's be fair, they're in the business of saying no. So they're probably saying yes to about 1% of what they see. Sometimes worse, sometimes easier. But so it is that consideration. So I agree, go wide, but at the same time be targeted. So go wide in your research, then be targeted in your outreach, and then where with family offices, you think about it, you got a PropTech business. Well, who would you from this panel, who would you approach for a PropTech play, right? So that sort of thing, right? So be targeted in that sort of thing, in that sense. So sounds obvious enough, but all too often, and I think the reason why VCs have to say no so often is because of the lack of that. They get way too much deal flow that is not necessarily vetted. And that's okay. We don't want to put barriers to the deal flow necessarily. We want to have an open door policy, but that's a bit of a two-way street.
Yeah, I'll just add to that a little bit. I agree with everything. So early on, it's people. They're backing you. They're not backing your plan, your business. That's going to go wrong. That's going to not go the way you planned it. They're backing you. So if you like each other, it's like a relationship when you start dating. If you like each other, that's who you go with. If you've got a bad feeling with them, a gut feeling, don't go with them. Don't take their money, because it'll end up being a big mistake. To unwind it is a lot harder than to get into bed. So it comes back to what Lou said earlier. It's relationships, but really people, and only take. It's a hard thing to do, because when you need money, you're sort of, I landed this, but you've got to learn to say no as well, and learn, okay, is this the right person to get in bed with in terms of investment? Are they going to ride out some big, big days, not only the good days, but you're going to have the worst days of your life for a few years getting these things going. It's if they can ride that out with you, that's the perfect partner.
Thanks. Let's dive into the global horizon. That's why I mentioned earlier about hedging. Obviously, as Lou mentioned, we're in this inflation cycle right now, and one of the best ways is to diversify your portfolio. So let me maybe start with Hayden. In terms of the global horizon, we know Emergence, the conference expanding to Singapore, London as well. From a family office angle, are you seeing that we have a more increase of family offices, maybe come from Southeast Asia, China, any trends you're
Yeah, I'm not sure if people have been driving in Sydney traffic recently, but you'll see if it's increased. It sounds like it's worse in Melbourne. There's so much money coming this way, it's scary. I'm not particularly a fan of it. I love family offices coming to Australia because I get clients, that's great. But I don't know if a lot of the cities that we have the actual infrastructure and things we need to support the population growth. And I'd like my kids to be able to buy a house. At the moment, it's completely prohibitive. And working, this may depress a few people in the room, but in this environment, typically what a family office is doing is they're predatory lenders, right? So they're running first mortgages books. We've all played Monopoly when we're kids. That's what they're doing now. They're buying this street, they're buying that street, and they're squeezing people. So I'd like to see less of that. Love them as a client, obviously, but I'd like to see more controls in place.
Certainly. In terms of the deal flow, investment opportunity we have on the equity side, we have seen Japan equity have been going up. In Asia, India's economy have been going strong. Any thought in terms of deal flow, any investment opportunity, including maybe America, real estate? Anyone have any thought on that?
Sorry, what was the question?
Just in terms of global horizon of investment opportunity.
Well, I can speak to real estate specifically in the United States. There's a lot of hot spots and there's a lot of dead spots. It's very segmented, as you probably see in the news here. So Nevada, Las Vegas is booming with all the sports coming into town. It's really diversified into its own city now, not just based around gaming. Texas, Dallas, Austin, Nashville, Florida, Miami's basically people have started saying it's the new Los Angeles. So that's where all the money's going. From a real estate asset point of view, industrial obviously has just been through a huge upswing with the distribution, the last mile distribution side. We just finished 2.2 million square feet in Arizona, and that's fully leased, ready to go. Half it's to Amazon. But our focus now is on more of those, the experiential side, as I said earlier, with the hotel casino side in Vegas, and then also some automotive theme projects across the country that you'll hear about, the bespoke stuff. So the landscape's changed a lot with real estate. You can't just whip up a block of apartments anymore and expect someone to move in there. It's very different.
Yeah, thanks. We don't have too much time left before we end this panel. Can you tell us maybe something that keeps you awake at night, if you're comfortable sharing with us?
My 3-year-old?
My new puppy. I'll kick off really quick. I suppose it's liquidity in terms of my next raise for my fund. I'm trying to avoid, as I said, the mainstream press and just not read the doomsday. They got to get eyeballs right and clickbait for what they say in their reporting. But I actually think it's going to be hard for startups to raise this year. It's going to be hard for VCs to raise money this year. I think we're all in the ecosystem. We're all in, and the VCs are ready to support the startups, and it'd be great to see the family offices support the VCs as well.
Appreciate it, Dan.
Trump Biden again. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, just Trump Biden. That's such a huge. Yeah.
Very.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say the uncertainty, right? I think there's a lot of optimism this year, and I think things are trending up, but there's still a lot of uncertainty out there, and that's obviously going to dictate, asset allocation and people's sort of investment and where they're putting their money.
Yeah, so I think based on discussions and different groups, from founders to family office to fund managers, they're probably expecting that things will reactivate a bit towards the second half of the year. So that's sort of the time frame. At the end of the day, the whole sort of engine stops, right? You can't stop it forever, right? So fund managers collect fees if they're deploying, and that is it's a whole sort of chain ultimately effect. So we can't stop that forever. And I think liquidity, that's definitely what keeps us awake at night. We're specifically trying to solve that. Okay, so it's not just as a concern of ours, but trying to solve it for fund managers and for ourselves and so on. So watch that space. We're hoping to come to market with something soon.
I'm sleeping fine. No, except for the 3-year-old. Yeah, no. Honestly, I think there's too much emphasis with media these days, with turmoil of politics and what's going on. At the end of the day, you just got to go at it, and there's never going to be a perfect time, and you figure it out.
Appreciate it. I would just want to add a little bit of final thought. Investment is a long haul. I hope every one of you enjoy the journey as much as the destination. On that note, thanks our panelists, and thanks everyone. Cheers.
Development HQ. My name's Simon Peters. I've got 30 years of development experience, developed a number of properties, over $300 million in value. This is a quick overview of some of the assets that we've actually developed in 2 countries, Australia and New Zealand, just to give you an idea. A lot of residential subdivisions, medium-rise townhouses, mostly residential and some commercial. So the big idea that we have in 30 seconds, there's a big problem in Australia right now. There's a rising demand for affordable housing. House prices are going up and the income of households aren't. In short, there's a huge amount of property being built over here in the 4-bedroom, sort of 3 to 4 bedroom space. Not a lot suitable for any other type or demographic. These are mainly for families. Single person household demographics are growing dramatically in this country, and there's nowhere near enough property being built in that space. So the Queensland demographic where we're currently focused, 60% of the income is at under $1,000 a week for each household. And that's a significantly low number considering the price of housing and rental. So why not just build affordable housing? That's actually what we're doing. After years of being in the space, I've decided, and we have decided as a business, that this is an area we really can make a difference in. So co-living is one of the ways or one of the forms of this type of development, mainly to make it affordable, and it's also a really growing space internationally. So what is it? And who's it for? It's basically for nearly everybody. It's primarily designed for 1 or 2 people per room. There's a lot of women in this country over 55 that are now single. They've had their families. They don't actually have enough money to buy a property, and they don't have enough money to pay rent. They're usually nurses or service workers, what have you. So it also encompasses the essential workspace around shopping centres, retail workers, as I said, nurses, educators, police. There's so many areas that are underserved, and also young professionals. There are some large players globally in the space already. You can see here, Australia is very young in terms of our penetration into this market, but it's very much a growing space. So the challenges really are economic health, regulatory policy, and affordability. So our solution is these co-living apartments and housing. It generally makes it affordable due to the fact that people are actually sharing service spaces like kitchens and what have you. But in general, people have their own actual bedroom that's safe and secure, and it's designed for 1 or 2 people. We also want to make sure that when we offer a triple bottom line, which is social, economic, and environmentally designed properties, that we actually have that audited by an international company. This organisation, One Planet Living framework, encompasses these items, including zero carbon, the global culture and community, and what benefits are we adding back in terms of how we design, what we design, and for what cohort. Must be measurable. This is our first project, currently has an approval. We're preparing for construction commencement within 6 months. With a value, it's 72 rooming accommodation, which is effectively shared accommodation, in 6 buildings in Loganholme, Queensland. That's southeast Queensland. So we're offering at the moment, in short, a first mortgage, 12.5% interest. This is to take out the current mortgage while we prepare for construction, and then once the construction's underway, we'll refinance that mortgage and put it into a construction loan from a traditional lender. It's an example of one of the projects that we're doing. This one here, we have 4 or 5 of these projects with similar scenarios. And you'll see here 3 other projects that we're currently underway with. Stage 2, which is the Toowoomba project here on the left, is in for DA. We should expect that in 2 months' time, and we'll be constructing that this year. Similar scenario, similar offer, whilst we prepare for construction. And the other 2 projects, again, in similar locations in Logan. That's our pipeline. These are some of our partners that we work with. We obviously do our best to make sure we have very, very high quality team behind us. Ryder Levitt, Bucknell, Norton Rose, Fulbright Lawyers, Gensler Architects are the largest architectural firm on the planet, 6,500 staff in 52 cities. They designed the first project. They're not our only designers. We have others here. Boland are modular home builders. We also have all our projects designed for modular home and construction. So we can build them traditionally or modular, and in Australia, modular is fast becoming an absolutely serious space, and we believe it's the future of all this type of development, and in fact, residential development going forward. So the next steps really is have a look at our deal room. We're online on Wholesale Investor. Book a call to discuss it. I'm happy to chat to anybody personally and do an individual presentation, go into more depth and detail, and talk to us about investing. Thank you for your time.
All right, next up we have Tim Manson, CEO of Bespoke.
Hi, everyone. One of our development groups that we are just starting out with is called Bespoke Group, and it's automotive focused, or automotive themed, I should say, real estate development. We've established a partnership with NASCAR in the United States to roll out what we call lifestyle automotive storage. Bespoke Group come about through basically a partnership of three of us. Velocity Experience, which is founded by Guy Horner and David Coulthard, the F1 driver. They focus on customer experience in all things automotive, and they do that across the world for not just F1, but all the other actual manufacturers of vehicles as well. TKM is my holding company, which is focused with the real estate development, and then Contour is our development partner locally in based out of Las Vegas, but they develop all over the country in the United States. The sub-partners of that, Heidner Properties, a large real estate holder in Illinois, and I'll get to that in a sec, but they're our main land partner. Arco Murray, they're the largest builder in the United States, design construction, roll out the largest amount of square footage in industrial, in self-storage, and they also roll out, or they specialise in rolling out brands such as Topgolf and Carvana and so forth. And then obviously NASCAR is our other automotive partner. These are some of the notable projects that the group as a whole has worked on in the past and is currently working on. The first one on the top left, the Dream Hotel and Casino at the south end of the strip, directly across from Mandalay Bay. That's a $650 million project. The one in the middle is Red Bull's experiential space in London, followed by Aston Martin's version of that. They're both worked on by Velocity. And then we're undertaking a large project at the northern end of the strip, adjacent to Encore, which is the bottom left there, a two-tower development consisting of a hotel casino on the front of it, and then what we call Bespoke Tower at the back, which is an experiential automotive tower that the elevators in the building go all the way up 60 floors, so you can park at the back of your condominium. And then this other one we just finished last year in Austin, that is a 106-unit, what we call commercial condominium space, or like strata storage, but basically meant for all sorts of businesses and automotive focused. This is a little bit about Velocity. As I mentioned before, they're our automotive partner. Again, founded by David Coulthard and Guy Horner. He's the brother of Christian Horner, the principal of Red Bull. And so, we focus on the real estate side of things while they bring the customer experience side from automotive. There's a lot of automotive developments popping up around the US. I'm sure there is here too, but in the US, automotive storage has become a subsector of the self-storage industry, specifically for car enthusiasts. And what we've found is the one-off developers doing it, but no one's really wrapped a national brand around it and offering, a full range of perks to be joining it. It's really just, cars and coffee on a Saturday. And that's really as far as they go. The main reason we see this as a value proposition for the future over the next 5, 10, 20 years or so is that regulation is forcing in, as you guys would know, the buying of new vehicles must be electric. California's, I believe it's 2030 or 2032, 100% of new vehicles must be electric that are sold, and other states are following suit. So we see that there's going to be a heavy
transition period over many decades where the average person's going to want to keep a gasoline car. They're not going to buy it, but they're going to want to keep it, store it, working on it with their kids, enjoy it, but they need a place to store it and enjoy it, and that's what we're providing. The overall deal we've got with NASCAR itself, we have an exclusive license for the brand name. So NASCAR has over 150 partnerships across the country. We have the exclusive license for the automotive real estate space for the country to roll out what we call NASCAR suites. The NASCAR is owned by a family called the France family, Bill France. They purchased a portfolio of tracks roughly about 5 or 6 years ago. It consists of 15 tracks across the country. So around those tracks, they're teaming up with developers of apartments and hotels with groups like us to develop more of an experiential thing around the track. So they're not just going there to see a race. You're bringing the family along, restaurants and so forth within it. So that's where that comes in. They're supplying the land for those particular developments. And then we're also targeting 15 other markets, which is across the US in the main urban areas of what the NASCAR fans are. And we're converting existing industrial buildings into what you'll see here. So that there is roughly a 200,000 square foot facility. What was the office area we convert into the experiential lounge area, put a lot of amenities in it. It's 24 hours a day. Behind it in the warehouse space is the general automotive storage. You store a vehicle for $300 or $400 a month. Put in a series of mechanic bays so you can work on the car. And then depending on the market, we put in individual NASCAR suites that we buy, we sell or lease that to people that want to actually own some space in there, and they fit it out how they like. This is another version of that in just outside of Chicago. That one is all for sale commercial condominiums, but very high-end market. That's where the bespoke piece comes into it. We have several licensing agreements with the different manufacturers of Aston Martin, McLaren, Mercedes, Bentley. So when you purchase a unit, they roughly run about $900,000 up. We have a bespoke suite, and we emulated the experience of when you buy a Rolls Royce. You get invited into a bespoke suite to design, down to the stitching in the car. You design the internal of your unit. You can have all those different licensed brands. If you're a McLaren guy, McLaren will design the actual interior of your unit, their design team. And those brands are reaching out more and more. The luxury brands, not just in automotive, are reaching more out into real estate to provide the glue to their customers. This is what people do with the units inside. So, it's we call them a sort of like a man cave, basically. And so, you do a lot of things with it. This is the brand perks of being with the NASCAR family. So it's something that no one can pay for. They have to be part of a member in the facilities to gain benefits to, track days, riding in pace cars, discounts on all the 150 partners to tyres and shock absorbers and paints, access to the drivers. You're in pit lane for the races. So it's an access to provide an experience around not just buying real estate. This is the actual investment of what we're raising at the moment, which is a GP capital round of $10 million US. That's to go into the first 4 projects that we already have sort of underway, Dallas, Las Vegas, Charlotte, and Chicago. The term typically is around 30 to 36 months. We don't go higher than about a 75, 80%. I put 85 in there. Typically, we do a 9% preferred interest rate on that, and then we do a profit split based on the projection, which ends up being about a 28% internal rate of return for the project. And there we are. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Next up, I'd like to invite Jay Hannock, CEO, and Megan Walsh, Executive Director of Novapep.
Great, thank you very much. Novapep is a company that has licensed a peptide platform from the Scripps Research Institute in La Jolla. The co-founder of Novapep is John Griffin. He's a professor there, and he's a world expert in this space. We're developing it for our lead program is in inflammatory bowel disease, and we have pretty stunning data, recent data in that space. So we've been around for about 5 years. We've raised probably about $1.5 million to get to where we are today. And the key targets that we've met are in vitro assays that show the effectiveness of this structure. Most critically, and it's highlighted in bold, is that the most recent studies have shown that biparatide, which is the registered trademark of the peptide structure, is as effective as biologics. Biologics in IBD, and Megan is going to focus on that more, constitute about an $18 billion market. Biparatide, by example, is about 50 times cheaper. It's stable at room temperature and so on. So the group that has been doing this work have been doing these studies for 25 years, and they said they've never seen data like this. So we're very, very excited about it. Professor Silvio Danesi, he's the chairman of the International Clinical Trials Committee, is our program lead, and he is keen for us to meet with Big Pharma. We are working on putting together an expanded data package before we do so, and that will be in Q3 of this year. Megan we're very, very fortunate that she's come on board as an executive director. Megan was formerly the regional medical director for Novartis, based in Singapore, for Asia-Pac, Middle East and Africa, for immunology, and it's just great that you're with us. We're looking at $1 million capital raise. I'll go into that in a little bit more detail at the end. Megan's just going to briefly take you through the science. Thanks.
Thanks, Jay. So if we look at the IBD market as a whole, as Jay mentioned, it's quite significant. In the US alone, the average spend on medicines to support this market is over $12 billion US. Most therapies used tend to be corticosteroids, so quite a broad-based sledgehammer type steroid, and then a biologic for the more severe end of the disease spectrum. Biologics are expensive, they're difficult to manufacture, and the logistics around them is really difficult. The other thing I want you to leave today understanding is as an acknowledgement, I guess, of a new class of therapeutics called peptides. Probably all know about Ozempic, we've all heard of Wegovy. These are the diabetes meds that are now used for weight loss. These are peptides. So the utilisation of peptides as medicine is growing in the pharmaceutical industry in general. I'm going to show you some top-line data from our lead development program. So if you focus on the graph on your left-hand side, that green line on the top is the disease control. This shows how much disease activity is in our animal model. The single key takeaway I want you to see from this graph is that the anti-TNF alpha line in blue effectively sits on top of biparatide. What this tells us in these disease models of IBD is that biparatide is as effective as the gold standard therapy of IBD at the moment. If you look at the graph on the other side, the body weight loss graph, this is really important because it is a surrogate marker for tolerability. You can see the top line is healthy control. This is the weight gain that we would expect an undiseased animal to take. And then the key takeaway from this is that actually biparatide again sits on top of the anti-TNF alpha line. So the early data suggests it's incredibly well tolerated, at least in line with what we would expect from current gold standard therapies. If we have a look at the gut system as a whole, you can see from the photographs on the right-hand side of the slide that the healthy gut looks quite uniform in terms of its colour. It's a pale pink. Have a look at the disease control. You can see proliferation of blood vessels, narrowing of the, or thickening of the lining rather, narrowing of the tube, demonstrating the disease. Now have a look at the anti-TNF, which is the bottom picture, and you can see that the treatment of the anti-TNF returns that almost to normal. And then look at biparatide. Again, you see a comparison similar to that of anti-TNF alpha. So the key thing to understand from this initial development program is, one, peptides are becoming a new class of medicine, more used across the board. And two, biparatide as a peptide itself appears to be as efficacious as TNF alpha and as tolerable as well. And we're presenting this data at the European Gastroenterology meeting later this year. So I'll hand back to Jay to just detail the summary development plans.
Thanks. Yeah, sorry, it's a little bit dense, this slide, but it's just really showing what our program is over the next, this financial year and next financial year. The items that are darker are grants that we're going for. We've got positive progress in 2 of those grants. We've been through initial gates in those grants. And also, we're IBD is our lead program, but we're also doing work in atopic dermatitis and in a program that we can't talk about, the embargoed program. But we're at a pretty exciting stage, and as I mentioned before, by Q3 this year rather, we'll be talking to Big Pharma. And finally, the offer, we're looking to raise $1 million on a pre-money of 8.5. It's fully diluted for issued shares and options. Sydney Angels and the University of Sydney, as shareholders already in the company, are coming into this round. It will go into a trust vehicle which will have certain shareholder rights. And this will be the last private round we do. We're already in discussions with VCs, and that will be for institutional investors only. So in summary, we've got excellent science and data in big target markets. We've got composition of matter out to 2039, and we'll be looking to get follow-on formulation patents to extend that. The grant applications that we're going for are outlined there. Pharma discussions are underway. We have 3 shots on goal. We've got an absolute world-class scientific advisory board in the US, in Europe, and here. And we've got an experienced management team that have exited biotech before. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Oh, but sorry, just last thing, we've got a decks outside, so anyone who's been madly scribbling notes, it's all here.
Thank you, Jay and Megan. Please join me in welcoming our next keynote speaker and sponsor, Sam Riley, CEO of Ansarada, bringing us through shaping business excellence and empowering impact.
Good afternoon. Can I just get a show of hands? Who's here that's like from a company or running a company? Okay, and who's investors or potential investors? Oh, about 50-50. That's pretty good. All right. Look, I'm here today to talk about sustainability and how it is actually a strategic business tool. And I'll tell you a bit about Ansarada quickly and then move into that. So the name Ansarada comes from the 4 founders you can see on the screen. There's Andrew, Sam, that's me, Rachel, and Daphne. So our first 2 letters. We started off in 2005, 2006, building a product to help due diligence in capital raising, M&A. We ended up growing that quite a lot. And if you follow Ansarada, we're listed and recently announced we've entered into a scheme of arrangement to sell Ansarada's deals business for $236 million, which is a long journey. I could stand up here and talk about the founder journey and raising capital and all the rest. But what I am here to talk about, if this works, oh, there you go, the names. Sorry, Zoe, you've prepared that. So our purpose has always been giving order and structure to critical information and processes that people rely on. So you can imagine when you're doing due diligence with an army of lawyers, accountants, bankers, you might have 7 bidders, you might have 3,000 questions coming in. There's a lot of critical information being exchanged, there's a lot of people involved. So that we really got obsessed about how do you simplify that, how do you make it less risky, how do you make it structured? And that's what we focus on. And then, sorry, I've got to go back. What we ended up developing was 4 products. So we've done about, I'd say, 40,000 deals, like M&A deals, capital raising. And being a technology company, we got very curious about what makes a capital raise successful, what makes an M&A deal successful, what about the unsuccessful ones, what do they have in common? And we have millions and millions of data points and thousands of relationships. So a lot of our passion to help people beyond the deal was because we saw companies that were unprepared for their biggest moments when they're doing M&A, and all of their gaps and inefficiencies and things they could have and should have done earlier end up getting highlighted, and they don't realise their potential as a result. And often there's quite sophisticated people that have done dozens and dozens of deals on the buy side, but sometimes companies it's their first time doing it, and they really don't get the outcome they should because other people on the other side are more experienced than they do. So we got passionate about helping with that. That's why we developed a product to help with risk and compliance and governance and how do you structure your business sustainably with ESG, because if you don't do those things, they will impact your outcome, but they actually are things that can help you grow strategically. So I've got 4 questions, right? But I want everyone to, hopefully everyone can put their hand up on the first one. So I want you to raise your hand if you've thought about, from a business perspective or investment, if you've thought about what you can do with sustainability as an investor or a company. You've at least thought about it. Okay. Leave your hand up, because it's one of these things, you put your hand down when you... Yeah. So the second one, so within your company or your investment process, have you actually started doing anything related to sustainability? Pretty much everyone's still up. That's good. Next question. Have you developed a sustainability strategy that's specific around sustainability? Okay. Still a few up. Last one. Is your sustainability strategy and your core business strategy one and the same? They're pretty much linked. Okay, 3 people. So we should give these people a round of applause. So that's very good. So my main point is often sustainability ESG is seen as a risk or a tick box, or we should do something there, but it's actually a very, very powerful strategic tool to increase your business value. And I'll quickly hurry on and show you why. Now, who's been confused by the world of ESG or sustainability and the different standards and reporting? Does anyone find it confusing? Yes, most people. Okay, cool. We have looked at everything, and we're building products to help people. I can tell you 100% confidence, every single regulation and standard that you are expected to do as a company, and you should do, come back to these 4 principles. And the good news is they're 4 things that everyone in this room understands. Strategy development, like setting priorities, diagnosing your current state. What are the metrics and targets? What is your approach to risk and opportunity management? How do you do that? And how is this governed in your company? Roles, responsibilities, process, procedures. Those 4 things are all you need to do to progress on sustainability. Then it's not a weird and wonderful world. It's actually goes back to these 4 things. Now, of course, there's reporting and disclosures, but that's not just an annual sustainability report. It could be a report for a customer RFP. It could be a slide in an investor deck. It could be a due diligence report for capital raising. So if you're doing these 4 things above, you can export them out and prove what you're up to. Now, the biggest mistake we've seen companies make when they start on their sustainability journey is they act without diagnosis. And acting without a diagnosis in the medical profession is called malpractice. Like if you went to the doctor and he just started injecting you with something, you'd say, hang on, you haven't even diagnosed what's wrong with me, why are you treating me? So usually that one issue people act on is greenhouse gas emissions. So they say, hey, we've got to do something on sustainability, let's measure our scope 1 and 2 emissions, let's put out a statement, and it's the wrong approach. There's actually about 40 or more potential priorities your company should have to consider. So you should diagnose which one of these issues are actually relevant to you and they're going to make a difference. Now that is what's called strategy. That's when you do a diagnosis and you determine the most material, the most significant priorities that are actually going to help your business grow, but also operate more sustainably. So where that starts, and one product we built to help, is this thing. I'll give you a QR code later on, but this is totally free, 10 minutes, and you can just get a gap analysis and benchmark your company on environmental factors, social and governance. Now, after that, because that's 10 minutes and you get a beautiful report that you can share and publish, well, I'll bring this back later if you want to get it later on. But the next step to set a strategy for sustainability is also the outputs of this are exactly what you need to do to grow your business value. So has anyone heard of a materiality assessment? Okay, great. You've done it. Okay, great. Did you find it complex at the start? Yes. Years ago. Okay, so sustainability strategy is it is actually simple, but it often lives in the world of consulting and it can be complex and expensive. But I'm going to attempt in about a minute to break it down for you and encourage you to consider it as an investor recommending to companies you're invested in, or if you're a company. So impact materiality is basically what impact does your company have on the world? So with what you do, your product and service, how does it impact people? How does it impact the planet? So take Ansarada, we deal with a lot of critical information, capital markets data, we impact that. So obviously issues like cyber security, privacy are critical. That's where if we don't do a good job, we could cause a lot of disruption and pain to people's reputations or society. Someone like Starbucks, they obviously use a lot of water, they procure coffee beans, so they have a lot of impact on the planet with their raw materials. So you go through and consider that. Financial materiality is the opposite. That is what's called outside in. So what's going on in the world, what's going on with the people and planet that would affect you? So obviously take Starbucks, they have to keep they've got inflation happening with costs, they've got a supply chain risk, all the rest of it. So they want to make sure that procuring high quality coffee beans is sustainable and also doesn't increase their costs too much. And if there's changes in climate that affects coffee production, that would affect them. So they impact on one end, but also they are impacted. So that's taken into account. So that's, if you've heard the phrase double materiality, that's what it is. It's how do you impact people and planet, and what issues and trends in the world are impacting you, and what does that mean for your company? What should you do about it? Now, you can do that in a top-down approach. So you can look at major events and news and industry. What are your peers doing? What are they prioritising here? What's going on? And regulatory requirements in your industry. And there's also a bottom-up approach. So you can go to your stakeholders like customers and investors and suppliers and say, hey, how do we impact you? What do you believe are the most significant issues for us to address? You also can look at your company risks. What are your strategic opportunities? So you do all this together and you end up with a full double materiality assessment, and you don't have to do it all at once. So here's an example of what we ended up with, right? So we did all of that, and the number one issue that came out for us was cybersecurity, privacy, customer data, IP, and responsible product service delivery. So they were our most material issues. So we ended up saying they are very strategic to us. Our stakeholders care about them, and if we screw it up, we will impact a lot of people without what we do with our company. So we have to do a good job. Now, then that turned into a lot of execution and operations internally, because if people are saying this is important and you do a good job, then your marketing team use that and say, let us tell you what we're doing on these things. Let us tell you how much more secure we are. Let us tell you how responsible we are with our product service delivery. And all of the work we're doing to actually de-risk those issues and make them stronger turns into real, tangible evidence that is used to grow our business and acquire customers. And also internally, our staff, get behind all these. Part of strategy is executing it. So if you say to your staff, listen, we're serious about sustainability and we've done this assessment and here's the results, you get a lot more followership and advocacy from your employees around your sustainability strategy. But hopefully I've shown you today that it's not a tick box exercise. If you go through things like a materiality assessment, you will end up sharpening your strategy and you will end up engaging your employees more. You will end up executing on some things that all your stakeholders care about, and you will grow your business. You will increase your revenues. And a byproduct of that is when you go to raise capital or when you go to sell or list on the ASX, you will be able to export all of this out in a beautiful report that evidences how sophisticated the management team is and how dedicated they are and the types of governance practices that have been instituted in the business. Good policy, good process, clear roles, clear responsibilities, accountability, actions, progress, metrics, targets. These are words that I guess every investor wants to see as a strength. So they actually instill that in the company. So I'm way over time, but you can take a photo of that and look it up and send it to someone. Totally free, 10 minutes. It'll get you started. And I'll go back, but yeah. Thank you for your time, and hopefully I've demystified the world of ESG for you and you can make some more progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next, I would like to invite Garth Sutherland, CEO of the Insights Company.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Garth Sutherland. I'm the CEO of the Insights Company. Insights like these insights here. We are a medical device company, a specialised medical device company, and we're creating a new category of medical device called chyme reinfusion, which I'm going to tell you about today. And we are raising $3 million on a $27.5 million pre-money valuation. So $3 million investment would buy about 10% of the company. Well, just like our hearts or our liver or our kidneys, intestines can fail. And they fail when they break, and they can break for three main reasons. One is from prior surgery, like in the image there. Patients had a section of intestine removed. It's been stitched back together, but there's been a breach of that, anastomosis it's called, and the intestinal content has come out into the abdomen and burnt its way through to the outside of the body. The other way is disease, so diseases such as Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel diseases, diverticulitis, and so forth. That can break intestines. And finally, trauma, so car accident, knife wound, industrial accident. When intestines break, they leak, and they leak the contents. The content in the intestine is called chyme. It's a Latin word. And chyme is a beautiful, nutritious substance that comprises our food and also a lot of microbiota. But our pancreatic juices and juices from the liver, from the biles and so forth. It's a beautiful, rich substance. Now, if the break in the intestine is quite high up, close to the stomach, you can get very high output of chyme. Believe it or not, our bodies produce about 6 to 8 litres every 24 hours of chyme. Most of it's reabsorbed in the lower intestine. So if there's a breach or a break in the upper intestine, a lot of content comes out. That's catastrophic. Those patients are at risk, high risk. They're in hospital for a long period of time. They're very expensive, and they are very, very unwell. The sickest patient in the hospital. That's our patient. This is a problem that one of our co-founders, Professor Ian Bissett, on the left-hand side there, deals with. He runs the National Intestinal Failure Service for New Zealand. He's an international key opinion leader in colorectal surgery, and he deals with all of these patients across New Zealand. He's been looking for a solution for it, and he ideated a solution for it. He got together with colleagues, Professor Greg O'Grady, another colorectal surgeon, and with two biomedical engineers, John and Rob Davidson, and came up with this most elegant medical device technology, which is actually a piece of prosthetic intestine, believe it or not. Doesn't look like it, but that's how it functions. It's called the Insides system. And this is a breakthrough device. This one's for adults. It's FDA designated as a breakthrough device. It has CE mark under the MDR regulations, and it's an International Gold Award winner. We've also developed a product for neonates as well. We got requests for a product for babies, preterm babies, and we've also got other products in human clinical trials. But everything we do is around chyme reinfusion. And how does this inside system work? So the intestines are brought by the surgeon onto the outside of the body, and the content is captured in a bag. There's lots of bags on the market. We work with any bag. But we have that beautiful tube. It's called a reinfusion tube that goes into the downstream limb of the intestine, and a micro pump that sits on the end of it, and this handheld driver. So the patient can reinfuse the food back into their intestine just by doing this. They can do that as often as they like during the day. And that way they get all of their food back into their body, all of their nutrition, and all of their fluids. This is Emma. She's 21. She was 19 years old when she had a head-on car accident in Christchurch, New Zealand. She was very, very unwell. She went on the inside system, and there she is today. She was able to get home on the inside system, recover at home, and then many months later come back into hospital for reconstructive surgery. Isn't she gorgeous? And here's another gorgeous patient, baby Chloe. She's on the inside system. She's born 25 weeks. She weighed 525 grams, and she is born with intestinal complications. Underwent 4 bedside surgeries. There she is on our Insides Neo product, and here she is on the right-hand side having her first birthday. Okay, so the Insides company, we are the company that has developed and we manufacture this technology. We're a spin-out from the University of Auckland because Ian and Greg, etc., were all at the University of Auckland. They're professors of medicine. Our business model is to sell to distributors. So we design, manufacture, ship to distributors. We have distributors covering 13 distributors covering 20 countries. And our distributors buy off us, and then they sell on to the surgeons in the various hospitals. Our addressable market is $2.5 billion per annum, and we are growing ourselves into that market. These are our distribution partners. You can see last year I signed 7 distributors covering 12 countries. Very proud. These are specialist distributors who detail products, surgical products, to colorectal surgeons, and a very, very healthy, wonderful group of distributors. So with our existing products and our existing distribution network, we currently have access to a $190 million market, and we'll grow into that $2.5 billion. So the year finishing 31 March, the year that we're in, we'll do 1.2 million in sales. Next year we'll double that to 2.1 and 3.6 the year after that. So we're growing our sales about 175% year on year, and within 12 to 24 months we'll be at cash flow break even. So we're very efficient with capital. Very experienced board and executive team. For example, our chairman is a venture capitalist and been involved in a number of medtech ventures. Douglas Lefort, our UK non-executive director, he actually listed one of the big ostomy bag companies on the London Stock Exchange, a large transaction. And I myself listed a company on the ASX a few years ago now. So we're raising $3 million by issuing new shares at 66.7 cents per share. Those are Kiwi dollars, actually, the share price. But raising $3 million will take over subscription. And we'll use that money, we'll put it to really good work in terms of accelerating our sales. We're running a pivotal clinical trial in the US and the UK and just keep driving sales to the hospitals. We have good investors, and I'm sure we'll have more support from those investors in this round. But yeah, looking forward to raising that money. So summary, we're a specialist device manufacturer of primary infusion, new category. A lot of intellectual property, US patent granted, Australian patent granted. We have revenues and we have sales. We're very sales focused. We're the global leader actually in this space. We're the only provider in the world of this technology, and we have a moat. And we expect to return our investors a handsome return through a trade sale or an IPO in 5 years. And just thanks to Sam for his previous presentation, we're actually a B Corp certified company that's ESG ticking that box. So thank you very much. Appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Garth. Next up, we have Adam Barclay, Chief Executive Officer of Gallery Group.
Okay, folks, the clock's ticking. I've now got 7 minutes and 58 seconds to do 3 things. The first thing is for you to understand Gallery Group and what we do. The second thing is demonstrate to you that we have a track record and expertise in doing that. And the third thing is to be able to show you some of the opportunities that we have as a business for investors such as yourselves going forwards. So Gallery Group is a developer, a builder and a property manager. So we have an end-to-end solution, and it's critical in all markets, be it buoyant markets, be it tougher markets, that you have an end-to-end solution. So I'll talk a little bit about each of those businesses, and our mantra is secure returns with trusted expertise. So a little bit of historical. So we've delivered about $1.4 billion worth of products in Southeast Queensland and some time ago in Melbourne. We have a current delivery program of about $240 million, $243 million as you can see, and we have a pipeline of $270 million of work going forward. The investments note of $544 million is the property management business that we offer, and that's the assets under management in our property management business. That property management business is there as a service to our investor clients, and it's exclusive to people that we deliver product for. So, by way of background, some developments that we have delivered as a business, and again, this is all southeast Queensland. So Botanica, it's a project in Logan Reserve, 30 kilometres from Brisbane City, about a $61 million value. That's being delivered. So we delivered the land subdivision firstly, so obtained it as a pre-approved site, took it through the approval process, did the civil construction and built the houses on it as well. And of the 77 homes, about 40 of them are investment properties. So we manage those 40 investment properties for our clients. Coming up next, Bayside. It's on the northern side of Brisbane in the Moreton Bay. $35 million project, 44 homes, again split contracts. Likewise acquired it without an approval, took it through the development process, and then the sales marketing. We have an end-to-end solution, as I mentioned, and we've delivered now 44 homes there for our clients. Brisbane City Council, 31 homes, a $28 million project, again delivered. If we then move on to Gold Coast, a larger project, a $230 million project value. It's 237 homes, about 25 kilometres from Surfers Paradise. Pinnacle Homeview is Logan Reserve, Homeview is in Logan City Council. So everything that we do is in southeast Queensland. So 39 kilometres from the city, 44 homes and about $35 million worth of end value. Seagrass, another project in Moreton Bay, so north side of Brisbane, 42 homes, $36 million worth of value. Again, acquisition, development approvals, civil construction, and then built the homes post-land settlements. So it really is about, for us as a business, we identify the opportunities. We've got a wealth of knowledge in the local market. So we're very much focused on residential, southeast Queensland, okay? We stay in our lane. If someone brings us an opportunity, as we see from time to time, be it in retail, hospitality, commercial, we say thank you, no thank you. What we do is residential, local market. Natura, a $41 million project under construction right now. It's 45 homes on the Gold Coast. Again, of the 45 homes, I think we've got 4 of them left, and we'll start handing these houses over from about October of this year. So again, lots of experience. Glasshouse, a $48 million project on the Sunshine Coast, 54 homes, end value of just under $50 million. Echo, Gold Coast again, $18 million project, 19 homes, again split contracts, so smaller projects that we get in and out of, which we have a preference for, where we're in and out in one market. They're typically single stage civil construction, so it's just a much more efficient process as a business. Songbird, an interesting project. It's slightly different in that we are not the developer, but we are the appointed builder. So the land is owned by Queensland Government, so it's called Economic Development Queensland. So we went through, it's fair to say, an exhaustive due diligence process with Queensland Government to be the exclusive appointed builder, and for that it's $26 million worth of end product, 24 homes, and we'll start construction there in about 8 weeks' time. Moving on, that's the development business. The construction business, again, so a little bit of background. One of the beautiful things about, if you're talking to a builder in Queensland, the Queensland Building and Construction Commission publicises different builders, their allowable annual turnover, and if there's any demerits, okay? So I would encourage any and all of you, if you're looking to build something or develop something in Queensland, as part of your due diligence, go and have a look on the QBCC website to understand the builder that you're talking to. So we as a business have an allowable annual turnover of about $113 million. We're building about 300 homes a year in southeast Queensland, and that services that. We increased our turnover on the 1st of February of this year, and it's fair to say that the construction marketplace is nervous right now. There's been lots of stories of builders getting into trouble, receiverships, liquidations, etc. The process of getting an increased allowable turnover is a full audit by QBCC, and there's not many builders in the marketplace that would open themselves up to that right now. So we have no demerit points, nothing on our licence, which is less than 2% of builders can actually make that statement. So something we're proud of and will continue to follow. Things that we build. So traditional homes, luxury homes, dual dwellings, townhomes, co-living homes and SDA. So that NDIS specialist disability accommodation, we're in all of those spaces, and then we add to that with self-managed super fund homes. So we have business banking relationships with La Trobe, with Westpac and with the Commonwealth Bank. They come with really strict reporting requirements. So we provide each of those entities our financials every single month, and that gives us an ability to get funding or a line of credit to deliver single contract homes for those that have self-managed super funds and want to build a product. You would know that it must be a single contract, and it's very difficult to find a good product with that compromise. So again, it takes a lot of work, but it gives our clients a really differentiated product. Our development pipeline. So very quick version, what we do, some track record, some opportunity going forward. So for investor clients, we offer a very simple model. So this is an example of a project, Ormo, Northern Gold Coast, that's specialist disability accommodation. So the project value is just over $6 million. We're looking to raise $2.5 million on this. So we have a financial services licence. So our business is about the development, but we want to make sure that if there's investors coming into our business, it's properly securitised, properly managed. So we'll raise $2.25 million on this one, with the returns, as you can see, 18% if someone invests $500K for 18 months and interest payable at completion, 15% for $250K for the 18 months, or 12% for $250K if they want their interest paid at 6% along the way, and then the balance on completion. So that's one of the examples. The Junction, Redbank Plains, again, this is Greater Springfield location, so very strong, lots of owner-occupiers, a really good return. Likewise, 18% return for 12 months or 15% for $250K. It's really simple. So we've acquired these properties, we've taken them through the approval process. What this lets us do by bringing in investors is secure new opportunities. So we are a privately owned business. It's myself and my wife. The business has been funded off, I'll say, the Barclay balance sheet, and we've been leaving opportunities on the table where we know they are really good opportunities that we can deliver on. However, for making sure that our cash position is strong, we have said no. So what this lets us do is, by having a stable base of investor clients, bring on some opportunities that we would otherwise not be able to do. So Meridian Ipswich, it's a 102 lot subdivision in Ipswich, one of the fastest growing LGAs in Australia. 102 lots, again, 18%, 15%, 12%, done via the AFSL. So there's security around it. So it's a very simple model, quite frankly, and we just want to do good projects in great locations. Chalk, slightly different project. This will be a build-to-rent project. I'm getting the hurry up, guys, so I'm talking quicker. North, $208 million project. That's who we are. I would have liked to have given you 60 seconds for some questions, but sadly I missed out. Thank you, folks. Cheers.
Thank you, Adam. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please pay your attention to the screen as we invite James Graham, CEO of Recce Pharmaceuticals.
Hello, I'm James Graham, CEO of ASX-listed Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited. It's a pleasure to today present to you Recce Pharmaceuticals. We have the usual disclaimer, which surrounds what is Recce. Recce is clinically the most advanced new class of antibiotic in the world. In fact, the first new class of antibiotic in over 40 years, according to Pew Charitable Trusts, and soon to be according to another international agency. We have the only qualified infectious disease designated product, according to the FDA, for sepsis, bacteremia, also known as broad-spectrum blood poisoning. We have the clinically most advanced compound against the full suite of escape pathogens, and we have multiple clinical candidates running through their various phase 1, phase 2 clinical stages. Our board and management. Our chairman is Dr. John Prendergast. He is chairman of a New York Stock Exchange biotech company, lead director of a NASDAQ biotech company, and his bacterial specialization is what his doctorate was based upon, microbiology and bloodborne diseases. I started with the company as the founding investor, supporting Dr. Graham Melrose, former head of research of Johnson & Johnson, Australasia of about 10 years, in his retirement, creating a compound built upon good principles rather than what's found in nature. Our Chief Medical Officer is Dr. Alan Dunton, former Global CEO of Janssen or Global CEO of Johnson & Johnson Research, as well as led Roche's clinical studies. Jumping ahead, this is a company overview. We're valued at around $100 million. We have the respective shares on issue. We're caveat free. We don't hold any debt or overhang to the stock. The top 20 shareholders are the majority shareholders. In fact, around 51% is held between the top 20 alone. We recently announced a Australian advanced finding awarded by the Australian government for our R&D expenditure. That does two things for our company. It guarantees our R&D expenditure locally, but also guarantees and extends our R&D expenditure to anywhere around the world, meaning that when we spend $1, as you do through drug development towards the stage of commercialization, that dollar is rebated to the tune of 43.5% with a guaranteed rebate up to $55 million over the 3 years. So that provides a good position for future cash runway on a non-dilutionary basis. Why are we different? We're synthetic. All antibiotics known to date are naturally derived. They are as good as found in nature, put against the offending bacteria. The bacteria mutates and the antibiotics no longer work. We begin with first principles in mind. We have a universal mechanism of action, meaning we overcome the bacterial susceptibility, or we overcome that hypermutated state, meaning we work and keep on working with repeated use. We're manufactured through a method of synthesis, which is a chemical reaction vessel, as opposed to expensive and time-consuming cultivation of all existing antibiotics to date. With these principles, knowing what bacteria will do to evolve, because they always have and they always will, our compound is designed to work and keep on working with repeated use, the fundamental challenge to the business model of antibiotics and the challenge to the clinicians and patients as a whole has been overcome through the creation of this synthetic polymeric antibiotic. We have multiple clinical candidates from an IV method of administration, meaning straight into human vein. We've demonstrated our compound to be safe and well tolerated. And we're now increasing the method of administration to see if we can get those blood plasma concentrations up, those urine concentrations up, to potentially tackle the patient at first presentation in both the early stage presentation, GP and medical setting, through to the more advanced patient presentation of hospitals. In parallel to that, we have a topical program. We've demonstrated our compound to be, of course, safe, but also very effective in treating diabetic foot ulcer infections. We've further demonstrated our compound in a phase 2 study to be effective in treating drug-resistant infections of burn wound patients, and we have a suite of preclinical candidates. Sepsis, look, it's a big problem. We're talking about the largest, most expensive condition treated in health, double the second most expensive. It's bigger than cancer, bigger than HIV/AIDS, as you can see down there. The challenge, of course, is what bacteria is in your blood and having an effective antibiotic to treat it. Typically, it's guesswork of existing compounds. We don't care what type of bacteria is in your blood. We work as well against any type of bacteria, gram-positive, gram-negative, and their hypercellular mutated forms. You don't need longer exposure, you don't need higher concentration, and you can stop the infection in its tracks, a fundamental to assisting healthcare today. How do we work? Look, for the scientists among us, we shut down the ATP synthesis, we shut it down faster than any other antibiotic known to date, and we shut it down irreversibly. One of the other mechanisms around it, among the dozen or so mechanisms we have, is we stop that Z-ring complex, so that cell division complex. When cells divide and multiply, that's infection spreading. We stop that, and we stop that irreversibly. A quick example is against E. coli. You see here, the little cells, your enemy, the E. coli bacterial cells, the big cells, your ally, your healthy eukaryotic cells. You'll see on the right-hand side of screen, in the same dish, the same time, we've killed the E. coli cells. They're not growing. They're not multiplying. In fact, they're completely nullified. Whereas the healthy cells continue to grow and prosper, meaning a targeted mechanism of attack, hitting the enemy, avoiding the ally, resulting in the positive outcome. This is the same thing happening with staph. Just for time, we'll jump ahead to the next slide. This is an ability to work and keep on working with repeated use. Moxicillin, as exampled here, stops working depending on the bacterial species between 2 and 8 cycles. We work as well out to the minimum 25 repeat cycles. As I funded the first of those studies, we saw in literature 25 was the absolute peak of anything globally. So we delivered that and have since taken that process out to many hundreds of repeat cycles without an ability, with of course perfect efficacy in the process. We work quickly. Here you see the full escape pathogens being killed in about an hour. Here you see we work when other antibiotics don't. In fact, the bacterial colonization is going up, whereas in our case, the bacterial colonization is going down. We've demonstrated our compound to be safe and well tolerated, IV administered across 80 persons, 60 of which received our compound. That, of course, is the most invasive method of administration, where our compound demonstrated that it was safe, well tolerated. The hematology and chemistry parameters were the same, the organ function, so on and so forth. It's an FDA recognized facility that conducted this. We got good plasma and good urine concentrations, which bodes well to identifying the compound getting to the areas of active infection where you would want it to be. It works well in human urine, of course, important for urinary tract infections. The reason for urinary tract infections is they represent 30% of all infections when it comes to sepsis. So to tackle the underlying infection through to the all-out septic stage means we may be able to own that patient space. I'll perhaps conclude here in this instance and celebrate the fact that we have multiple IV administration studies. And here we have multiple topical wound studies, and that portfolio approach to tackling the unmet need of infectious diseases with a global landscape as our patents represent. I'm James Graham. This is Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited. Thank you for listening.
All right, please join me in welcoming our last keynote speaker of the day, Mark Dando, CEO and founder of ProxyTwin, who will be taking us through how AI can power the future enterprise.
Thank you. I was asked to talk today, do a bit of a keynote on AI and how that can impact enterprise in the future. But I'm going to start by talking about people, human beings, us in the room. Show of hands, how many of you in the room have ever said, oh, I need 2 of me to get everything done today? Yep. Pretty much everybody kind of responds to that. Well, we're going to have a bit of a look at digital twins, which are powered by AI, and how they can be used to help power our future enterprise. So there are 2 huge human needs, one of which is, let me advance the slide, time. We all need more time to get everything done. And the greatest growth in that demand on us is the digital growth. It used to just be a bit of email. Now it's email, 5 messaging apps, Zoom calls, research we need to do. The list seems endless. So time is something we really need, especially in that digital space. And you can see some quotes there from people like Steve Jobs. It's really clear the most precious resource we all have is time. Time is the ultimate currency. I wish there were 2 of me in 48-hour days so I could get everything done. Now, one of the world's biggest other shortages isn't just time, it's trust. And I come from a media background and news has actually had a bit of a journey with trust. So it started off several hundred years ago. Forebearers would have got their news from the town crier. Way before the newspaper, there would have been the town crier. They would have recognized his face in the town, and they would have listened to the news that was being given to them, and they would trust it because they recognized his face. What happened is, to reach more people, newspapers, the printing press started. We started to get our news from little pieces of paper. Well, how did I know that this piece of paper was more trustworthy than this piece of paper? they needed to give it a kind of face. They put a brand on the top, a masthead, so that we would identify it easily and say, oh, I can trust that piece of paper. That's how newspaper delivered. Not quite as good as a real face, is it? So there was a bit of a lull in trust with news that way. It reached a crescendo again with TV news and the news anchor. And the reason we have news anchors, pretty much the same news anchors every night for decades, is because we trust their face. Even more than the news brand, we trust their face. But we've currently been through a lull in a trust in news, and that's because a lot of us don't watch TV news anymore. We get it from the internet, and we're not really seeing many faces. We're just getting this quite dry content. It's almost like back in the newspaper era. But that's all changing. We're now in the Zoom generation. We're all interacting with people, not just in phone calls, but face-to-face every day on things like platforms like Zoom. So people have a deep need for trusted human interaction. And we can plot trust and time on a graph like this and see the magic quadrant. What you tend to find is that in the far left, yes, we trust a person when they're in person with us the most, and so that's high on the trust, but that's pretty time-heavy. To get around and see everybody is quite a time-heavy thing. Hey, if we're a politician, we might go into a stadium, you know, not quite as much trust, and it's still quite time-heavy, but we reach a lot more people. TV, we're reaching even more people, but trust is getting eroded, and by the time you get all the way down to websites, robocalls, text messaging, very efficient on time, but trust is at an all-time low. So what's interesting here is how do we get up in that high-trust, highly efficient area, and that's where we're going to talk today a bit about ProxyTwin and how it works in that area there of high trust and high efficiency. So many of you in the room will have come across ProxyTwin. For those that haven't, let's look a little bit about what a ProxyTwin is.
Hi, I'm Mark, founder of ProxyTwin. Time is our greatest resource. Have you ever wished there are two of you? I certainly have. Every day I seem to have more opportunities than I can fit into a day. Well, for the last 2 years, ProxyTwin has been helping some of our greatest leaders be in multiple places at the same time on platforms like Zoom. And now we're scaling ProxyTwin to help blue chip organizations care for the relationships with thousands of their customers. So today, I'd like to introduce you to my very own ProxyTwin. Hello.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. And it's good to see so many of you here. It's more than the real Mark gets. Anyway, I've only got about 5 minutes before I've got to go to another meeting, but it'd be really great to start by, let's have a look at a show of hands. How many people have heard of a digital twin?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, that's interesting. It's about what we might expect to see. When you do hear of a digital twin, what does it make you think of?
Like a replica, an online replica?
Yeah, that's very close to what I might say. So, to us, a digital twin is something like me. I can be here in front of you, and I can interact with you, and it's a lot more fulfilling, isn't it, than just something that's pre-recorded. Really what it boils down to is 3 major advantages: time, space, and accessibility. What would you like to hear about first?
Space.
Okay, space. So you're often, feeling that need to be in 2 places at once. Ever felt that feeling where people are trying to draw you in several different directions, or more? Your time is valuable, and but also you can't be in more places than once until now. That's something your twin can do for you. Okay, what do you want to talk about next?
Time.
Okay, so time. This is all about saving you time to be able to do the things that are most important to you. It could be family, it could be specific pieces of work where you're able to be most effective, or it could be more time to do the things that you love. Okay, so we've talked about time and space. Let's now talk about accessibility. Okay, accessibility. This is really to help those people that want to get hold of those important people that have key messages that they just can't pin down. Often, somebody may be asked to be on 3 different news programs at the same time. And so this is about access to those people with those important messages. This helps bring up access and maximize the access of the people who are best at getting messages across.
Hey, well, thanks for the introduction.
Oh, I'm sorry, we've completely run out of time, so I'm going to have to go, but thanks for your questions. The ones I haven't been able to answer, I'm going to pass on to the real Mark, and he'll get back to you. I've got to go. See you. Bye.
Well, I hope you enjoyed meeting my ProxyTwin. Here's a quick taste of some of the other important ProxyTwins we've delivered. First of all, for Dr. Nick Coatsworth, who was the Deputy Chief Medical Officer during COVID.
Often people will get arm pain at the site of injection, so it's quite important to have it in your non-dominant arm rather than the one that you write with. And that is exceptionally common. 6 out of 10 is high. What does that tell you? It tells you that the vaccine is triggering exactly the response that it should. It's triggering your immune system.
And also for Dr. Rob Joyce, CTO of Nokia. Here's his ProxyTwin giving us information about their 5G networks.
Not only do we have high-speed connectivity provided by Nokia's 5G and fiber technologies, but we've also deployed Nokia Edge compute nodes in the lab. And these will allow us to test 5G cloud applications, delivering near real-time responsiveness.
And now we're scaling for large corporates. We'd love you to join us on this journey. Please do complete an expression of interest.
So this is the real me, back in the room, not my twin. We want to talk a bit about some of those large corporates, those enterprise solutions, and how what we've just shown you can be used on a much greater scale. We're currently in conversations with a number of these entities here. So while we've been focusing on the light blue part of this market to start with, we're now starting to focus on the top blue part. We're in quite advanced conversations now with the bank to talk about their call center solution. The issue we all have with call centers is one which I'm sure everyone can see is room for much improvement. I'll talk a little bit more on the detail on that soon. We're also in conversations with a leading global law firm around increasing the billable hours of their top partners. So they're obviously very excited about the idea of having their lawyers being able to bill more, and by multiplying their top partners by a factor of 5, 6, 7, they're very keen to see how that can help their businesses grow. There's also examples there in terms of telehealth. You saw Nick Coatsworth, and the example of having a trusted expert give advice on key issues can be something which we can share across huge, big parts of the population at a very low cost. So why don't I talk a bit about one of those specific examples, which is the banking industry. And call centers are faceless and can erode brand trust. We all probably have stories of when it hasn't worked well for us when we call into a call center. You know, it's a tough job working in a call center. So in this example, Amy there, she's got to juggle multiple customers. She's got to stay on script and remain friendly for her whole 8-hour shift. She's got to juggle the customer interaction with the use of different systems to resolve and fix the problems that she's hearing on the phone. It's not an easy job. And businesses rely on large numbers of individuals. So they have a huge bill in terms of paying for all those individuals to represent their brand. Customers, as a result, often experience queues, delays, and low rapport because we're actually just in a phone call. So 80% of our communication is non-verbal, and we're missing out on all of that rapport we would get in a real human interaction. In fact, have you ever wondered why are we still phoning into call centers? That's a 1980s technology, right, to call in on the phone to a call center. There's a whole generation growing up now who don't really ever make phone calls. Yep, they're the Zoom generation. They have face-to-face video calls with people. So let's take a look at what a ProxyTwin solution can do. This means that people can choose who they want to talk to with no queuing, and they can choose which platform. So they can talk to them on Zoom, on Microsoft Teams, on WhatsApp, to have a real conversation with the person. There's no more queuing. ProxyTwin, we can create 1,000 copies of the particular individual. We can have well-known individuals. So if it's an airline and Qantas wanted to have a brand ambassador like Nicole Kidman could answer all of their customer service queries. So no more queuing, perfect interaction every time. They never have a bad day. Issues get resolved faster. Why do issues get resolved faster? Well, while the ProxyTwin is managing that whole conversation with you, what happens is the live transcript is read by some of the engineering team who are then working to fix the issues behind the scenes. So you don't have to employ people who have this hybrid of skills, customer-facing and issue resolution. You can just hire great people who are able to fix the issues, so you get more issues fixed faster. You get better brand rapport. So you get a higher referral from the brand when you provide a great experience, and cost savings. So as we said, you don't need to hire such a huge, enormous workforce of customer call center, and you can provide a better solution. Hope that's given you a little bit of a taste of what we're doing. As an organization, ProxyTwin has been around for 3 years. We delivered the Dr. ProxyTwin during COVID. We delivered the Nokia example you saw as well the year after that. Last year, we were here at Wholesale Investor, and we launched our capital raise, which we are closing next month. That's going to allow us to grow, to deliver a lot of those enterprise solutions and scale for those that you saw. And we launched in the US last month, so we've got quite advanced conversations going on with a number of clients in the US. We've got a first employee in Washington for that. And we'll be closing the round we're in next month. So if you haven't already spoken to us, do talk to us. We're taking expressions of interest up until the end of February, so do get in soon. And we will be scaling for this commercial growth in 2025. Now, the team who are doing that, let's put those people on. We've got myself, of course. I've got a background. I was the head of digital at the ABC, and that's my immediate background. We've got Tim Surgeonor, who's in the room, who's got a BPO background. He's also a lawyer, and he's got a great track record as an entrepreneur with successful exits. Dan Avis is our CTO. He's a great product guy who comes from the media industry. And Lucy Baker is our head of operations, formerly Ernst & Young. Do come and talk to us. We're around after this, and we're going to stay and have drinks and socialize too. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Mark. Next, I would like to invite our sponsor, Luca De Leonardis, Head of Investment Promotion of InvestHK.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm glad to be here, and we are almost done for the day, right? So today we're going to talk. Oh, here we go. Today we're going to talk about Hong Kong. I don't know if you've been to Hong Kong in the last few years. Lots of things changed over there. So today we're going to give you I would like to give you an overview of what's going on, in particular in the startups ecosystem. So my name is Luca De Leonardis. I'm in charge of Invest Hong Kong. Invest Hong Kong is the department of the Hong Kong SAR government in charge of attracting and facilitating the connection or the expansion of companies in Hong Kong. So I'm in charge of Australia and New Zealand for Invest Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, we have multiple teams looking after different sectors. So we have financial services team, a business professional services team, and also have a team dedicated to the startup sector. So what we do basically, so we provide a wide range of services completely free of charge in order to facilitate, as mentioned, the expansion of international companies in Hong Kong, following them from the planning to the setup, the launch, and the aftercare and expansion. So let's give you an overview of what's going on in the ecosystem. So every year we conduct a survey in order to understand what's going on in the market. And the latest results reveal a thriving market with 4,275 registered startups with consistent growth over the years, and also at the same time the number of co-working spaces, incubators, accelerators increased since 2009. So the Hong Kong government invested a lot in this space, in particular in the technology, in the tech space, with over $200 billion, creating the infrastructure and building the ecosystem. As you can see, we also have, within this number, 4,275, we also have Australia in the top five, in terms of ranking, and most of our clients, the startups, going to Hong Kong for two main reasons. Number one is to raise capitals, to raise funds. As you know, Hong Kong is the Asian financial center. So companies are going to Hong Kong in order to get in contact with potential investors. And at the same time, with Hong Kong, from Hong Kong, going global. So this is basically a breakdown of the startups ecosystem in Hong Kong, which reveals the number of the startups are mostly in fintech. In fintech as a leading sector, followed by e-commerce, supply chain management, and information and technology, education, and learning. Now, let me give you a deep look into in this ecosystem. So, I mentioned about the community, so the number of incubators, accelerators in Hong Kong. So we talk about over 130 operators in the space. Of course, universities and associations, startups, association clubs. But at the same time, we also have a group of the university working in the space, supporting the spin-off inside their facilities. And of course, we need talent. And talent is an important element when you develop the ecosystem. Of course, people left Hong Kong in the last 4 or 5 years, but now people are coming back. And the government launched this new schemes in order to attract talents to Hong Kong. And of course, the funding opportunities. Funding opportunities, of course, the government fundings, I can provide you with a long list of funding opportunities, and of course, I will later on give you some information and where to find those funds. Of course, as Asian financial hub, Hong Kong is renowned for the inflow and outflow of capitals and operators working in this space, which are always looking for investment opportunities. Family offices, we have developed within the government a new department, the family offices team, which is working to attract FOs in Hong Kong. We have an event, an upcoming event in March, Wealth for Good, and with over 150 family offices from all around the globe, going to Hong Kong in order to meet and share experiences, and at the same time to collaborate, or looking for collaborations. But at the same time, there are not only the government funding schemes. We are also private initiatives. For example, the Alibaba Entrepreneurship Fund, which provides a wide range of financial support for startups, or MTR. I think you know about our train system, which is managed by MTR, and now they have a new program for startups, a new incubation program called MTR Lab. So basically, they invest in in startups with innovative ideas, in particular mostly related to the transportations, data analytics, and so on. Of course, I mentioned about startups going to Hong Kong for capital raising, but at the same time to go global. And when we go global, of course, Hong Kong is a hub, lots of is a cultural pot with people going there for business. And it's always been like the trade center of Asia together with Singapore. And that's why nowadays people going to Hong Kong, in particular in this space, to find collaboration partnerships. And Hong Kong, maybe you are aware of it, we signed an agreement with 9 cities in Guangdong province and Macau, so called the Greater Bay Area. And of course, we foster innovation, technology as part of our agenda. In particular, with Shenzhen, they call the new Silicon Valley. And together with Shenzhen, we are developing in the northern part of Hong Kong, at the border of Hong Kong and Shenzhen, the new tech center. Of course, we have our big incubators, government incubators, Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, Cyberport. Hong Kong Science and Technology Park, it's more focused on AI, robotics. Cyberport is more for IT solutions. And of course, together with the Hong Kong recently signed a few years ago a free trade agreement with the ASEAN countries. So the government is committed, as mentioned, over $200 billion, and has been invested in this space. Now, of course, we have some unicorns in Hong Kong, thanks on that they build their operations and their fortune in Hong Kong using, as mentioned, all the different I would say the facilities and infrastructure in the city, and those ones are basically some example. Or the capital raising, so the stock exchange is also very active in Hong Kong. In particular, with China, we have the Hong Kong Shanghai Stock Connect, Hong Kong Shenzhen collaboration in racing, the dual racing in both in Hong Kong and in mainland China. So this is also an example of the activities the government, not only the government, but the private operators conduct in this space in Hong Kong. And the number of funding events have been like 163 in the period 2022 to 2023, and over $3.8 billion have been raised. In particular, as you can see, for pre-seed and pre-seed and stage A. Now, I mentioned about the government support, and this is just the example from last year. Of course, every year our CE issued the policy address, and for 2023-2024, we also allocated a huge number of resources in building or strengthen the ecosystem. In particular, as mentioned, to Hong Kong Science and Technology Park and Cyberport, and also setting up funds in order to support certain sectors or subsectors, in particular in tech space. Now, we have our signature event for startups. It's called Start Me Up Hong Kong. Easy to remember. If you remember Start Me Up, the song, Rolling Stones song. So it's as the same, easy to remember. We have this event every year. Last year, 2023, we have over 16,000 people online following this event. Over 12,000 people, participants, over 10 days. And 10 days event in Hong Kong, and most importantly, the business matching or pitching over 800. For this year, please save the date, mark in your calendar. We're going to have our event coming up in October. I encourage all of you to attend and have the chance to, if you are a startup, you're looking to get in contact with potential partners, investors. I think it's a good opportunity for you to visit Hong Kong and to experience Hong Kong and what Hong Kong can offer in the startup space. Very quickly, I don't have much time, so those are some examples of the startups, our clients that have been, very successful in Hong Kong. I would like to mention this one, Aerologix from Melbourne. They now are very popular in Asia. It's a unicorn, and they had the chance to become an important fintech. It's an Australian company. Now, just to conclude here, my details. As mentioned, we offer a tailored solution, completely free of charge. I'm not here to sell you anything, so just get in contact with us if Hong Kong is in your radar. If you would like to explore opportunities in Hong Kong, we're going to have, I mentioned about the startup team. So we're going to have my colleague from the startup team, the head of startup team, coming to Sydney in May. If you are thinking or if you are interested to meet her, more than happy to arrange a meeting with her. We also have a booth outside. I'm going to be here for the rest of the day if you'd like to have a chat with me and in order to know more about what Hong Kong has to offer. So thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Next up, I'd like to invite Simon Kuehl, founder of Presto Capital.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I know it's like the late session, so it's always a tough gig, but really appreciate you being here to listen to what I'm about to tell you, and hopefully after you hear what I tell you, you'll actually realise that we've got a solution that will go global. So in really simple language, we've actually built a platform that is going to reshape the way that SME funding is going to be sourced moving forward throughout the world. What's the problem we're solving for, right? How did this all start? This journey is about 5 or 6 years of thinking, about 2 years of working with a large tier 2 accounting firm to understand their business processes, and about 2.5 years worth of coding, which we've now built a product that is live and generating revenue. The basic premise of what we're solving here is that for any SMEs that are out there, and I am one, if you look at what are the SMEs' major pain points, obviously having a need in the market is number one. If you've got a product that no one wants, well, don't be in business. But number two, and this comes across in everything, what is the next biggest thing that SMEs need is access to capital and funding. That is such a critical need, and that's global. So then the premise from McKinsey is, what is the most effective way to support SMEs with capital? And that is to partner them with their advisors, right? It's not just about giving people capital, it's about how do you help them utilise that capital in the best way possible. So the problem we are solving is that the contention is funding is not intrinsically linked to the advisors, the way it currently works in the global market. What we have is a scenario where the trusted advisor, the accountant for all the SMEs, when it comes to accessing their capital, is effectively being completely disintermediated and is scrambling to provide information for their clients. That's a really important point, for their clients. And they own all the information and data, yet they are scrambling up to their necks in compliance and doing the doing and gathering information for a whole industry of brokers and funders to give them the critical information that they need. And the whole issue around this is that supply chain, I call it a supply chain, is highly, highly inefficient. And it's highly inefficient for every single member of that supply chain. And I'm happy to talk to anyone after and debate any aspect of that after. I'm at table 20, happy to have the talk and explain exactly why each of those parties is not maximising their particular value. When we talk about technology in this space, because it's a huge industry, it's like $5 trillion industry for SMEs in funding. In Australia, it's 77 billion of new funding, and you can double that at least for refinancing. It's a very big, big market. But what has happened on the investment side is it's all been focused on the funder and on the broker. Where we've come from, which is very unique, is we've said, no, the information, the data, the relationship, everything is actually sitting with the accountant. They're the ones who are being disintermediated. How do we make their lives easier? That's what we've solved for, right? And so what we've now done is we've actually linked those advisory services, which I said at the start is the biggest problem for SMEs. We have linked those advisory services. We have linked the accountant with the SME and the broker and the funder. And what we've done is we have just created a platform that makes it easy for all of those parties to share the information and data that the accountant has. And that's very critical because the brokers want it and the funders want it. And what we've done is we've made it easy for the accountant now to create a service offering for their clients, not be reactive and getting pulled from pillar to post, being proactive to actually now start to offer a new service to their clients. This is how we do it, right? What it is we have created what we call a collaborative workspace. And what a collaborative workspace at its core does, it's very simple. We bring together, we have the whoever that person is that has the relationship with their client. In this instance, it's an accountant, but it can be a broker, it can be an insurance broker, it can be anyone. It doesn't matter. Whoever has that relationship with their client can now invite any other parties, be it other solutions providers or product providers or whatever, into a workspace to get a deal done. And what is the secret to what we've done is that we have worked with the accountants to understand and all the compliance requirements that are across industries, and we enable parties, any party, to automate their respective compliance requirements to make sure that everything that is done is legally compliant and also compliant from a data privacy perspective as well, which is a very big thing, because I can assure you that within that broker accounting industry that I was telling you about, there is so much information that is being exchanged that is completely non-compliant. And I promise you, I've had interviews with people, and they've all admitted it, right? So we've done that first and foremost. The second thing that we've done is we enable any of those parties. Now, for you guys to make this simple so you can understand, I'm talking about funding. There is no reason a product provider can't be an insurer. It can be a specialist tax advisor. It can be anyone. It doesn't matter. But what we do is we enable any of those parties to sit there and actually automate all of their information and data requirements that they require in respect of whatever solution or product it is that they are looking to vend. Then what we do is we enable that originator of that transaction, in this instance it's the accountant, to simply, as they start populating the information, it matches with the requirements of those respective parties, and it makes that whole process seamless. We've then got it as well, should there be any additional information that is required, because guess what, if you're doing commercial funding, you're never going to get a deal through credit first time. It just does not happen. In that instance, we enable any of those parties to do what's called a data-driven task. And all that means is any tasks that get created are automatically picked up in the system, and when the person populates that information, it goes and completes it within the workspace, all the notifications, everything, it just automates. So nothing gets leaked outside of the system. And that's a very big thing. Credit guys at banks love it because they've now got credit applications that are all contained in workspaces. Brokers love it because they've now got all the information and data they need to get a deal done, and they get distribution across the accountants, and they make the accountants more sticky. Accountants love it because they now have a service offering that they can give to their clients, and more importantly, they can be recognised and rewarded for their information and data. So if you look at that supply chain, all we've done is we've greased the wheels and we've made that supply chain smooth with information and data, and then as a result, we've been able to recognise and reward those parties for how they play, and that is not happening at the moment, and it is inefficient. The other thing, our team, combined 150 years of experience. We've got guys who've built ComSec, we've got guys who've built Open Markets, which is a trading platform that trades $5 billion a month. We've got highly capable people. Market proposition in Australia, what we can demonstrate is our platform has a market potential. That's our platform of 300 million of real platform revenue that we can target. Tech's built. We've soft launched, we're generating revenue, we have an ADI on board, we have accountants on board, and that accountant is actually a tier 2 as part of a global network. We have brokers that we have identified and wanted on board. As I said, we're in advanced discussions with the UK and Canada. Our go-to-market strategy is pretty clear. We're not just a product provider, we've got very strong distribution channels. We've come from very solid business backgrounds, access to literally thousands of accounting firms. We've got access to brokers via very high people in funders. We have access to C-level people in funders. This is our goal. Simply, what our goal is, we want to turn around and actually be able to, at the end of the day, say, we have helped SMEs to survive by giving them the best chance to marry them with their advisors, bring everyone together, which gives them ultimately their best chance of survival to get the best funding solutions that they need, and not a solution that suits a certain player in the supply chain because it might maximise their revenue potential. That's it. That's all I'll say. It's built, it's live, we're in action. Where we're at is we are raising the money now. We're seeking $1 million, and where we're at is we are looking to now execute, get runs on the board. We're working with our clients, and we're looking to bring new clients on. So the tech is built and done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Next up, we have Sheng Yao, CEO of OrionVM.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheng, and I'm the co-founder of OrionVM. Just next. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to wait for the slides. Sorry. Oh, back. Okay, cool. Sorry, just starting again. So, good afternoon. My name is Sheng. I'm the CEO and co-founder of OrionVM. OrionVM is an Australian-based cloud technology provider, and we build cloud technology that underpins the AI and cloud revolution. So, a little bit about OrionVM. OrionVM was founded here in Australia by 2 university students. We started the company in 2010 out of my UTS dorm room. And since then, we've been able to build OrionVM into an international business that has revenues in the US as well as Australia. OrionVM has infrastructure deployed all through North America and Australia, and our focus over the next 2 years is to continue expanding into Europe and Southeast Asia. So why are we here today? I think at a high level, OrionVM has built some really amazing technologies, and over the last 2 years, we've been able to double our revenues. We now generate just under 5 million Australian dollars per year, with an EBITDA somewhere between about $500,000. And we have a significant amount of pipeline, especially driven by the AI movement today, to actually, with customers requiring a lot more capacity from us. One of our key challenges is actually we've shifted from a pipeline problem where we were trying to find product market fit within our business through to actually having a good problem, which is a delivery problem of having too many customers that want us to help them and not enough resources to assist. And that's why we're here today. We're opening back up a capital round to be able to underpin our growth and continue to expand internationally. So a little bit about OrionVM. So as I mentioned before, OrionVM was founded by Alex and myself. Alex was 18, I was 20. We literally had no idea what we were doing, but we decided that we could build a better cloud platform. We had a vision back when we started Orion of the way that infrastructure could be built, and we really wanted to innovate and develop a different way of delivering cloud infrastructure. And I'll get into that a little bit more as we go. Early on, we were backed by some great industry leaders. For example, Gordon Bell helped actually start Microsoft Research for Bill Gates, and Steve Baxter, many of you might know from Shark Tank Australia. They were our first seed investors, and we've had a couple of others come on over the years as well. So a little bit, like I mentioned before, we are a technology company. We build cloud technology. And the problem that we really see in the market today, and many of you would see in the news every day, there's more and more news about AI, more and more news about cloud. And on the back end of all of that AI and cloud deployments is effectively a supercomputer. There's a lot of infrastructure, a lot of GPUs. Anybody that follows the stock of NVIDIA would know that their stock price is booming because of the number of GPUs and the demand for it. Global IT companies want to innovate and they want to adopt these technologies. But fundamentally, it's a very hard problem to solve, and it's quite expensive to do. So what OrionVM does as a business is effectively, sorry, it's not working. Our technology and our expertise allows us to basically make that shift easy. We do the heavy lifting for our customers to allow them to have an easy path to adopt cloud and AI technologies. In summary, we allow our customers to innovate, grow their business, and significantly scale their revenues. So at a really high level, as I mentioned, we power our technology stack, which I'll get into a little bit, is very similar to what you would get if you were to work with Amazon or Google, Amazon Web Services or Microsoft or Google, where we've built our own cloud platform. That includes sophisticated cloud storage technologies and technologies to power mission-critical workloads. This platform underpins a range of verticals today, including AI, data centers, security, and telcos. We power brands that many of you might know. For example, recently in the US, we signed NCR, which is a big POS vendor. As a customer, we work with people like WatchGuard, a leading security vendor globally. And so what our business does is effectively help those businesses transform to deliver better cloud solutions to their customers. AI, for example, as I mentioned before, has driven a lot of demand for infrastructure. And companies like Blaze, who is a NASDAQ-listed AI chip manufacturer, has chosen to work with Orion to help them transform from being purely a hardware vendor into a cloud service delivered business. Another example is data centers. So we've worked very closely with data centers, who many of you would know is actually the home of cloud and AI. That data centers provide the physical space, power, and cooling for cloud and AI solutions. But historically, a lot of these businesses are quite commodity. They compete on price, they all deliver a very similar product. And so a lot of data centers have been looking for solutions like Orion to come in and actually deliver the value add that their customers are looking at. We help them transform from a commodity sale through to an AI and cloud-enabled data center, which makes them very differentiated from their competitors. So, for example, we recently launched a cloud platform for Polaris, the largest data center in Queensland, and we're helping them transform into an AI hub, and we're currently working with a couple of the large universities in Queensland that leverage them for their supercomputer to help with their cloud and GPU requirements. So, there's a lot I can talk about the technology here, but I'm not going to bore everyone because I know a lot of people here probably don't really understand it or want to understand it. So in summary, we've leveraged, as I mentioned, a lot of supercomputer technologies, and we've had a vision, as I mentioned, since the beginning to do things more efficiently using the scale-out technology. Luckily for us, actually, that what we've been using is a technology called InfiniBand was acquired 2 years ago by NVIDIA, and now is the backbone of all AI deployments globally. What that has meant is actually that the need for InfiniBand and GPU expertise is significantly growing, and there isn't many companies out there that know how to work it. And we've been using it in production for the last 12 years, hosting a lot of these businesses, so we're seeing a big growth in demand. A little bit of a forecast that we're up to. Over the last 2 years, we've migrated our business strategy to focus more on the cloud enabling of data centers and AI solutions. And that's allowed us to double revenue over the last 2 years with no additional headcount and no capital. We wanted to prove to ourselves that we were able to achieve that growth and the product market fit. Now that we've achieved that, we've reached EBITDA profitability, the pipeline hasn't stopped. We've got a big demand from customers, and we realized, all right, it's time to go out and do a capital raise because it's time to basically double down and onboard that revenue. And that's what we're here doing today. We're trying to raise $5 million to help grow our business, and I wanted to emphasize that compared to a lot of other businesses, we aren't a speculative play. We have a well-defined product market fit and revenue stream, and we are cash flow positive and EBITDA positive. So it is a relatively sustainable business. We're raising this capital to accelerate growth, continue to expand globally. We have demand in Southeast Asia and Europe that we're expanding to underpin, and continue to expand that team. A lot of that demand for our products require onboarding, solutions architecture, potential integration, and that's what we're working to bring on the team to assist with. Oops, sorry. So in closing, why OrionVM? I guess our view of the world is effectively that this is a great opportunity. There is plenty of AI and cloud requirements going around. We're a sustainable and profitable business that owns its own IP stack. I think it's critical to emphasize that we own the entire technology stack from the ground up that drives our business, and we have a global opportunity in front of us. We have plenty of customers dragging us through into different markets, and we're raising capital to help fuel that growth. If any of you are interested in helping with that, with our journey and being part of that journey, feel free to come see us. We have a booth outside, or feel free to contact me on the details on the screen. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your help.
Thank you, Sheng. Next, we have our last company presentation of the day, Leo Tyndall, CEO of Marketlend Unlock and AZ Compare.
Hi, my name's Leo Tyndall, CEO of Marketlend. Today we're presenting in regards to Marketlend and the
present capital raise we're doing $15 million. And then subsequently, we'll also be talking about one of our partners that we're doing a raise for on Easy Compare. I'll just, obviously, usual disclaimers. Marketlend set up in 2014. Our business is driven on sort of two sides. One side, we actually have high net worth investors that actually invest on a platform that we operate. And on the other side, we actually lend. We lend to all our clients a line of credit. That line of credit is then sort of split into, you could say, three types of products. One's a corporate line of credit, which is essentially against the company itself with personal guarantees. The other one, which is, you could say, a quasi-business line, except it's a line of credit, so it's able to be utilised and renewed every 12 months. We do also a product which we used to call supply chain, which is now called Unlock, which is essentially the purchase of supplies and a repayment by the underlying borrower between 30 to 60, 90 days. And then the other one that we do is a debtor finance. Debtor finance is fairly simple. I think most people in the market know what it is that we buy invoices from a customer. When we buy invoices from the customer, then we essentially await the payment of those, but we advance the money 90% to the customer, to the borrower. And in that case, probably a smaller part of our book. We do it in two ways. We do it in a disclosure where we do actually debtor acknowledgements, mainly in Asia for that. In Australia, we do it where we get full control over the borrower's bank account, and so we run it as if it was our bank account, making sure that no releases of money go out to the borrower until we're paid. Team's made up of a lot of professionals. Myself, I was the head of equity and debt capital markets for Asia Pacific for UniCredit. Then prior to that, I was actually responsible for RMBS or residential mortgage-backed securities and a director at National Australia Bank, and prior to that at RAMS, and then before that at Dresdner Bank. Brad Patelli was actually the hedge fund manager for Angelo Gordon, $23 billion fund. Mio Tyndall essentially is in the finance area, was doing finance in Asia. Jenny Blizzard as general counsel was 15 years in, firstly Gilbert and Tobin, then prior to that she was actually in a company called Rank for 15 years. Parla and Lou are in the finance. Lou was over at Resimac for a number of years and also at Thorn, the public company, as the CFO. And then we have our developers below and Jeff Kirkby, who's been in our risk. The business itself, and it has changed, and I do apologise, this slide's a little bit old, but essentially we have close to around 350 mil funds under management. As I mentioned, the products that we have, we do plan to get to around 600 mil under management. Our big sort of, you could say, poster child of our product is this Unlock MasterCard, which I'll talk about in a second. We've just had a very large supplier take that on, and that business is actually where we see the growth in our business. Portfolio itself, we've had a fairly good performance, and part of the reason why we have fairly good performance, our portfolio is that our motto is that we lend insured and secured. So all of our lending is based on the fact of getting personal guarantees, what we call in the trade ORPAP, which is a full security over the company. In addition to that, we will actually do a significant due diligence before lending. Our average loan amount these days is between about $500,000 up to $5 million. We typically go to mid-cap SMEs, not really listed, and that's who we're sort of lending to. With the insurance, initially we had QBE and BCC. Unfortunately, they've become a bit recalcitrant in paying claims, so we then set up our own captive and then subsequently set up our own insurer. So now we're able to actually manage that. Fortunately for us, that means that we can rely on the insurance as well. Collections, I won't step through too much, but it's fairly simple, and part of the reason why we've had a very good performance is that we do monitor collections fairly significantly, and we do get fairly busy on it when someone falls into arrears. As you can see there, we have essentially a 15-day window of sort of grace, and then we start bringing in lawyers and we start to get fairly, you could say, into the depths as to why this is happening and how can we resolve it and how can we realise our assets. These slides, by the way, are on the website, and so you can look in more detail. So I'd probably talk a little bit about the product that's our poster child product and explain to you why we made the product. When we initially started our business, it was based on a sort of just a line of credit. When I started, and I remember I started it, there was only two other competitors in the space. Prosper was one, and there was one other
cap finance. Then subsequently, it was about 65 came into the market. A lot of them these days have gone. But what we identified is that what SMEs really needed was someone to actually lend them money so that they could buy their goods and then essentially turn around and, you could say, pay us back after a period of time when their customer paid. But one thing that we identified around 2018, and then we actually put it into a MasterCard, was that there was a common problem with a lot of businesses that the CEO or someone similar would have a corporate credit card, but no one else would have a card. And so that made it difficult for, obviously, a relationship manager or someone similar to pay for goods or pay for supplies. And so we implemented a product called the Unlock MasterCard. Now, the Unlock MasterCard was actually a debit card with a credit facility attached to it. That product itself became the product that we've been able to get a fair bit of traction. The competitors in that space aren't your traditional lenders. It's more American Express, the banks, and PayPal. And the advantages we have with that is it takes you 60 seconds to apply for about a $2.5 to $5 grand limit. You get the card, and the card can be in your wallet within 3 to 5 minutes if you fill out all the various documents and you do your online KYC. So as you can imagine, compared to a bank or something similar, that's a lot quicker. If you lose your card and you had to go overseas, it's as simple as that you go and you contact us and we give you a new digital card within seconds. So we did see this even with one of our clients where they lost all their cards. The bank took 2 weeks to get them the cards. We had it within 2 to 5 minutes, the card. So that was the attractive thing as well. The card itself, when we actually set the card up, we looked at how could we actually sell it into the market. And I think one of the biggest things we looked at is that we ourselves did not want to be competing against the banks and the like originating it. So we developed, essentially, you could say, origination through the suppliers. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. But part of the thing that we also identified was that the card needed to be something that businesses could actually monitor. So it links into an expense system. It is, you could say, some people would say an expense card, but the difference here is that it's actually got credit on it. So it's a expense card with credit. It is very quick. It actually enables you to turn on and off the card. So if you had, say, some recalcitrant or some, you could say, for want of a better word, naughty employee, you could turn off the card straight away. And you can also essentially issue out new cards. And it's also connected to a rewards. So you can actually have it so that customers can have the card, and when they use the card, they can actually then have it on their rewards and either reduce the balance, or they can actually have the card so they can actually give it to their employees as a reward. So you see it's connected to also a portal. So the card's limited to $20,000 a day in expenditure and 10 transactions a day. And that's partially to manage the fraud and also manage the actual liquidity in regards to the card. If we have a customer who has a larger amount, and for example, we have one client who buys A2 milk out of New Zealand and sells into China, his typical purchase is between $500,000 to $600,000. What he does is he uploads onto that actual portal. It goes through that portal. Every invoice is verified and checked by our back office in the Philippines. We have 20 people down there. And then after that, it then proceeds to go into finance and get approved. And then it sets up on his statement so he can see he gets paid. If he wants to link that to his card, he can have that for his card, so for small purchases. And then if he wants to, he can also have a rewards card. That rewards card can be for his employees, or we can have the rewards card for usage. So one of the examples that we have, sorry, I'm just looking at the clock, and I thought I had 8 minutes. It seems to have gone very quickly, but I'll move very quickly on this. Okay, so the rewards card, what we've seen with one of our clients had a call center, and what they do is when they want to give bonuses or something to a client, they actually turn around, or to their employees, they actually load up the rewards card, which obviously MasterCard connects. Look, the rest of the slides, because I've got 8 minutes and it looks like it's finished, the rest of the slides are available. We are raising 15 million to go into the States as well as Australia. One of our biggest things at the moment is it's only 2 days in now. We have a Total Tools rewards card. So Total Tools has actually now issued out a rewards card to their 30,000 to start with and up to 2 million customers. We also have Holland. We have another brands, a few other bigger brands that are actually, if I go back for 1 second or just quickly, you'll see we have a number of brands that we're doing transactions for that are looking at doing this. And it's all driven on the fact that the card itself gets branded on their name, but then backed by us. And I'll leave it at that. And like I said, the slides are available if you have any questions. Sorry it's so quick, but I've only got 8 minutes.
Credit fund and property investment trends, which will be moderated by Chris Flavel, Managing Director at Ara Capital Investments. Joining him are Ben Greentree, Managing Director from Civil Construction Solutions, Mark Peart, CEO and Founder of DIT AgTech, Patrick William, Managing Director of Recce Capital, and Denia Zinurova, Portfolio Manager of WAM Alternative Assets, ASX code WMA.
Welcome, everybody. This is a very exciting wind-up to the day because this is the last panel, obviously, between you and drinks outside. So, but this is also a very interesting way to wind up the conference. I think that this is the panel has got all of the elements of the variety of opportunities that Wholesale Investor brings together. So I'll get each of the individuals to talk a little bit about their companies to start off with, beginning with Patrick from Recce Capital.
Thanks, Chris. My name is Patrick William. I'm Managing Director and Founder of Recce Capital, and we run the Recce Income Fund. So we're an asset-backed, high-yield private credit fund. So all our loans are first-ranking, senior secured, collateralized, income paid monthly, and we're prohibited from taking equity warrants. So the fund delivers an 11 to 12% running cash yield per annum.
Mark Peart from DIT AgTech.
Thanks, Chris. I'm Mark Peart. I'm the CEO and founder at DIT AgTech. We're an agtech business in extensive agriculture, and we're moving into the climate tech space at the moment. I would say we are a growth company, and we have raised capital for our own business, but we've found some very innovative ways on how to fund our own growth internally.
Ben Greentree, just on property development.
Yeah, my name's Ben Greentree. We've got a property development company, and I spoke yesterday on industrial properties that we develop, but we also do some residential properties that we build and hold for cash flow positive income.
Dania Zanarova from Wilson Asset Management.
Thank you. I'm portfolio manager of WAM Alternative Assets. That's the only listed investment company listed on ASX with the ticker WMA that invests in unlisted alternative assets. So I would invest across property and private credit and agriculture and private equity, diversified portfolio solution for retail investors. Thank you.
Excellent. So this covers a wide range of assets, obviously, with Dania's role in terms of WAM kind of looking at each of these. But perhaps, Patrick, if I could start with you. The fund's focuses on high yield, but the credit fund market seems to be growing. What's your view and what of the growth in the market, and how do you deal with the risk in terms of capital preservation?
Yeah, I think it's acknowledged by pretty much anyone in this room that private credit's probably the fastest growing asset class of the last 36, 48 months. The challenge for the industry there is as too much capital accumulates in certain segments, returns start to go down, and those funds end up coming under pressure. So you've got a choice. Do I keep my traditionally high returns and move up the risk curve, or stay at that same level of risk and come down in terms of returns? The Recce proposition is we focus on a very underbanked niche. So if you're a high quality borrower, you want less than $10 million. There's really no one in the market that'll serve you. The banks want checks of above 50. The big credit funds want to write a minimum check of 15. So if you're in that situation where the only people who give you money is mum and dad for 6 months, or an opportunistic fund that's trying to take 10% of your business, a double-digit return to a fund like Recce becomes very appealing. So we stay in our niche, we stay in our lane, and that allows us to keep generating those good returns on an asset-backed portfolio.
And so specifically, as I understand it, there are two fund strategies that you pursue. Do you want to just outline what those are in terms of how that's developed?
Yeah. Well, there's one fund, it's the Recce Income Fund, but there are two pillars to the strategy, which is capital preservation and a very attractive monthly cash yield. So we spend a lot of time diligencing that concept of security and capital preservation, because what people don't realize sometimes is the only time you call on the security of a borrower is when things have gone to custody. So if you're unsecured or you've got a light security over a business that's got no assets, it's fine as long as you're being paid. So what we've acknowledged is the fact that the purpose of security in debt is we have no upside. We want to be protected on the downside. So what you want is security that can retain value when things go wrong and can be realized in a timely manner, not 3 to 4 years with the receiver. So that's where we focus. So we look at equipment that can be sold quite easily or short-term receivables, anything from 14 days to 40 days. So if you keep the LVRs low and you've got a good value in your back pocket, if things ever go wrong, you can walk in, get all your money back within 2 to 3 months.
And the SME market itself, what changes have you seen just since COVID? So over the last 24 months in the SME market itself?
Look, we're seeing plenty of growth. We're seeing more deals than we've ever seen before. The change we've seen is we'll put up a list of sectors we will no longer touch. So these were really popular 3 to 4 years ago. But poison's a harsh word, but it's sectors we're very cautious about. One is businesses that are really exposed to government revenue streams. Think NDIS, think Medicare. You've got big fat margins, really, what you could call easy money. And all you need is for the government to start squeezing on criteria and checks. The business won't go bust, but the margins will begin to compress. And then you'll find yourself trapped in the borrower, where the equity values come off, the asset values come off, and you may not have the cash flow to service debt. The other two sectors we're wary of is subprime consumer lending. There's really not the time to be giving people who haven't got money, and unsecured small business lending. So if your fish and chip shops want $5,000, 2 years ago we'd be quite happy to give them money, but today we'd be very, very cautious just because consumer spend has really come off.
And probably last question just for this part of it. You've established a new fund, and got to a very sound level of growth in terms of where the business has now got to. Do you want to just run through for the aspiring fund managers who are in the crowd, or just the process of establishing a fund and lessons from that, and so and how you see that phasing in growth for new fund managers?
Yes, first is stay away from our niche. My advice would be get yourself a cornerstone investor. The two key purposes for that. One is they ensure the lights are kept on and bills are paid and salaries are paid for at least 1 to 2 years. The second is they provide you that seed capital to actually prove your concept. You might have an equity fund idea or credit fund idea that's brilliant, but if you don't have the money to invest and show that track record, that fund never grows. So we had a family office from Adelaide back us. We did a loan within the first month of setting up the fund, paid a one-off 1.8% distribution the next month, and the fund has just gone from strength to strength because of that. So I think you should never be shy about giving away a bit of equity on day one for the right kind of partner.
That's interesting. Mark, you've built a very successful business with DIT AgTech, and again, you've gone through that phase of getting through to cash flow break even and positive EBITDA. But you've put together a fund now. Perhaps if you want to describe a little bit about your fund.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think one of the challenges in growing any sort of a tech business is if your investors or other funds don't understand an industry, and AgTech, climate tech are great examples, because there was a lot of funds early on in our journey that didn't understand the valuation metrics, or how are we going to value an AgTech business. So I suppose as we say, we flipped the script at DIT. We decided, well, we would set up our own fund. We knew that there were lots of professional and wholesale investors that were attracted in the market. So we've set up our own small fund, $5 million, that has been very successful in the last 5 weeks. We've raised $2 million. It's gone very well.
Congratulations. That's a good story. And what elements, just in terms of what you've done in the past and the ag tech industry itself, have gone to that successful launch of the fund, do you think?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of ag tech startups, as you would know, in Australia and globally at the moment. But I think there's some certain fundamentals you have to have. When we're talking about agriculture, we're talking about farmers with an average age of 55. So digital illiteracy, is very low. We're talking about farmers who only have an iPhone 6 and have only just got on Facebook. What we have found to get traction is about having those deep industry connections, understanding the unit economics of farming and of your sector very, very well. And I think there's a lot of ag tech, climate tech business that are moving into agriculture that will find it hard, and I say this respectfully, but to rock up on a farmer's property 2,000 kilometres from Sydney in a T-shirt and white sand shoes is difficult for them to sort of get the traction that you need for sales. So back companies and founders that have got the industry expertise and understand the unit economics well.
And, ag tech investments per se, I think are generally viewed to have low returns. So how do you promote and grow and pay higher returns or convince new investors to come in if it's in that situation?
Have a really good business to start with, if it's profitable. That's the first one. It has been a barrier for people to invest in ag tech, climate tech. When I first started, people were all about wanting what was the return, what's the security, and they're great questions. But I have found that there are especially larger funds that are looking to diversify their portfolios and have an investment in businesses from an impactful position to enhance their CSG requirements. So we're actually talking to a lot of funds at the moment that do want to invest patient capital in businesses that can fundamentally make a positive difference to humanity and the environment. It's a big focus of our values and our purpose as a business ourselves.
And do you find that diversification is a strong rationale and strong story that you can focus on?
For sure. I wouldn't say that everyone should put all their investment in an ag tech business, but definitely it's a great place to be. If you look at the fundamental economics of ag tech and climate tech, they're going to play a very big part in society in the next decade or 2 decades. So it's a great place to be in. It needs to be patient capital. But I think as an investor, you also need to have the right moral compass on why you're investing. But invest in founders, invest in businesses that are solving real problems, not novel problems, but real problems that have got traction, that have got real customers. And there's quite a lot of security there and good return.
Thanks very much, mate. Ben, the property development and property development side of running a portfolio, what trends are you seeing in the property development market and funding for those?
Yeah, well, luckily, the first keynote this morning by Greg Paramore, he went into this, and it was encouraging because we're in 2 of the markets. He said beds, eds, meds, and sheds. And so yeah, we're providing residential beds by the way of co-living premises, and we're building sheds. So yeah, there's supply and demand of both those markets at the moment. There's a shortage of sheds and beds, and so we're providing the supply. So I think that's what's happening over the next 2-3 years, and that's where we're focused.
And the returns and risks around those particular sectors in terms of diversification, how do you see that?
So with providing homes for people, so we're into 2 fields, residential and commercial, and within the commercial we're focusing solely on industrial. And industrial, we're building flexible warehouse units, and they range in different size. So we're actually open to a wide range of the economy because there's various businesses that need to occupy those facilities, and if business is doing well, they might be upsizing, they need a larger premises, and conversely, if they're not doing so well, they might need to downsize. So we're exposed to a wide range of the economy. And then on the residential side, people are always going to need somewhere to live. So our diversification is part residential and part industrial.
And in terms of funding for those developments, I mean, how have you approached doing that?
Mainly the biggest component of our business is the industrial developments, and that's why we're here now. So we started in 2018 with our own money, and now we take on investors to invest with us, and we use a lot of equity to purchase sites, and then we use bank funding to fund the construction. So it's a high component of equity, and the rest from the bank.
And in terms of the changes that are happening in the market, incorporating new technology and looking at innovation, what about that?
Again, there's a lot of talk here about crypto and Bitcoin and ETFs of Bitcoin, and it starts to go over my head a bit. So we're building things out of concrete and steel, but where I see a benefit is, one example might be we're working in one local government area. There's a whole bunch of rules you need to comply with, but in the next suburb, the same development would work, but you've got a whole plethora of planning rules. So I could see there's a avenue there for AI to be able to look at a whole bunch of different council areas and say whether a deal is going to work or not, and just the ability to analyse data quicker and reporting and being able to generate reports. It opened my eyes coming here the last 2 days about what's available. It's just learning how to drive it.
And that's excellent news that we can all keep learning as we go through. So, so probably last one is so just in terms of developing. You've been a successful developer for decades almost. What's your advice to kind of new developers, younger developers who are looking at coming through, because there's a few aspirant developers and different sectors here in the audience and presenting?
I had a conversation just before coming on, and I said number one is to get educated. So find out what you want to do, where you want to be. Get educated on that. Find someone who's, what I've done is find someone who's doing it, take them on as a mentor and repeat what they're doing. And then, things lead on from there. Start small, don't go into too much debt, prove the concept of what you're doing and grow from there.
Thanks very much, Ben. Dania, perhaps if you could give us a little bit of an overview of WAM's approach to alternative assets, what you define as being alternative assets, and perhaps then talk a little bit about your approach to property, your approach to ag tech, and your approach to private credit.
Well, I'll try to be brief, otherwise we'll end up here for the whole night talking about everything. But look, it's a very exciting space, right? Because we look at all those different asset classes, and then each asset class would have different strategies, different risk-return profile. And even just looking from the size perspective, like how many of you are equity investors? Can you raise your hands? Okay, quite a few. So we are looking, if you invest on ASX, we're looking at about 2,400 listed companies now. When we look at privately owned businesses, and that doesn't include assets like infrastructure or agriculture, there are over 2.5 million registered private businesses in Australia, so huge universe. And for me to understand and find those investment opportunities, I like taking the first step, looking at the macroeconomic environment, and Ben briefly touched base on this. But for example, things like themes or mega trends that you believe will stay here for 5, 7, 10 years, because we are looking at long-term investment. So if you buy a farm, it's not like you buy it today and you sell tomorrow. Or if you buy a property, you have also investment horizon for 3, 5 years. And so understanding those megatrends and what drives those megatrends is extremely important. I tend to focus on growing aging population in Australia, which drives increasing demand for healthcare services, digitalization, climate change, growing demand for food. And, you know, I'd like to ask, like, when you think what's the most important asset that you would give everything just to have this asset, what would it be for you?
Health.
Here you go. So healthcare is one of the sectors that I'd look at. And the beauty is, because I invest across all those asset classes, you can invest in healthcare through private credit, you can invest in healthcare through real estate, you can invest in healthcare through infrastructure and private equity. And what it means from the investor perspective, that constructing the portfolio across all those different strategies, you learn to see what are the different risk-return profiles and what I, as an investor, look for from those investments. So if we look at healthcare real estate, predominantly those investments serve as income-producing strategy, right? We are not looking for significant capital growth over time. We're looking for yield, for pretty stable and predictable yield, because, for example, average lease expiry profile for healthcare real estate asset versus industrial asset would be 10 years versus 3-5 years now. And those leases that tend to be linked to annual inflation. So in the current environment, many of us are concerned about rising inflations. And as investors, we are thinking, how do I bring inflation hedge into my portfolio? So healthcare real estate serves that purpose, right? Long-term returns, predictable returns, inflation linked. On the other hand, we also want to get some exposure to capital growth. Where do we get this capital growth from? Healthcare. And this would be private equity investment. So in WMA portfolio, we have exposure to businesses like Advara Heartcare. It's a leading cardiology clinics in Australia. They are across all states. And the thesis there is that private equity investors buy majority equity stake in those businesses. They're not listed. So retail investors or wholesale investors, they often cannot access those opportunities. But the idea is to have this patient private equity capital to help them grow and expand, and then sell those businesses in 3 to 5 years' time and realize this capital growth. So opportunities are endless. I think if anyone is looking to construct this diversified portfolio, I would use 3 lenses. One is assessment of the macroeconomic environment. Where do you see growth, but also what sectors you expect to deliver sustainable returns across economic cycles? Second, risk return, you know, understanding your risk tolerance, but also understanding your investment goals, what sort of returns you're looking at. And then finally, investment horizon. You know, for institutional investors, it's often much easier to invest in those asset classes because they have a long-term investment horizon. For family offices, wholesale investors, of course, it's a huge consideration.
So how large is the portfolio, the WAM alternative asset portfolio in terms of size and expectations in terms of returns, forward returns, and historically what you've achieved?
Sure. So the portfolio is fairly moderate in size compared to the opportunity set. The market cap is around 230 million, but it's a growing portfolio. And I would say the portfolio is in the transition phase where maturing investments, in particular on the private equity side, they're being exited, and then the capital is being reinvested in new opportunities. The aspiration is really to grow this portfolio to a large scale where we can do more co-investment deals across all those sectors and strategies. And the reality is, you know, I'm very passionate, not just because I'm managing WMA, I'm very passionate about the proposition because it's about bringing high quality investments to retail investors in a thoughtful, constructive way, putting together a portfolio that is not exposed to redemptions or commitments because it's a LIC, it's a listed investment company, so it's a perpetual pool of capital. And I can implement those long-term strategies. Now, this structure might not work for everyone because when I think about who are my shareholders, most of them would be people close to their retirement or retirees. Why? Because LIC and LIC's benefits are around dividends. So for investors looking at the size of the profit reserve, it's fairly easy to figure out what's the dividend coverage ratio, how many years it's consistent in terms of paying out those dividends, but also those dividends are often fully franked dividends. And if you think about the Australian market, I might be going into too much details here, we are probably the least developed market in terms of the post-retirement products. They're really not much, except maybe challengers annuities, but that's it. So retirees really like it. And then when I think about the investors who are more at the institutional side, they like LICs because it's an opportunity often when they do trade at discount, buying, what Jeff Wilson likes saying, buying $1 for 80 cents, basically buying the shares at discount, but getting exposure to the portfolio that's backed by assets.
I mean, one of my suggestions would be that private credit is one of those, yield assets for retirees that sort of, start. So do you categorise private credit as an alternative asset? And are you a player in that?
Yeah. So there is private credit as part. We invest in WMA in private credit. Look, for me, private credit is an investment, a strategy that has limited upside. However, it can have unlimited downside. And often, in particular, when I see the market now in Australia, we are looking at about 130 billion in terms of the size, in terms of private credit opportunity, and that includes corporate lending, distressed, special situations, everything. And sometimes, shareholders would ask me, what do you think about this? It offers 15 to 20% return. That's fine. The question is, do you understand the risks? And that's not only about private credit, it's about any asset class. The higher are the returns, the higher the risks. And, private credit investors, they are very, very focused on managing their risks. One of the first questions everyone should ask, what's the default rate in the portfolio, right? That's very important because otherwise the whole capital can be wiped out in one go. So private credit specifically plays the role of the income producing strategy in WMA portfolio, but it's also really good strategy to hedge against rising interest rates, right? Because when RBA comes out and says we are going to increase the cash rate, and by the way, the opinion is still split, it's not clear whether they will reduce it, there might be another hike, then investors who invest in floating loans, they will experience the increase in their return in line with the increase of the cash rate. So opportunities that 2-3 years ago were yielding 4%, same opportunities are yielding 8 to 9%. Of course, it's an attractive strategy to be in.
Patrick, do you have any comments on the private credit side?
Yeah, I do. A big part of it is an education piece. So Danny is right. There are different private credit strategies with a different risk profile. But we tend to argue with our SMSF investors, private credit's arguably safer proposition because if you take the exact same business, the private credit fund is the lender, and you've got an you're an equity holder. The the credit fund's being paid a 10% yield, and you're getting a grossed up distribution of 10% as a shareholder. Seems like the same proposition. But the question you've got to ask yourself is, what's your risk profile? So first and foremost, the debt holder is paid first. So if there's only anything left, are you paid your dividend? Number one. Number two, if things go wrong, it's the debt holder who's got a first claim on the assets. If they are real assets, you're getting your money back. If they're no real assets, you're secured over whatever's left over, and you get a pick over what the receiver has. On the flip side, of course, if that business shoots the lights out, becomes a unicorn, the debt holders still get 10%, but the equity holders have, they've upgraded the car, so to speak. So it's really about where you want to sit and what age you're at. So you're 65, 75, in a retirement phase, really, do you want that upside, or do you want that downside protection?
Thanks. So Mark, I mean, do you find that investors who like AgTech are actually looking at that in terms of saying they want some equity exposure in your business and putting some money into your debt fund that sits alongside your business as well, and balancing a portfolio that way?
Yeah, it was something we thought of when we set up our little fund, for sure, that there needed to be upside. Beside the yield that we wanted to offer our investors, there was two other things that we felt were important. One, that they did have upside, that hopefully we become a unicorn, but yeah, that there was upside for growth, that we've got attaching options for every dollar, and they're well priced. And pretty well all of our investors to date have taken up those options straight away, which has been another great way for us to raise capital. Secondly was security. And the panel here have probably, who know a lot more than me, but we felt that within the debt stack, it was only fair that these investors had a good position there, that they were sat at the top of the debt stack with a GSA in place. That's made a big difference too for us. And we've controlled our own destiny as well too, which has been great. We haven't been at the mercy of banks and other institutions.
Yeah, that's interesting. By attaching an option to the debt and giving it some equity upside, effectively you're doing something more like a venture fund and giving sort of the warrants that a PFG, a Partners for Growth, or one of those other larger venture funds would do. So that makes the instrument a little bit like that. Ben, any last comments in terms of?
I can see the screen flashing. So yeah, I might call it there, I think, for myself. Yeah.
Okay, well, we won't stand between people and drinks. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Dania, and Ben and Mark. And thank you.
I'm happy to stand between people and drinks. So firstly, I just want to say a big thank you to the panelists for that. Thank you, Chris, for hosting it. Big thank you for all of you coming along. Just before we go, I just want to say one big thing. This event, you would have felt, from an attendee's perspective, this has been probably one of the best emergences that we have done to date. I cannot be as proud of the companies that we have the opportunity to feature, the panelists that were involved in this, the keynotes that we had, but most importantly, can everyone please take at least some time to thank the Wholesale Investor team for putting this all together. I said, whilst I do all the front work, whilst I do all this stuff, the speaking from the stage and so forth, I cannot tell you, and you would have felt it as an attendee, how well orchestrated and organised everything was from behind. At no point do we have any challenges, stresses or anything like that. And as an event organiser, that is very, very rare. So yeah, please at some stage, I said, people always say nice stuff to me at the end of the events. This time, please, let our team know how much you enjoyed the Emergence experience. And the final part that I'll have to say is, how we grow is by other people bringing people into this ecosystem. So please tell other people about what we do. So final two things from me before we get to the drinks. Number one, please thank the entire W time, whether it be Jackie, Rhythm and Jade for the social media, whether it be Dan, whether it be Cecile, whether it be Jeremy, Ajit, hope I'm not forgetting, and obviously Shella for an incredible job on the hosting side, session in and session out. I cannot tell you how nice it is from our side to work with such a brilliant team. So thank you, everyone. Enjoy the drinks, enjoy the networking, and have a good night.